You are my heart, at least that's what I thought when we started it. As we fall apart, I see you never wanted any part of it. But you didn't like that joke I made, and I'm feeling like I'm lost in a mental haze. Bittersweet words left an aftertaste. You're my boo thing, I'm afraid.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
I sold my soul for your pretty little eyes and a hand to hold. Lo and behold, last year's version of the man you told that you wanna run away till the moon does set. But when the sun came up, that's when you left. You were in a hurry, so you didn't even worry about the clue you left on my doorstep.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window. So alone, only remember your silhouette, but you left a piece of what we could be, and my heart I see us together in the end. Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window. So alone, only remember your silhouette, but you left a piece of what we could be, and my heart I see us together in the end.
Sold my soul, oh, sold my soul, sold my soul.
Well, no reason to keep you waiting then, Low on Life. What's up? Welcome back, dude. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being the quickest motherfucker I've seen yet. God damn, this motherfucker really know how to be fast. I haven't even finished rolling joints. You're just too quick on me. Although I will give it to you here, Low on Life. I was supposed to start at 2:30. But I had lunch with a dear friend, someone I haven't seen in a very long time, who I was very happy to see. So, I'm not making excuses for my tardiness. I'm just letting you know I'm a tardy individual. Take your time, don't worry. How are you doing, Low on Life? How are you feeling today to yesterday? Like, what's the vibe, my dude? Salmiel 0621. Thank you very much, Salmiel, for the join. We're going to crack open my templates. You are stressed as usual, but excited to share the new idea with you. Why are you stressed, man? I'm assuming it has to do with something with the next message you sent, working too hard every day. Is work stressing you out, my dude? I just came out of a situation like that, and I can empathize with you. That sucks. That sucks, if that's the case. Otherwise, what else is stressing you out these days, dude? I wish it's not upon thee. What a way of saying that. Let's see if it works. All right. Yes, since I don't have an education, I have to make money through creative hobby. Ha-ha! Welcome to Studio Mike Channel, my dude, where we don't have formal degrees. I mean, I have a degree, but it's like a post-secondary degree rather than an actual like university degree. It certifies me to do studio recording and live sound. So I have a degree. It's on my wall, but it's not a degree as it is. You know how it is. You probably do. Inspector Beck, what's up, G? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that very much. Y'all is some quick motherfuckers. Y'all be joining us real fast. I'm going to I'm going to make a little post in the Discord, something that all of you will probably see. But we already live with some mocks. Come through! Pokemon keychain on wall is so nice. I love Pokemon. Oh, you're talking about this thing here. It's not exactly a keychain. I got this shit when I was like 8 or 10 years old. It's actually a Pokeball. And it closes. So I used to have these little Pokemon toys of the first original 150. Those are probably worth a lot now. But they used to be like this big. And what you used to do is you used to take one of these and basically launch it. I wonder if I could do it with something random. Yeah! It worked! And now, see, the little block is in there. You can literally catch them all. Yes, absolutely. I abandoned my degree to get a music production certificate at Icon Collective. Worth it. Yeah, that's basically what I did. Is I stopped my my university level progression, and I went to a technical school and got a degree at Trebas Institute for studio recording and live sound. So, same. I would have preferred a music production certificate, though. It would have probably delved more into the actual making of music rather than the technicals of sound. But because music was something I was already strong with and sound was something I was still learning, I don't regret anything. I think it was a good move to do that. So yeah, worth it. Thank you for joining the Discord. Tomfoolery will indeed be had, Inspector Beck. Here, let me add you as an artist. You get it. You know what it is. Whoa, very cool. You can catch it. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Kreos! Welcome, dude. Welcome back. Thanks for joining the queue. Inspector Beck also joined the queue. Hey, that's awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You know what? For today, because Low on Life was quicker than I was for the stream, I'm going to just keep it here. Inspector Beck, you could be the witness, but this is for you, Low on Life. This is my tribute to you today. I don't know if I was supposed to drop this here yet. Well, let's take a look at the queue. I think you were first. I'm convinced you're first. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. You're good. Let me open it up. You're excited. We're excited to listen to your track. Now, is this the same one you submitted last time with the I forget the name of her, but her Miku vocals, I think is what it's called. Is that the same one? New song. Okay, cool. Very nice. Very good to know. Okay. So I got it pulled up. I'm going to get some water. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a cup of coffee so that we can power through this entire session here, because we already got people on here, guys. We already got a whole queue. We're getting warmed up early. They go hand in hand. I feel like I got an associate in recording. I definitely needed that understanding to push my production. Yeah. So what I was lucky about where I studied as well, it's good that you mentioned that, because yeah, exactly. You do definitely need to know both if you're going to be in music production specifically. What is good is that, my studio recording and live sound degree allows me to basically take corporate jobs and still be viable for that work. And so the difference is that basically I had to insert the music knowledge there, but a lot of the context that we used at school specifically to learn studio recording and live sound, it was from a musical perspective, just because that's where the school wanted us to come from when doing our work. So we did also learn through music production as a means to learn studio sound, but it was mostly focused. I learned about logarithmic functions on how to calculate room modes, and I went into the nitty gritty in my electronics and acoustics classes and sound design and signal chain classes. That was some crazy shit. Pseudo TV, how are you? I waited so long to catch you live. Fucking A, dude. You're with us, and you're fifth in the queue, which is great. That's fantastic. So you got a chance. If you got a couple of hours, we got a chance here. I just click buttons and try to make it fun. Well, you do that superbly well, Low on Life. So I'd say that a lot of hope, a lot of trial and error. Yeah. Well, you're doing it well. So that's the good news. Keep having some trial and error. But yeah, Inspector Beck, it was deep. It was like we went into some severe sound detail. And because I was already like gifted with a musical ear, very rare. That's very rare usually. I was able to like insert my knowledge in there as well. I just learned mic placements for instruments and the basic of an SSL console. Yeah, that's... Well, the thing is that when you're focused on music production, it's more about the songwriting and the arrangement rather than the actual technical process. Music producers will get an engineer like myself a lot of the time to do that work. And a lot of people pay me to mix their songs or to mix live corporate events. But the problem is that the music production is actually what I want to get into and tell people like, this is what the arrangement of your song needs. So yeah, nerd. Good one. Okay, on that note, we'll be right back. We'll be right back. I'll literally run to the other room and pour myself a cup of coffee. And then we'll be back with Low on Life's track, just so I can throw it up on the screen for you guys. This is what we're looking at here. And I'll be right fucking back, guys. Woo! That's some hot coffee. That is some hot coffee. I'm talking about some hot coffee. Ooh, you got a couple comments here, Low on Life. I made the mistake of buying expensive music gear before I properly learned advanced production. Now that I am at the level I want to be, I'm surrounded with expensive things that I do not care for anymore. Bro, relatable struggle. I pulled that off early with a guitar, and although I got my money's worth with that guitar, it was still credit card debt that has been following me until today. It's unfortunate. I'm happy with a cheap microphone and a basic headphone or speaker. Headphones or speakers, I'd say, though, is worth either investing or shopping for good neutral ones, because that's basically where your ears are connected to your music. And it's like worth investing. Like I've realized recently that my headphones that are worth like $300-$400 Canadian, mind you, they're not good for studio. They're only good for live. So like I would have much preferred going for some DT990. Oh, DT990 Pros, perfect headphone for next price too. There you go. So you shop around. You do exactly the same thing. Hello guys. Do you think Pixel Heart, good artist name? Any suggestions? It's not bad. It just, I would remove the E because then you'll have no vowels. So then it's Pixel Heart. But then, yeah, PXL, HRT would be my only suggestions. By the way, I mean nerd in the best way. Haha, I'm out as big as nerd as one can be. Dude, I play Dungeons and Dragons. I'm a nerd. You can mean it in the best or worst sense, but I'm a fucking nerd, bro. Okay? I'm meeting up this Saturday to restart my session where I'm DMing a D&D game. I'm a goddamn nerd. I got a Pokeball. Okay? Yeah, DT990s, though, for real Low on Life, great choice. That's ones that I wish I would have bought rather than my Shures. Because my Shures for live, though, are amazing. They're perfect. They show me everything that's wrong with live mics. But studio mics, a little too high-end. Spend thousands on plugins only to use 90% stock Ableton plugins. Real, recognize real. You know what it is. I don't think I call myself a nerd. I think I'm very casual with everything. Well, that's okay, man. But if you have a lot of fun with a lot of things, you're a fun nerd. You're a nerd for fun. But I like nerdy things. I just don't nerd on it. Okay, yeah, because nerding generally, as a verb goes, involves really delving into the nitty gritty, really going deep in the detail. So that's me. Jan Vazi, Thank you very much. Appreciate that very much. Hi, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay, no more. Let's fucking go. Real Sub H99, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, folks. And this is what we do. We listen to people's tracks and we give them feedback. So, a couple of new rules, guys. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry to have teased your track here, Low on Life, but I'm going to talk about this here because there's a few little rules here that changed over the weekend. So Low on Life, you're good for now because you subbed before. The changes, but for those who don't know, we have flies. For those who don't know, we have flies, and you'll every now and then see me slapping at one. But more seriously, for those who don't know, as a follower, you could submit one track per day. Or as anything, you could submit one track per day. As a follower, that track can be up to 2 minutes in length. If it's longer, no problem. We'll just listen up to 2 minutes, and that's it. And that's one track per day, obviously. As a Tier 1 subscriber, not only can your track be... you also, by the way, anybody here, as a follower or as a subscriber, can now use skip function, where they skip for 750 bits. I've tried to program the skip button with sound alerts on stream, and it's not working right now, so I got to figure out why that's the case. But if you want to skip the line, you can cheer 750 bits, and that will give you the option to skip ahead of everybody. If you're a follower, you can skip ahead of other followers. You can't skip across ahead of subscribers. Subscribers, Tier 1, can skip ahead of other subscribers as well as followers. Basically, the tiers go up. And the higher the tiers go up, the farther ahead you can skip ahead of the line. The other thing to know is you can, as a Tier 2 subscriber, your track can be up to 4 minutes in length, and as a Tier 3 subscriber, your track can be up to 5 minutes in length. And the top gifter automatically gets line skips. So that's something. If you guys are sub-gifters and not bit cheerers and whatever you want to do, the top gifter of the week, I think it's of the week. It might be of the month. I think it's of the week. The top gifter of the week automatically, if he submits a track, he or she, they automatically get to skip the line as soon as they join the queue. So we finish reviewing the one we're doing now, and then we skip the entire queue. But for now, DGE is with us. What's up? Welcome back. Appreciate you stopping on through. So, for now, either way, this sounds like a dungeon master explaining the rules before a game. Oh no. You're right. It is a dungeon master explaining the rules before a game. It is exactly that. Thank you for saying that. I take that as a compliment, even though you probably meant it as some form of slight. Pseudomike is literally the best feedback, guys. Gives the best feedback. Thank you, Pseudo. That's amazing of you to say. I try. I do my best. I do my best every stream. I say feed. Look at this fucker. Look at this old-ass motherfucker saying, on my feed. Check my feed, you guys. Okay. Let's say, no insult at all. It was just wholesome. I figured it actually was. I was just playing with you, actually, Low on Life. I was just messing around with you just to make you feel a little, what do you mean insult? I'm just kidding with you. I'm just kidding around with you. You've been here a couple of times now. You've been here over a week. I'm going to start pushing back a little bit. We call each other nerds. I was just going to check out the stream for a short period of time, so I'm going to go lurk. See you, man. Take care, DGE. Nice to see you, as always, popping through. Thank you for saying hi. So yeah, let's fucking go, guys. Let's not waste any more time here. We've been chatting. We've been catching up, right? We caught up a little bit. Let's go through some tracks. Hey, have you tried Vocaloid? Wait. For your angle, it's down here. So I'll do the Will Smith. Now my wife's gonna cheat on me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. we are going to go into this unnamed track featuring Hatsune Miku of the Tanuki Thieves. Snail, wow, so cool. She only repeats Tanuki Thieves, la la la, do do do, over and over for now. Okay, we have noted that. That won't necessarily change my opinion on the lyrics, I'll just know that going in. Alright, so, here we go guys. Without further ado, Tanuki Thieves, or Low on Life, and the track that is unnamed for now. 'Damn. Okay. Went a little over there just because I had a lot of fun with that track. So well done on that. It allowed me to forget that I was on a 3-minute limit for that. C minor is the real shit. C minor is a great key. Okay, so I do have some suggestions here, like just baseline. Obviously, we need new lyrics. Like, for now, it's good, right? It does the job. The melody is there. I would consider maybe coming up with a few new melodies. Yo, Magic Ninja Beats, what's going on? Pro Drew Q, welcome to the queue. Thank you for joining us and for being part of the crew. Woo Nerf live. Thank you very much, Woo Nerf. Appreciate that. I just want to say to Pro Drew Q that I'm about to authorize you to speak in Discord. That being said, it's in this chat that we're going to submit your link. But hold up, wait before you do, because it's on when it's your turn, you submit your link, because otherwise it just gets lost in the chat. So here we go. Shadowbeat, Nexaroth, love your hair. Thank you very much. I do very little to it, but it just seems to do its own thing. So thank you. I appreciate that very much. Yes, it's just to show a bit of the vocal melody so you don't feel as blind as with the last track to what space vocals will take. That's what I figured you were doing. So like, good job there. Woo Nerf Life joined. Thank you for joining. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for the follow and for the hello, for the welcome, for the follow. It's kind of like saying hello, but you follow. All right, let's go through this before I make any other bad jokes. It's gonna happen, but just like let's go back through this. Can you add a betting feature for the chat? Like gambling? On what? on what? On who's the next? On what the next genre is gonna be? I guess I could, but I don't really know how. Channel points? But like, what do you want to bet? Like, what? That's, I guess, what I'm asking here is like, what's the wager here? Like, what are we? What does it do? Like, okay, yes, you can bet channel points. I don't actually know if you can bet channel points. Yes, you can. Actually, I am aware. Yes, because I just saw that on another stream. Yes, you could absolutely bet channel points. And I have no idea how to set that up, but I'm going to look into it and I'm going to get back to you for sure, my dude. For sure. That said, right now it's not going to be a thing. Let's just fix something here. Okay. Do me a favor. Okay, I think... Okay, I just added sound alerts into the center here, like into the screen. Will Magic Ninja have a shitty mix / yes or no? All points on yes. Oh, come on, dude, you're learning to mix. Obviously, it's gonna be a shitty mix. No, but I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's just a joke. No, but like that's a good idea, honestly. Real sub, I gotta try it. I have no idea how I would go about doing that, honestly. So I'd have to see. I'd have to see what's gonna happen there. But again, you know, like technically, yes. Technically. Someone's gonna have to tell me if the alerts work though, because I don't actually know. I just added them into OBS, but I have no idea if the thing is going to work. All right. Either way, what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the track over first before we do anything. We're going to just go through it and we're going to just enjoy ourselves and we're going to just have some fun and pointing out some stuff. Technically, a mix can always be better than... That's why I just mix it a bit lazy. Yeah, you could approach it that way. I don't like to approach it that way. I prefer for my mix to be fuller and better, but that's just my own personal preference because I'm a mixing engineer, obviously. What's up, Alex Starbeats? Welcome back. Appreciate that. Shadowbeat, Nexaroth joins the queue. So does Alex Starbeats. Dudes, we've got ourselves a queue here, guys. I'm hoping you guys are patient as I am. So let's go through this one. The voice, the Vocaloid that you're using here is certainly very high mids, high frequencies. I'd say be careful with your high mids specifically. You might want to EQ them a little I'm thinking probably 2K, 2.5K. You're going to probably want to notch out a little bit. Not specifically that frequency, but maybe a nice round place centered on 2.5, 2.8 maybe. It just sounds a little bit nasally. And I know that's the point. I get that. But I'm saying that the frequencies themselves are a little harsh on the ears. So if you want to maintain that vocal tone without like it tiring the ears too fast, 2.5K, give or take. A little lower. Yeah, I know, right? I think you're going to need a lead element in here. Yes, we also purchased a more recent model that has rounder tone, but it is not on my computer, sadly, so it will sound different from the source. Right, okay, but you should either way like put an EQ after your Vocaloid synth so that you can like EQ it out a little bit, like make it so that you like actually EQ your track. That's what I meant by this. Coming back to this section here. So I have kick or I have drums. Yeah, Krios, you got time to smoke a cig for sure. We got a whole bunch of people here. For this section here, we've got drums, percussion. We got the shaker as well, which is technically feels separate from percussion for some reason. We have our bass, our sub, and we have that like piano synth, string synth going on. And there's no real lead elements. No, Salmiel is next, Krios. As far as I see here, Low on Life, Salmiel, and then it's you, as far as I see. Nah, I hate myself, American Spirit. That's the cigarettes I used to smoke when I was in New York. That's awesome. American Spirits are great. Marlboros are my personal favorite, but yeah. I'll add a retro lead, but I did not add it yet. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Triangle Wave, do. Okay, cool. Take a look for it. Yeah, that might actually fit right nice and well. A little bit of like a buzzy synth. It sounds like it would fit in this section. Agreed. Let's keep going. Let's just take a look at that amen break. That's what I was skipping to find. Love me an amen break. That synth, that whirling, that like trilling synth. What if you were to put that on the sections where there is no voice instead of on the sections where there's already voice? Because you're doing Tanaki ring, whereas if you would be like the ring, the Tanaki shida do the ring, the Tanaki shida, it would fill more space in general. So if you just displace that synth a little bit, it'll sound rhythmic still. It'll maintain your element of rhythm. But it will just come in with a nice little trill sound and then like leave your vocals to do their thing. And then your synth does its own thing. And then everybody's has their own little pocket. And that's a good way of mixing too, is not having to mix. You said it. You like a lazy mix? Well, the best way to be lazy about mixing is a good arrangement, my dude. Cool idea. I'm glad you like it. Okay, before we get into this and before I like actually before you go metal on me here, what the fuck? It makes no sense and I love it. It makes 0% sense in your song and I love it. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of Japanese metal bands. Like, I don't know them by name because I can't pronounce any of their names, but I love whenever someone shows me a Japanese metal band, I'm like, these fucking guys are awesome. So I like this, but what? It doesn't fit in your track at all. That in and of itself makes it sort of a little more interesting, your song, in that it doesn't fit. Now, there's a few things that repeat this, like sort of non-fittings theme, but let's just enjoy this for now. Thank you. I appreciate that. That transition could have been a little cleaner. I'm just going to say to you that like, I think you could do better than that. I think you could probably incorporate some form of transition as a drum fill, specifically. What if you just extended that fucking, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you were to just... Just make it a drum fill. Just make it literally a drum fill. Why aren't my drums working? Are they working? You guys hearing them? Okay, yeah, you should be hearing them. It's weird. It's kind of the way it dies and the way it comes back is just kind of sounds odd. For the story, this part is a bit that she goes on a rage because of a thing, and then it's a bit of awkward silence before she picks herself up again to act like nothing happens. Okay, that's cool, but then add like a vocal sample of like her clearing her throat or like, like, you know, like we're working with music here, guys, and we're working with sound. We don't have images to tell the story. So the way you do that is by introducing things where it's like, okay, you're telling a story, but we can't just always, if you're saying something very specific such as that, a bit awkward silence before she picks herself up again to act like nothing happened, okay. But how do I know that in the story of the song? I guess when you understand the lyrics, you understand that a little bit better. So I could understand that, like, I understand how I could be missing a part here, missing a beat. But then, yeah, I would throw in something like like her, like, clearing her throat and just going back to Tanaki Shivene. Like, yeah, I would see someone also screams. Why are there like, you know, like, there should be some, like, it's just my metal coming out. It's like, it could be layered screams. I'm not saying that you make them the center of attention, but having some, like, it's a good idea, you know, like that, or like fucking guttural. That's what I'm looking for. But yeah, then something in this break just to fill the gap, because tempo-wise, it is still on the drums, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So like, yeah, I would make it something good. Either way, doesn't matter. Let's keep moving. That blending of the amen break and knots, I'm not sure I'm crazy about it. I would have preferred probably a cutaway from the drums, or that the drums, your main drums themselves, play the amen break. Yeah, if you were to make your drums play the same thing that your amen sample is playing there, even with the left and right panning going on in the background, it would have more of an impact. So I think, yeah, match your two drum samples, because otherwise it's just like noisy, messy. Interest level has only gone up until this point, and now it's coming back down. So we're losing a little bit of momentum. I think there should be another one of those like interesting synths added there. Maybe the same one you were talking about before. You should definitely keep the energy here. Okay, so it's a repeat. It's a repeat of your main line, basically. That separation as well. I listened to that at first and I was like, I'm not sure I love that. So I'd recommend doing something about that. I'd recommend doing something about that little silence. I know you like your key changes. That's excellent. Key changes, modulations are a super critical thing when maintaining energy and interest in a track. So like it's a well-used thing, but this silence, it's a 2-beat silence. If anything, make it a 4-beat and put a riser. Because it's weird, it's awkward, it's like, it doesn't quite fit. You could spare 2 more beats, basically 1 more second in your song. You could spare 1 more second to like, and then build back into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, you know? That would be my recommendation for that silence. And it's good that you don't put any silences between the next key changes, because I understand the key thing here, the separation, the reason for the separation. I understand it. You're essentially signaling that there will be a change by giving us a break from what we've had before. That is wise. It's just a transition that needs a little more work. But then that transition is not necessary for the rest of the key changes. We've already heard a major change. We're already in adaptation mode. So we're already used to hearing something shift into another thing. So that's why what I'm saying is, although I don't like this transition, I actually like these transitions better. It's a little empty for the last chorus of your song. It's a little empty. It's got to be at its highest energy. You've been building pitch. You've been doing the strongest change possible besides tempo for a song. And that's modulating the key. You've been modulating your key of your song, and that elevates. If we arrive and the energy just goes down, we're kind of like, but now we're, okay. I tried idea of an anti-drop, but maybe it turned out to be a bit boring. I get why, but an anti-drop usually, although it has less elements, each of those elements becomes a supercharged version of itself. That's what an anti-drop usually sounds like. Obviously, other than like Minimal Tech House. Minimal Tech House does its own thing and plays by its own rules, but it's a little stripped bare for an anti-drop at the end of a song. Also, anti-drops, in my opinion, work a lot better in the middle of a song than at the end, but it's possible to do it at the end. It's going to take more fine-tuning than that, I think. Okay, so once again, I went way over the 3-minute mark, so I got to get used to doing that. But but you're an old sub, so you got 4 minutes either way. So enjoy that. That's the last month that's going to happen. Okay, my overall impressions are your elements, like the actual elements that you have in these tracks, in your series of tracks rather, are well designed. They're interesting. Your vocals obviously going to need variety, because right now I'm just hearing Tanakishi, like, you know, okay, it does the trick for melody, But even then, I'm like, my ears are tired of it. So be careful. You're going to want to carefully edge off the high mids on your EQ for your for your main Vocaloid synth. That is just to make it a little bit less tiresome on the ears. I would add in some vocal harmonies if I was you. Like harmonize your Vocaloid synths together. Might be an interesting tool, maybe for your last drop specifically. Might be something interesting for you to try. I'm not telling you how to do this. I don't make the rules. I'm just saying. If it was me, I would have harmonies. Other than that, yeah, you got a couple of vocoder and things is a good idea as well. You've got a couple of things that are a little bare, transitions that need a little more examination. It's not finished. It's not finished. That's why I said the building blocks that are there are sounding great. You're on the track. You're hat track. We are on the right track, but we're not quite there yet, if I'm being fully transparently honest with you. But Low on Life, as with most of your tracks, I have very much faith. I've only heard two different ones yet now. But I had a lot of fun listening to the first one, and I had a lot of fun listening to this one as well. Like it's still fun to listen to despite that. But I think I would have a lot more fun if we work on those transitions, if we work on the the sectionality a little bit more, adding elements in those sections where you are you have very little going on, and make sure, as always, that your track builds over time. It should build in energy and tension equally over time, in that like it should be a constant trip up energy lane, as it were, and then you should have some success. But either way, as always, Low on Life, I'm appreciative of you, and I thank you for submitting your track, letting us listen to it online, letting us give you some feedback on it. Overall, thank you for trusting us with your track. And I'll looking forward to hearing the revision of this one, as well as the next ones, honestly. Speaking of next, we're going to move on to Salmiel. But yeah, thank you as always, Low on Life. You were the quickest one yet. As soon as I started the stream, you were like on it. So well done on that. That was excellent. Either way, thank you. Good dude. Good dude. Is Salmiel with us? No, they are not. I'll do one more. Salmiel. Gondor calls upon you. I've been into Lord of the Rings today, guys. I've been listening to the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. I was watching Lord of the Rings memes this morning. My girlfriend went to the place. I don't know if you guys know Gondor or Lord of the Rings. I should start from farther. I don't know if you guys have went a little bit crazy with Lord of the Rings, but me and my girlfriend love it. And she is right now in France. And there's a place in France where the naked ladies dance. Da-da-da-da-da-da. But if you've watched Lord of the Rings, there's a place in France that Peter Jackson based Minas Tirith off of. Essentially, the image that he had in his head was of a place in France when he thought of that final boss, not final, but the second to last boss fight in Return of the King. And it looks like this. Can you see it? Yeah. It's basically literally just... Hold on, I'll lower the brightness so it helps a little bit with this camera. It's basically just a fucking mountain with a castle on it. And my girlfriend went to visit that place in France. She's in France right now. She went to visit that place in France. That fucking mountaintop castle that inspired Peter Jackson when he was making the final fortress of Lord of the Rings. I thought that was Hogwarts. Well, potato, tomato, right? It's a lot of this medieval castle vibe on mountaintops are inspired by that. But no, Hogwarts is in Scotland. Hogwarts was superimposed and filmed in Scotland. So there were rolling hills that inspired the directors of Harry Potter to create the castle in Scotland. But the castle itself of Hogwarts, I'm not sure historically where it was based off of. We're gonna just move on here. I thought that was Hogwarts. Do you like Lord of the Rings? I fucking love Lord of the Rings. We do the thing where we go the extended Hobbit until the extended Return of the King. We do that entire fucking tirade over a weekend. We just like tear through it, me and my girlfriend. We love Lord of the Rings. We play D&D. We're super high fantasy nerds, basically, is what we are. Krayos, does it take that long to smoke a cigarette? Want to know something cool? Was it that Aragorn broke his toe when he kicked the helmet? Because I already knew that. No, tell me something cool. Krayos, you're here. Good to know. Thank you very much. I appreciate you sticking it on out. How was your cigarette? How was your cigarette, honey? Something like a 50s housewife asks their husband after the cigarette. You know Helm's Deep from Lord of the Rings? I live in that city in real life. In Denmark? Okay, what's it called? Everybody, we're gonna take a stupid nerd break. We're gonna take a real quick nerd break. What's the city called? I'm just ready for domestic violence. Amazing. So good. Timing wise, Krayos, number one. Shadow beat Nexaroth. Shadow, otherwise known as Shadow from here on out. Shadow, what is that city called? And let me look it up on. It's called. Is it? Wait. It's named that in real life? Helm's Deep? Does it look? Oh, it kind of. Oh, it's an island. Dude, is there anybody here in Helm's Deep? It looks like an abandoned island. Guys, take a look at this real quick. This is where Shadowbeat Nexaroth lives. I live in that city in Denmark. Tolkien actually visited a lot of Danish cities where when they were creating Lord of the Rings. That sounds about right to me. I'm going to just look up city because this is just the island. But I want to see the actual city itself. Oh, it looks more like the Shire than anything. It looks like the Shire more than anything. Aros and Isengard is also Danish cities. Aros is Aarhus. Okay, so he was inspiring himself language-wise off of Denmark and a lot of places like that. But landscape-wise, this looks less like Helm's Deep and more like the Shire. Either way, it's beautiful, dude. I'm glad you live there. That's guys, would you not want to live in one of the places where they shot Lord of the Rings in your life? For me, it's between New Zealand and Denmark at this point. Now that you've shown me this, Shadow, now that you've shown me this, it is now between Denmark and New Zealand. So that's my final resting place where I retire, essentially. If I get a retirement, which I'm 31 with very little retirement savings. It's not looking that way, guys. That's why we got to make this stream work. We got to make this stream a success so your boy can retire and just listen to your music all day. Am I right? Also, fun fact, our queen actually drew illustrations to Tolkien when they visited. Isn't that so cool? That is the kind of thing that would make me want to live there. Yes, that is very cool. That is very, very cool. Thank you for telling me that, Shadow. I'm going to share that with my girlfriend tomorrow when I talk with her about this exact thing. Helm's Deep, Aros, and fucking Isengard. I want to know. Okay, folks, we're moving on. We got a lot of people in the queue, so we should stop hesitating here. Last Christmas by Krayos. Krayos, hold up. It is... My watch is not opening. It is November 28th, and this motherfucker be talking about Christmas. This motherfucker be talking about Christmas. Although, yeah, it's past Black Friday, so I guess actually that's legally, that's pretty much closer to Christmas than not. I need 2 weeks for promo. Yeah, fair enough. Whoops. Nope. Don't go to Sirenscape. Stop. I was almost going to load my D&D music plugin. That would have been a bad idea while I'm streaming. Okay, folks. Here we go. I need to finish it yesterday. Okay. So then let's listen to it today's. Let's stop talking and let's just listen to it. And that's 4 minutes. You are an old sub, Krayos. You are old money, as they call it. So you get the full 4 for a tier 1 sub. Everyone else, tier 1 subs get you a 3-minute submission or a 3-minute listen. But for my old OGs, they're being grandfathered in as we transition to the new submission rules. All right. I love my lips did something weird there. I love this drop. This drop is so hardcore. Everything that you guys said is very valid. This is if Santa took MDMA before going to deliver packages. It was actually him who asked for this for the North Pole rave. They wilded out there. All the elves are going to be fucked up, bro. They're going to be having double visions when making our gifts this year. Yo, if we got 2 of everything, let's go. Fucking keep making the music, Krayos. Photonics, appreciate you joining in, following, and joining the queue as well. Is that called a Wham bass? Wham core. This is Wham after rehab. Jesus Christ. Wham, I'll sesh to that. I think you're talking about that. Wham singing about being the last Christmas after you didn't hand over the booth. This is Fire Blenner. Welcome, by the way. Welcome back, I should say. Thanks for joining as well. Is this the year I get the goth girlfriend I've been asking for the last 5? Wait a minute. I'm going to calculate this number. Y'all just give me a number. 54,890,348,593 years. Almost 55 billion years you've been waiting for a goth girlfriend, dude. This explains why you're so good at making music. You've had so much free time. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. That was mean. It may be true, but that was mean. You're really good at producing, so what do you want me to think? Oh man, I'll stop with the burns. I'll stop with the roasts. I love you, Krayos. And more importantly, I love your beat. It's really good. There's very little that I would actually change about it. One of the few things is the last Christmas during your louder sections is loud. So we're gonna go and listen to that right now. But yeah. I really don't have much to say about this, honestly. It's really a good track. Do not speak to me about the old spells. I was there when they were written. Yes, that's the kind of talk I like to hear in this fucking place. All right. From the top here, just listen to how this bass just comes in and it's like, welcome to the adventure. Welcome to the old spells in the writing process. I made the ink that wrote those spells. And the paper. That too loud. In the mix itself, I understand you wanting to get that loud because later on in the actual like soft section, it's perfectly mixed. It's nice and soft, but it's comparatively to the rest of the instruments, it's a little louder. It's sitting perfectly well. But in this section, I would understand that you would want to get to this loudness eventually, like later on in the song, because it's jarring. But at the early parts, I would hint to it. So I would like probably lower it by like a solid 10 dB here, then 5 dB the second time that it repeats, and then go full volume later on. That would be my recommendation, I think. You have the like it's echoing back and forth in the left and right. Brilliant job, by the way. That's amazing. That contrast, that dynamic movement in the left and right. Woo, girl, great stuff. But again, still too loud on that one. It's that part 5 dB less will do you some good. The part before, I would go lower, but no higher than 5 dB less than what it is here, because it's really loud here. Real Sub thinks we should hydrate, guys. Okay, I automated the volume -4 to 2. So what I'm telling you, Krayos, is you should be at like -8 to -4. If anything. And I would say probably for both, like -10 to -5. That would be my personal recommendation. But and I don't even know if that's going to be the right level for your track. It just depends on your mix, really, because it does come out of nowhere. That's my point. But you just fixed it. So let's move on. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next I was +3. Jesus Christ! Ah! I put so few things on the plus side, dude. I never put things over 0. When I do, it's because like last section of the song kind of thing where I'm just giving it and I just need more volume. I never put things over 0 in my mixes. Never. It's just a compulsive habit to not do that. Again, your stereo image is respected, your center image is respected, everything is in its place. It's very nice.
I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special.
You have a sound, eh, Krayos? You have a sound. I'm starting to understand that sound. I'm very happy. Whenever this happens and I start to like understand an artist's like textural choices and mixing choices, I get really happy because it's like, I am understanding an identity. I'm understanding the identity of it. Like, yeah, dude. It's good sounds. It's good sounds. Really nice. I really like your drop, man. I really like your drop. Let's go. I'm next. Pseudo, just be careful because the live and the next actually come after the names of the people who are active. So if you see now live, we have Krayos Music. Next is actually Inspector Beck. Then it's you. You see where the comma is? Just letting you know. Because me too, I was looking, I'm like, yeah, Pseudo is next. What the fuck? Oh no, the comma's after the next. Shit. Sorry, dude. I'm still looking forward to Inspector Beck though. Been a while. No, wait, you're a new sub. It's true. You're a new joiner. Welcome. I'm excited to hear who you be. Either way, let's move through this track. I don't think I have much more to say about this, though. The drop is that good. I mean, to be fair, you're already done this one production-wise. Like, you're close to finished it, so we're going through this knowing there. So there I understand it being a little more jarring. So there it makes more sense to me. I wouldn't say you have to change it volume-wise. I would still recommend lowering it to like -5. But that's just my mixing engineer looking for a balanced mix, aching to come out of its shell. I don't think it's necessary production-wise. I think it makes sense that it jars me there. It is still a little loud in my... Yeah, exactly what you said. It's still a little loud in my opinion. I went 2.5 less than it was. Should round out the edge. That synth is so cool. There too, it's loud, but again, it's making more and more sense. The more elements are coming in, there it makes a lot of sense. This gives me Anima vibes. Love it. I gotta know who Anima is. Music by Variant. Appreciate you stopping on by again, by the way. Nice to see you. If you want to throw a track by Anima in my Discord, there's a music chat discussion. There's a music chat where you can throw in a song by Anima that you're thinking of with this song. Please do so because I love listening to stuff you guys want me to listen to. Not just your tracks, but the tracks you listen to. Afterlife is my dream label. Oh, well, there you go. I guess he's part of the Anima's part of the Afterlife label. This is great. Sounds loud as heck on earbuds, though. Yeah, that's true. By the way, I noticed I don't have access to the Discord channels. Well, that's normal. Variant, actually. I see that you just joined it. Shadowbeat. I'm not seeing you here, bud. Are you Tweakas? Is that your Discord name? I don't see you. Either way. We'll look for you in a bit, dude. We'll look for you in a bit. Either way. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. I just allowed it. So there you go. Let's go, guys. Let's keep going through this track. love the tension. I love the way you build to your break here. Everything's great so far. That is phenomenal. What do we got here? We got Meteor Music joining us. I appreciate you, Meteor Music, for coming with us. Thanks for joining the queue. Blender Music, we'll see you next time, dude. Sorry you couldn't stick around. Looking forward to hearing more from you. Take care of yourself. Thank you for leaving, by the way. If you guys can't stick around, that's cool. I wouldn't mind if you left it so I can say bye to you, and also so that we can know we don't have to wait for you when we call on you. But thank you very much, Blender. I appreciate you even stopping by. Let me know if I did that right or not. Also, hello. Hi, you doing? Meteor Music. Hold your links until it's your turn. We got a couple to go through, so you might have a little wait here. That said, you'll be able to resubmit it. But yeah. Blender's still here, just need to tweak some stuff. Okay, even nicer of you. Even nicer of you to keep us up to speed with that. But nonetheless, I appreciate you. Everyone can take a cue from Blender Music if you guys got to go. That's cool. I just prefer that you command leave the queue as it is, so that we can know. Let's keep pushing through here. We're almost done with this one. Where am I? I'm still in 4. John Vazi, if you want to see the whole queue, you could just do this here. It's Command Q, and then it'll show you the entire lineup. So here we go.
Last Christmas.
So that little break here is a little bare for my liking, but I say that knowing that the section before it was extremely dense and full and saturated, so good job. It's a good balance between those two sections. Again, as a producer, I want to add elements. As a listener, I'm glad that there aren't any, and there's a good 10-15 seconds for me to just whew, that was intense. That was great. And then Last Christmas comes in and you're boom, we're back in it. So good timing workout on that.
I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. Yeah.
Nice elements there.
To save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special.
Just great building, dude. Just great building. You're putting in layers and you're inciting change to move along. It's sounding good.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away. Yeah. To save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas.
And then a callback to the original. So this is where you get a little bit, you get a little bit like repetitive for my taste, but this is where the techno side of things comes in, and I'm I don't know better. I don't know if this is a thing that one does in the genre or not. But it's just this section that's coming back, making a guest appearance. I like the idea of that. It's just feeling a little bit rinse, lather, repeat for me. But then again, it's techno. It might be wanted. That might be what we want from this song. So I'm going to defer to your judgment on this. But yeah, that's how I feel. Hello from Greece. Do you accept music from beginner producers and self-taught producers? Yeah, of course. At some point, all of us were beginner producers and self-taught producers. So why wouldn't I? Absolutely. So if you wish, you can definitely join the queue with Command Join and then wait your turn before submitting your link. And first-time chatters, well, not first-time chatters, but anyone can submit a link that is 2 minutes. 2 minutes long. If it's longer than 2 minutes, no problem. We'll just listen to 2 minutes only of it. Here we go. That one's jarring as well. That specific Last Christmas, because this section resembles more this. Well, it is this section basically. It's still quite loud. Again, it's building, so it doesn't matter. But yeah. So violent, that fucking that bass synth is so sick.
Last Christmas,
There, I like it jarring. At this point, I'm actually wanting to be jarred, not genre.
last
All right.
Christmas. This year, to save me from tears.
Good outro. I like it, man. I like it. Honestly, you have very little work to do left. Honestly, yeah. Wooner Live, I appreciate you stopping by either way. Sorry we couldn't listen to your track this time. Hope we can hear your stuff next time. Krayos, I gotta say, I really like this track. It seems to be done. It seems to be ready. It seems to be ready for the road and ready for the mixes. I can't guarantee you that DJs are going to use more than one of your drops because they are identical. The two they're very similar. So I can't guarantee you necessarily that you're going to be getting a 2-dropper mix out of DJs who are going to be using your track in their set lists. But the one drop in and of itself is deep. It goes deep. And I think that just in and of itself, live, that'll have so much more of an impact. So I'm really happy with the way your track sounds. You've already fixed those jarring Last Christmases, and I don't think that there's I pretty much think there's nothing else to do. You could examine the details of this and get into the nitty-gritty and see individual drum hits that are louder or softer than they should be. We could do that, but I don't think that that's necessary. It's not necessary. So yeah, either way, well done. I'm excited to hear this out. Let me know when it hits the out there, dude. Like, let me know because I will listen to that on a regular basis. I'm gonna put that in playlists and stuff, and I'm gonna show friends. So definitely let me know what is the status on that. That's for sure, one way or the other. All right, Krayos, as always, thank you very much for letting us listen to your track, letting us decordicate it or take it apart, disassemble, letting us give your feedback on it. TJ Flyman, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. We're building our little community here. Thank you for letting us, thank you for trusting us with your track, Krayos. As always, man, it's always a pleasure to hear you come through. Your deep techno is the deepest techno that has ever deep technoed. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that statement as a whole. Inspector Beck, did you dip? Inspector Beck! Of all the souls. No, you're still with us, dude. I'm going to give it... Oh, well, you know what? I'm going to tag you again. Inspector Beck. 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 Nothing? Really? I played a song for you? No, hello, I'm here. Come on. Inspector Beck, we'll give you another 30 seconds because you're technically still in the chat here. Now I'm gonna have to have that jungle. I'm gonna have jungle stuck in my head. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know that jingle. I know. We got the funk. We got the funk. Always jungle stuck in my head. I know, right? This is what I was thinking too. Like jungle beats. Jungle beats. Anyone? Jungle beats. Oh well, we're moving on here, Inspector Beck. Everyone who's watching right now, you saw me give like a valid, fair chance to Inspector Beck. You saw me wait a long ass time. So you know, the you and I are too close together on the keyboard. That's a really good pickup line if someone wanted to. like you could very well like say like, do you know the reason you and I are so close on the keyboard? So that you and I can be close in real life. How you doing, baby? And like just go. someone, you know what I mean? Someone really got to me today. DJ Flyman, okay. So quick thing, you're new to the stream. Wait till it's your turn to submit your track. Just because I'm gonna lose it in the chat. Either way, the chat's gonna disappear, and I'm not gonna have your link anyways. So yeah. Janvazi, yeah, you're moving up. You're moving up. You're next. You're actually next. So get ready. Liner Music, I love that emote. I love the Austin Powers emote. Where did you get that? Two-Tone Murphy, the channel. Oh, behave. I like that, man. I like that one very much. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. I tried to open the Discord link. It's an empty server. I thought I was submitting on Discord. I know a lot of people do that. They submit on Discord, but I don't like that. That said, Flyman, if you're joining our Discord, if you actually join the server, I'll be able to allow you. Oh, you already have. So here you go, dude. You are now an artist of the server. So welcome. Thank you for joining us in our little kingdom. All right, that was a good one. Okay, Pseudo, it's been a while, dude. You used to submit some funk tunes, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. You used to be a funk producer, I think, right? Either way, Pseudo, what we're gonna do is we're gonna review 2 minutes of this song, and we're going to give you our feedback on it. But first, music by Variant. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. We're trying to build our little community. We're getting closer to 300, y'all. We're getting close to 300. Did you get my link? I did. Yeah, I opened it up already. By the way, are there any anime fans here? I'm trying to work with the Hatsune Miku Vocaloid these days. Low on Life, where you at? Low on Life. Low on Life. I should have done this, actually. That's what I should have done. Yeah, exactly. Music by Variant. Variant, you're way ahead of me, man. Everyone is like low on life, low on life, low on life. I love that. Everyone knows this bitch. Everyone knows this bitch. Okay, folks, we will get to that. That said, we will move on to Pseudo's remix of the Flow Rider, Robin Thicke, and Verdine White song. I don't like it. I love it. Okay. Might make it an original cover instead of a remix. Notes: remix the lead guitar in the drop. Okay. So I don't know if you got that from another feedback channel or not. Either way, I feel betrayed that you would think that before I tell you to do that. I might agree, but okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Pseudo's remix from the Flow Rider, Robin Thicke, Verdine White. I don't like it. I love it.
I don't like it. I love it, love it, love it. Uh-oh. So good it hurts. I don't want it. I gotta have it. Uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go. I don't like it. No, I love it. I don't like it. No, I can't find the words, I just go.
jackpot. That's right, wax on, baby, wax off. Act right, we can put it on a black card. All night and I'll spend it, cause
I don't like it. I love it, love it, love it. Uh-oh. So good it hurts. I don't want it. I gotta have it. Uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go.
And that's 2 minutes. If you guys want to hear the second drop, be sure to gift a subscription to Pseudo TV. Otherwise, Pseudo, you can subscribe yourself. But for now, we're going to be listening to this over, and we're going to be reviewing this. So I do have my comments. First of all, I want to agree with the remix, the lead guitar in the drop. That's your note that you have here. That is like do a plus for that. That's an extra one. Like an extra suggestion of doing that. I don't know how you're going to do it, but we're going to go through it and I'll get an ideas for sure. I'll get some ideas. Genvazi, is that Genvazel or Genvazi? Genvazel. I think it's Genvazel. Should I put my link in the chat? Wait until your turn. As soon as that that notification that it's your turn, Genvaz. What's that last letter? Is it an L or an I? I don't know. Genvaz, either way, Genvaz. Wait until your turn is up, and then, yeah, you throw your link in the chat. You got it. Either way. All right. Back to the top. Let's listen to it. It was L, I think. Okay, cool. Okay, first of all, I got to go over music by Variant's notes here. Variant, you got a couple of opinions on this intro. Do-do-do. Yep, absolutely. Don't go online. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Love the groove, cruising music, pacing is good. Yes, I agree with that. I think that all the pacing up until this point was flawlessly executed. The crickets in the background is something I also noticed as well. I did see it right there the most. Very nice.
I don't like it. I love it, love it, love it. Uh-oh.
So far, great.
So good it hurts. I don't want it. I gotta have it. Uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go.
Okay, so here the bass is doing something a little bit weird. I suspect that it's a problem with your master. Your limiter seems to be dancing, is what I think I am hearing. I could be wrong. It could just be it could just be the compressor on your bass channel, but the bass is wobbling a little bit.
I don't like it. No, I love it.
Yeah, like the bass volume is like wobbling from like present to back, and then you start to dissolve it a little bit anyways here, but right here.
I just go. I don't like it. No, I love it. I don't like it. I can't find the words. I just go.
So yeah, confirmed. I think your master channel, Pseudo, is going to be necessary. There's going to be a multi-band compressor that's going to be necessary. If you already have one there, I think you're going to probably want to focus a little more on the bass so that your bass frequencies are a little more contained, and so that when they come into the limiter, it's not pumping as much. Pumping was the word that I was looking for. Why do I think this needs an 80s sexy sax solo? That's actually, yeah, Pseudo, I actually agree. That's a great idea. Like right here.
I don't like it. When I can't find the words, I just go.
Let's see if we could see how that sounds real quick. I have a keys preset. I guess I could just throw it in my fucking keys bus for now here. But I have no, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, studio horns, studio alto sax, most likely. Ooh, let's hear it.
I can't find the words, I just go. I don't like it, no, I love it. I don't like it, I can't find the words, I just go.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I like that idea a lot, Variant. Good call there. And this is why nobody should do meth, kids. Why? Because you slap flies? Yes! I got it. Fucking fly is dead. Why not do meth when you can slap flies dead? Even when they're not actually there and you're just imagining them. I guess don't do meth, kids. Okay, so Deus Ex Nexus, welcome with the edgy comment. I appreciate that. I can respect that. So yeah, I don't hate that idea at all, Variants. That's actually a really good idea for that build, and I would say that I can't unhear it now. So you're gonna have to do it. Or no, you're gonna have to do it for two reasons. You're gonna have to do it because you need it there, and you need it here where I was like starting to get uninterested with the song. So yeah, yes, absolutely. Eat ass, smoke grass, or smoke ass and eat grass, whatever floats your goat. It floats your goat. Who would want to float a boat? A boat already floats. Whatever floats your goat. Can you play the drop again? Edgy, I was just being mean and people think I am funny. I mean, I don't know who you were being mean to, which is why I think it's edgy. It's like your comment is up for interpretation in an offensive way. That is what edginess means, right? Can you play the drop again? I certainly can. That's where we are right now.
I can't find the words, I just go.
I'm just curious. Hold up. I mean, it works. It sounds very already done. Just got 2 ads. Bad timing ads. All right, I'm back in the show again. Yeah, I mean, subscribe. Pseudo TV. Sorry for adding more work for you. Lol 80 sacks. Oh yeah, absolutely. I know what it is to add more work, but it actually works really well in your track, so like it's worth the work. I think I got one offensive joke brewing directed to you. Depends if you can take a punch though. I mean, I've taken punches before. My jaw is still aligned. But yeah, roast me, bro. Try me. I'm curious more than anything. But yeah, absolutely roast me for sure. I'm curious. Okay, let's just keep moving through this track while Deus Ex Nexus brews up his insult, which I have consented to. I bet you're absolutely amazing at catfishing people on Tinder. Oh my god! Oh my shit! Wow! Wow! Just goddamn, dude. Just goddamn. Wow. That's amazing. That was fucking hilarious. I needed a break for that. Thank you very much. That was yeah. That choice. Very choice. Nimcorn.
I'm glad to meet ya. Turn up, girl, blow the
I don't know what that means, Variant.
speaker. Yeah, think about it now, blow the speaker. I'll speak louder, let's get wild tonight. Billionaire bottles, we just down. I'm like, ain't no problem, all my roads are right. All right.
This part I think is great. Again, I want you, Pseudo, to take a look at your master because there's something there that's not working.
Turn up, girl, blow the speaker. Yeah, think about it now, blow the speaker.
I know this for 2 reasons. Because in the drop, averaging around -5, which is a little low for a master. So like that's low, but also the feel of the pumping bass. Oh, you haven't mastered the song. Oh, I'm so used to people presenting a mastered product. Never mind I said anything then. Your mix is good. Yeah, because it sounds like an unmastered mix, one that's ready for mastering. But just be careful with your bass. It might pose a challenge for you in mastering because it's so like va-et-vient, come and go kind of feeling. You're going to want to be careful with it. Oh, never mind then.
I don't like it. I love it. I got another coming in my book.
So again, this is right when Varian said like the pacing is good, and I agreed with him. The pacing is excellent up until now. The break from that, you had a drop, and then you had a verse with drums, and now you're taking a pre-chorus without drums. So let's listen in.
I got an anaconda in my trophy. Don't push it, cause I'ma hit it till I jackpot. That's right, wax on, baby, wax off. Act right, we can put it on the black card. All night and I'll spend it, cause
I don't like it. I love it.
And there we lose momentum right there. We're gonna need a synth that attracts our attention back to the party. So probably a Sawtooth, let's not lie. It's likely gonna be a Sawtooth stringy sort of synth that's giving us big room vibes, basically. But we're gonna need some element of interest in the high end here, because otherwise we're losing energy. It's like, it's going up, and then, and it's not in a good way. It's not in a way that worked in your favor right here.
I got an anaconda in my neck.
I don't like it.
Here we're losing energy in the bad way. And so we're going to want to put in a high-end filler. High mids, high end. You know what I mean. I'm talking about that juicy, that goody-goody. Like, what am I talking about here? Let's just make this sax. And is it this one? No, that's a straight up lead EDM chord, perhaps. I don't know. Oh no, this one. Synthesizers, classics. I know what I'm talking about. Something like that. Something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. You get it. Now do me. Now do me is a sentence you probably haven't heard in a long time, eh, Deus Ex Nexus?
Love it, love it, love it. Uh-oh. So good it hurts. I don't want it. I gotta have it. Uh-oh. When I can't find the words, I just go.
All right. So, that's the song up till 2 minutes. Once again, if we want to hear the second drop, folks, someone gift this man a sub, or Suda, you can subscribe yourself so we can finish your entire 3-minute track. But until then, I'm very happy that we got to listen to this because it's good vibes. It's very good vibes. The pacing's good. Everything's good up until this point where I recommended to you that you do something. But yeah, I definitely love the way that it is feeling. So that's a great indication. I'm very happy about that. Either way, Pseudo, I'm happy you stopped on by again and you were able to submit your track and we were able to listen to it. I appreciate all of that. I thank you very much for stopping by and thank you for trusting us with your track. We're gonna move on at this time, and we will be listening to Jan Vaz. Jan Vaz, who's been eagerly awaiting his or her turn. Their turn, I should say. It is your turn. What did you say here? What did you have to say about my roast? I haven't heard it before from other than me. What do you mean? If I have to explain it, then it's not really funny. So I'll come up with a better one, Nexus. But that said, I don't know you very well. But then again, okay, I thought of one. I don't know you very well. You must be used to that, though. Yeah, let's keep moving. No, I meant that I haven't heard "Do Me" from anyone but me saying it to others. Yeah. I'll bet you haven't. What's your success rate? What's your success rate and why is it in the negatives? You were making fun of myself. Good, man. Good. You threw me off. You took my roast and you made it irrelevant. So I'm trying to like add on to your self roast, but it sounds just mean. Maybe that's because I'm Canadian. I don't know. Either way, we're going to move on here. Jan Vaz has got a track for us. It's a trick question. You can't have a success rate with no data. Oh! Big boom. The ultimate self-burn. Those are rare. Got another one. Ha-ha! I don't know where all these flies are coming from, but it's annoying as fuck. Okay, folks. You and I, as in all y'all, are going to listen to Jan Vaz's track. It's bad, by the way. Listen here, Jan Vaz. I'll be the judge of that. All right? This is my stream. You don't get to tell me how I feel about your music. It might be, but I believe in you, and you should believe in yourself. That's more important, really, what it comes down to. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to the redeeming qualities and the qualities that can be improved, and like we're gonna like let you know what you can do to make the feeling more what you're going for. So don't tell me it's bad yet. We'll see. But most importantly, don't think for yourself that it's bad, because you don't know, man. You might like really inspire someone with your music. Even if you think it's not great compared to all the other shit, someone might listen to this and go like, that's exactly what I needed to hear today. Thanks so much, Jan Vaz. It might not be me, but we'll let you know. Either way. Cash we cash, moin dicka. Does that mean my dick in your language? I'm very curious about that. I love languages. I love everything about them. So like, please tell me what that means in your language. Cash we cash. Cash vi cash? Is that like German as well? All right, here we go. Jan Vaz tonight with Chet. Let's listen to this shit. That's 2 minutes, folks. Okay. So, I was going to ask you what language that's in, but SoundCloud just cheated and told me that it's Turkish. Your flow in Turkish is really good. I don't know what you say. I especially agree with this part here. Like, yes, absolutely, dog. Absolutely. Totally agree with those words. I have no idea what they Yeah, no, dude, honestly, your flow in Turkish is excellent. It feels like you know where you're going in Turkish. We're going to go back through this. I have a few notes on your recording and your mixing process. Let's go through what people were talking about here. Me having no data sitting in the corner. Fucking flies. Got another one. Jesus. Seriously, I'm a fly hunter, man. I feel you, though. I've been in a relationship for the past 6.5 years, so... Yeah. Cash Vikash. Moin Dicke means German. It means hello, bro. Oh! Well, hi. I thought in German you would say Guten Tag for hello, or good day, rather. Good day, I suppose, is directly what it means. So I guess I don't know how to say what's up, bro. So, Moin Dicke. Plus your dab emote is choice for sure. You think you could just get revenge on me by trying to roast me? I roast myself for fun. I can offer you some help on roasting me if you want, because you seem to be pretty bad at it. Oh man, you know, I Deus, I gotta say, so far best roaster we've had. Just gonna say, because you're roasting yourself for me, and you're winning against me. Roasting you. That's a W. Like, anybody argue with me, fight me, but like, someone who can roast themselves better than I can roast them, I think I do need your advice. I think I do need your help, Deus. All you gotta do is subscribe. And then you'll be a part of the family. Don't think for yourself, pause, about your music. That pause was funny. Thank you. It is funny. I don't know, Lil Peep vibes. I don't know who Lil Peep is. Talking about pain in life. Yeah, let's go. Mike, what's going on, my dude? K Bruce, thank you for joining us once again. Another fly. Jesus Christ. There's got to be an infection or like an epidemic or something somewhere here. What the fuck is going on? Okay, folks, back to Jan Vaz's track. We're going to listen to this. Like something should have happened by this point here. Yeah, there, where that crash happens, or that open hi-hat crashes, something musical should have changed. And I think we're falling flat at this point. I think it's going to be your vocals that should change, honestly. Like, I think you should honestly insert your vocals a little sooner and then have them repeat so that this section feels a little bit less all at once. So maybe repeat your vocals that you got going on here, repeat them here. A little lower volume, maybe build them in. And then you'll have something that's a little more coherent for this part. Okay, this is my first question for you, Jan Vaz. What is your mic you're using to record? Because it is very, very void of low end. And it might be your mixing, it might be your EQing, but it sounds like it's a mic problem and not a mixing problem, just by my gut. Lewitt 240 Pro, okay, it's a mixing problem. Okay, because that's a good mic. That's a great mic. That's a fantastic mic to use, actually. So yeah, you're taking out a little bit too low, too much low end in the in your vocals. You're gonna need to add in some of that low mids around the 200, 300 hertz. You're gonna need to add some in there because it's missing from your vocals, and we're kind of losing your vocals in the high end. I use OTT and it makes lots of background sound. Don't use OTT on vocals. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't use OTT in general would be my recommendation, but certainly not on vocals because it crushes your low end. We want more low end on the vocals. Compression, fine. A lot of compression. Limiting, even. I use limiting on all of my vocals. But OTT is a no-go, man. Deus Ex Nexus. I can roast myself better than someone trying to roast me. Now that amazing skill, hope that can go in my CV next to essential skills, where we also have an essential skill of pissing silently in the toilet, aka stealth pissing. That is a real thing. When you don't want to wake someone up, that is a real fucking thing. Like when you're going to the bathroom late at night in like a hotel room or something, agreed. Agreed, stealth pissing is a thing. Dude, I feel like you watch Trailer Park Boys. I don't know why it is Deus Ex Nexus. I feel like you would enjoy Trailer Park Boys as a show. Am I wrong? Tell me if I'm wrong. I use OTT Mix on background. So, okay, I'm going to change my preset. Yeah, maybe change the preset for your vocals for sure, because yeah, we're missing a lot of the low ends here. We're missing the personality of your voice. Really, a vocal is going to be most prevalent between 200 hertz and like 3,000 hertz. That's really where the meat and potatoes of vocals are. So if we take away the low end, we basically only have high mids in our vocals. And while that is audible, we're missing the soul of our vocals, the low end. What you hear when I go low and I approach the mic and I speak epically into this. This is what we need. We need more of that. We need more of the chest. No idea what that is. It's on Netflix. It's a Canadian production. It's about it. Never mind. I'll let you discover it if you wish to discover it. But it's a show, and it's an amazing show. If you know what stealth pissing is, then it's a lot of piss humor too. So, all right, let's move through here. Jan Vaz's track. So, this is a note here. In a world where Mike shows us about low end in mics, one man chose to give you feedback on your vocal mixing. You're welcome. But yeah, my English is kind of bad. I'm from Turkey. No problem. I'm not like hating on you or anything. Learn the language! No. So that's how people really be speaking here in Quebec, by the way, about French. Just letting you know, like bitches be throwing hissy fits about learning French here in this language. All right, just real quick, just because you sing it anyways this way. So you don't have to change anything about the actual recordings, but just tell me why do we getting old? You could just erase the do. Just tell me why we getting old. It's more grammatically correct than just tell me why do we getting old. If the proper grammar, just again, I'm telling you just so that you know, not because it changes anything in your track. The proper grammar is tell me why are we getting old? R-A-R-E. So that's the proper grammar. If you're asking that question, why are we getting old? But why we getting old is perfectly acceptable in a song. It sounds good. It sounds fine. Just tell me why we getting old. It's like it works. Let's keep moving. Also, amen. Okay, so it's a good idea that you came away from your drums here. It's a good idea that we take a break from that. You gotta like bring back other elements that match that too, because there's a lot of other things in the mix right now that are clouding up your vocals a little bit. So yes, obviously you need to re-EQ your vocals so that they're lower end for sure, but you also have to understand. Thank you very much. That's the first time that I was able to use that. Thank you. I'm glad it works. No. I'm happy you did it. As a matter of fact, bitches not be honking. There we go. Now we both did it. I'm just happy that worked because I never used this these sound alerts yet. So anyways, here we go. Your other elements in your mix are clouding up your vocals already. So it's like on top of having to mix it properly, your vocals, you have to really get into the nitty gritty of the rest of your mix because there's a lot of elements in the left and right and your sub that are super loud and that are very densely occupying this track. So you might consider removing either your sub or your ambient elements for a moment, just so that we can get more accustomed to a quieter section of the song, specifically here. Is a lot going on in the background from your vocals, so I need more quiet.
I don't care what happened now. Wasting my time on the road. I don't care what happened now. Düşüyorum dengemi kaybettim diyor.
Your vocals do get a little better here. They get a little louder, but again, we need more low end. As I've said before, as I'll say again, it needs more low end. Deus Nexus, by the way, you got roasted like a pro from a guy who English is a second language. Really, what's your first language? I'm curious. You actually know English really well then in that case.
Yorum her şeye kahretsin. Bütün kelimelerimi sarf ettim. Bunu anlamadıkça beni de mahvettin. Düşüyorum dengemi kaybettim de alışıyorum her şeye kahretsin. Bütün kelimelerimi sarf ettim. Bunu anlamadıkça beni de mahvettin. Niye kaçtın sorma. Yeterince savaştım sonra. Her şeyden uzaklaştıkça sonra bize yaklaşmışlar. Niye kaçtım sorma. Yakalarsa sorunlarım alt üst edebiliyor beni zaten zor bak. Gitmeye kaçıveriyor yollar.
Yeah, so yeah, my recommendation would be to relook at your vocals as well as the rest of your instruments are very dense. They're very full. Look at the waveform of this track. It is just flat everywhere here and everywhere here. So we're going to need a little more variation there, aka you're going to need to strip some elements away and then put them back like you did with your drums, but with your other instruments, including your sub. Your sub we need a break from your sub at some point in this song. That's one thing for sure. But where is going to be depending on what you remove when. So I'd like to take another look at this, Janvaz, as you come back to it and work on your vocals, as you work on your other instruments. I'd like to know what you're working on here. But for now, I think that's pretty much my thoughts on it. Guess you have a 1 in 300 chance. Do you feel lucky, Punk? Well, do ya? Let me think. Deus Ex Nexus, Latin origins for that nickname. Then again, that could be from anywhere. But the fact that it's Latin means that there's a probable connection to European. But the fact that you're asking me to guess means you have a more I learned Latin in school. The fact that you learned Latin in school indicates to me that you're probably from a European country or maybe even Eastern European. I'm going to go out in left field here. Latvian. I'm going to guess that your first language is Latvian. Close. Okay. What up, Dumb Rocks? Welcome to the queue. Welcome to the chat. Welcome back, my dude. What is going good? How you doing, man? Glad to see you. Either way, let's talk. Let's talk real quick to Janvaz and say thank you very much for the submission. I appreciate you letting us listen to the track online, letting us analyze it a little bit, take it apart a little bit, give you a couple notes. With this one in particular, I'm gonna want you to really examine your mix intensively and make sure that your vocals and your instruments interplay properly. Right now, they're not really. You're just sort of making your vocals stand out in an aggressive manner. You're gonna want to look more into that. So either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. It's awesome of you for the first time to have let us do that. So I appreciate the trust, man. That's really nice. It's your turn, Pro Drew Q. Something tells me that he's not in the chat. And he ain't. Anything? I'm going to wait another 15 seconds. Let him reply. He's not even in the chat. Well, big rip, guys. Exactly. Magic Ninja Beats returning. Lucky for whoever's next, he says. Lucky for whoever is next, he says. Fortunately, it's you. Golden Years by Magic Ninja. Is this a Bowie cover? I'm curious if it's the Bowie cover. Golden Years. Golden Years. It is not. Okay, perfect. Settled. So, Nexus, you think I'm going to just drop this? Where are you from? Thank you for complimenting me on my educated guess and how impressive it is. Thank you. I know. But where are you from? I remember Marilyn Manson cover of Golden Years. I didn't hear that one, actually. You want to do me a favor, K. Bruce? You want to throw that version in the music discussion in our Discord so that I could listen to it later? If you could, that would be great. Well, it's close. So what other countries are near Latvia? Poland? Are you Polish? I'm getting colder. I feel like I'm getting colder. I was hoping for an answer too. The drum scare gonna get roasted. Avenir music. Avenir. Future music. The music of the future. Avenir. That's what it means in French. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. The drum scare gonna get roasted. First time trying it in Cubase and can't see how to use my velocities. Yo, dude, what's groovin'? We be groovin', my dude. We be fucking groovin' on music. And next up on that groove queue is Magic Ninja. Magic Ninja Beats. But want to see lyrics, arrangement, musicality. Want to see song lyrics, arrangement, musicality. Okay. Lithuania. Yes, which is funny enough, is between Poland and Latvia. Well guessed. Well fucking guessed, Variant. Wow. I would not have thought of Lithuania. I'll be honest with you. I would not have thought of it. It wouldn't have been one of my first countries to pop into my head, but now it will be. Now it will be. You've changed my mindset. Yes, which is funny. It's fucking great, man. That's hilarious. Well guessed, though. Truly, Variant. Really nice. Let's go. How do we submit? So you command join to submit the to the queue. So yeah. You just command join and then you wait your turn. When it's your turn, I'll call on you in the queue, just like you just joined there. It'll show you another notification like that. And at that turn, you can post your SoundCloud link in the chat. Names countries around the country of origin. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty close. To be honest, I Googled a map. I cheated. No, that's not cheating. That's using your brain, honestly. Someone told me to use my low voice, too. Ha! I feel validated. I feel validated by my previous opinion. Okay, here we go, Magic Ninja. According to these new rules of the channel, Magic Ninja, you might not have been around when I was explaining them, but we will listen to 2 minutes of this song. If you wish for us to listen to the full 3, you can subscribe. That said, let us go. Let us listen. Here we go, Magic Ninja and the song Golden Years.
Rises on a new day.
And that's 2 minutes. So we're going to keep on moving through this track. We're going to go through this track. So I'm going to say this here, guys. We gotta talk about this. I subbed. Oh, you subbed. Did I miss the notification? Third-party events? Yeah, I know that. Wait a minute. Why didn't I see that? What the shit? I didn't see the notification. Oh, shit. Well, dude, Magic Ninja, my apologies. We're going to listen to the rest of your track then. I appreciate that. Things out of tune, or is it me? There sounds like there could be a few things out of tune there. Okay, Bruce, we're gonna examine it. First of all, and foremost of all, thank you very much, Magic Ninja, for the sub. I appreciate that enormously, and we are going to reward that with what we say we do, which is to listen to the whole song and review it. Secondly, thank you very much, Music by Variant. I appreciate you subbing as well. So you now have access to skipping ahead of followers, not just not skipping ahead of to the most recent skip, but ahead of followers as well as 3 minutes per track. So I appreciate that very much. So let's just talk about a few things you guys were saying here. First of all, Music by Variant. I have a fun fact. My last name means trouble in Lithuania. Ooh, it's the voice that I can hear in my head. Trouble's coming, but I still don't know where. Is that the song that plays every time you jerk off? Trouble's coming. Okay, I'll keep going now. The pan guitars is throwing me off when only one side is playing. Agreed on that. We're gonna talk about that a little bit. Then both come in and then only one side plays. I know what you mean. We're going to look at the detail in that. Then both come in. Bruh, long hair gang, we almost got the same length hair. I fucks with it, dude. Bruh. Am I right? Isn't it glorious? It's like an antenna, but on your head, but like not as inconvenient as an antenna. It's great. It's the best thing. Fucking love long hair. I sound British more than anything. Deus Ex Nexus. Sounds like a South Park skit. Are things out of tune? It could be the stream. It could be, but I don't think so. I don't think it's the stream, bro. It can't be. I just bought new strings. The lead guitar, I was missing bends badly for sure. Possibly. Vocals are out at times and lead guitar is out on a couple of strings. Shh. Why are you exposing me? Love that variant. Love that. Angel, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. Oh, it's so nice of you to pop by. Wow, that's awesome. I have keys I can put in the right ear. Hell yeah, dude, I just about sit on my hair after 11 years of dedicated negligence. Agreed. I would love to be able to sit on my hair. It doesn't want to grow further than this, even though I trim it regularly. Well, regularly, every couple of, twice a year. But me who's not even in the queue, I do not conform. Well, that's good. Do not. Doth not conform. Okay, so guys, you've expressed concerns, and they're valid, about the panning of the guitars and about the tuning of stuff. So the tuning, I agree with you. The panning, I'm going to take a little bit of responsibility here because a few weeks back, I actually, maybe I have it still here, I broke down what it is to have like a very generic, simple mix. I did this thing. I think you remember this, Magic Ninja. But essentially, each of these things are elements. So like, it's all backwards. So like, this is the distorted guitar left and the distorted guitar right. Guitar solo, rhythm guitars, and then you have the vocals in the purple, and then you have the drums in green and the bass in blue. You have keys in yellow. So like, I basically did a where you should place things volume and left and right wise, and I did this little super chart. So here is the thing with that Magic Ninja Beats. I gave you the basis for the rules because that's generally where you want your things. But if there's only one guitar, you're not going to put just one guitar in the left and nothing in the right. You could, but it's a very bold choice, and you should probably ensure that your guitars are like pristine by then. What I would say, exactly what Avenir said. It's exactly what Avenir said. I see. It's a simple fix, to be honest. Just pan its center until new elements come in, then pan to the sides. That's right. So basically, what the priority of things to fill in terms of left and right goes center, sides, far sides. It's like that's the priority of like where we should be prioritizing our things. So if there's nothing else going on in the intro, we could pan that guitar center. We could even pan it slightly left of center or slightly right of center. Like you're talking about between 0 and 25% panning in the intro is fine. Anything more than that, and there should be something going on in either the middle or the other side to balance it out. Because otherwise, like Avenir said, or like, who was it said? I think it was Variant. But the pan guitar is throwing us off when only one side is playing. They both come in, and then only one side plays. It's a lot of things to consider. Pink Floyd does it, damn it. What are they, pros? Yes, but that's the thing. You knew that. But that's the thing is that once you're doing that, once you're at a stage where you can hard start a song with a hard left and a hard right, it's because you've made the choice consciously. You've made it so that that's the way it should goddamn be for the feel of the song. Whereas for your feel, a very basic strumming pattern, it's not really necessary. There's another band that does this often, and it's the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You often feel the guitar pans hard left, hard right for the intro, but it's the Red Hot fucking Chili Peppers. Their guitars are really well written and really well arranged. This is coming a little bit more on the simplistic side of things, which again, it's fine, but I would prefer that you develop your guitars a little bit. So mix to serve the song, not just because it's a formula. That's a great takeaway. Mix always to serve the song. That's just a way of living, basically. Your mix should serve the arrangement. Your mix should serve everything, actually. Your mix should serve a purpose. And it's not, he can be taught, and it's not just there to add elements to make it interesting. Like, basically, the mix is not doing the heavy lifting. The real heavy lifting is arrangement and composition. That's the thing that makes mixing good or bad from the start. And then all you can do so much or so little with that. I'm working with an artist right now where a lot of the bass and drum tracks were not properly written or arranged. And I threw in a few ideas, and I'm like, what do you guys think of this? And we're going to talk about it tomorrow. Some of them are a little less accustomed to new stuff. But honestly, there is nothing easier to mix than a good arrangement. And that's why it took me a day to make this mix. It was crazy. True, a good idea will make the mixing easier and more fun. Was I saying or was I saying? All right. So here we go. Magic Ninja. We're going to go through your entire track. I'm going to fill up on coffee and water. So I'm going to say for everyone, hydrate, bitches. I'll be right back, folks. Just going to fill up on some liquids. I heard that. I heard that shit. I heard someone follow from the other room. Don't think I didn't notice that shit. Who the fuck? Who the fuck just did? Spale TV. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that enormously. Thank you for the follow. Very nice. So get ready, says K Bruce, who's a subscriber, by the way. Did you subscribe recently? I thought you were I thought you were just a follower. Okay. Confuse the ever-loving shit out of me. Spale TV with the feedback. Also, another good tip for music like this is that is not electronic music. Track panning should replicate how your band appears on stage. What a good tip. What an excellent tip. So to speak, drums, for example, toms pan from right to left, slightly to mirror the drum kit placement. That's a choice, Avenir. What I would say personally for studio tracks, I prefer mixing from the drummer's perspective. So for me, when you hear me, what the fuck? Oh, my synth was triggering, not my drums. It's going from left to right, just because I like for a studio song for it to follow the drummer's perspective and not the other one. Yeah, K Bruce, we got a YouTube now where all the VODs are living. I'm gonna have to upload the last week's though. Thank you for reminding me. I filled up my jug that I needed to finish by tonight. Well done. Submit in Discord or what? No, it's gonna be right here, Spale. Thank you for following, by the way. I appreciate that. It's gonna be right here in the chat, but it's only when it's your turn. Thank you very much, Music Variant, for letting us know, for letting that happen. Type join in chat. Who the fuck dares to support me in my career? The fucking audacity. Am I right? Am I fucking right? So I'm just going through your chat here. You guys are active when I was gone. When it's my turn, I need to post the link in the chat. Yes, exactly. All the Tom is a synth. That was cool. It was cool. We need more synth drums. We agree on that, Meteor. This is actually correct. My mistake for live performances is right to left for drums as it replicates the perspective from the viewer. That is what I ascribe to. But it's a choice. Marty Menning, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that very much. For all you, Kara, our album could be Pip farting on a snare drum. Could be. That's what those drums reminded me of. It could be, yo, for sure. Yo, Marty Manning, appreciate that. Thank you for dropping on by. Spale has a question. Go for your question, dude, and we're going to start listening to the track while you guys say hello to each other and ask your question. I'm going to go through Magic Ninja's track here. So Magic Ninja, I wanted to say, by the way, I recognize that you're starting to implement these lessons. And so respect to you for doing so and for making these choices, bold as they are, making these choices. And now this is I want to say, what's his name? The American author wrote Tom Sawyer. I forget his name, but first learn the facts, then distort them at your leisure. So that is sort of what Mark Twain. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that. Mark Twain said once, first learn the facts, then distort them at your leisure. And this is what I want you to do with you as a Canadian, with you as a mixing engineer. Learn how to mix first and then distort the rules for mixing at your leisure. So what I'm saying to you is very happy to hear that you're applying these lessons. So now we learn how to distort them a little bit for the benefit of your track. Just wanted to preface by saying that. Damn, how do you know Rush are Canadian? That's funny, Avenir. Very, very funny. Finally beat it. She said Russian songs with them. Okay, I'll let you guys talk for a little bit. Also, this is an old song mixed with learning. 500 times better if you heard the old pile of crap. Don't necessarily want to. Mixing the most important deal of the day. Not sure I agree, Deus. There's some things that may come before mixing, honestly. Let's go through this. I'm not a fan of the timing intro here, but like let me just listen to it again. Hold on. I'm gonna try and count now. so technically it is in 4/4, but the timing of this intro is super weird. It sounds almost like it's in 3/4 and then it switches to 4/4. I'm not understanding the structure as you want me to, I think. And it's just a little bit convoluted, and the drums add to that convolution. As soon as we get in this part, it sounds a little better. I've spoken to you about MIDI guitars and how much I love them before in the past, Magic Ninja. Would it have been really hard to record? Would it have been hard to record the strumming patterns, like as a guitar, actual guitar? Just if it is hard, fine. But like, I know it sounds off tune. Your lead guitar, you said I think lead is in late, so it feels off. That's possible. That's what's happening in the intro. That's possible. There's another thing that's happening here is your guitar, your lead guitar, and the guitars that's in the left and right, they're different tunings. So you're tuned for your... It's tuned for your guitar, but it's not tuned with your other instruments. You're flat, as a matter of fact, and I hear that right here. Right there, that which is the minor third, and it's kind of off. It's kind of off pitch. So you're going to want to make sure that all your instruments are tuned to the same scale, because otherwise it's going to sound weird, dude. Yeah, just to go back to your comment, my comment on the recording of the guitars, you replied, on my acoustic, with the mics I have in the room I sit, yeah. Okay, do it. It's worth it. Acoustic pan left and right sounds so much better than digital acoustic and electric sound pan left and right. Like, it would be better, honestly, to hear an acoustic guitar in the left and right than these MIDI guitars. Hands down. Hands down, I would prefer that. So if you can, record some real guitars. I've always said it. I think I swear I see you on Twitch more than I see you on Discord these days. Mike, I'm trying to get really good ideas and not put out random songs anymore, but that's tougher than actually mixing a song. Yes, it fucking is. Mixing a song is, math, essentially, when it comes down to it. It could be an artistic form of math, but it's basically math. Again, you're suiting the mix to the song. But the composition and arrangement, a whole different beast, man. It's a talent to do that properly. Also, Marty, thank you for joining the queue. Appreciate that very much. And thank you, Avenir, for clarifying the rules on that. I appreciate that. It's taking valuable time off my shoulders. I'll record the lead. I'll re-record the lead for sure. There's not much thought there to begin with. Well, yeah, maybe put a little thought into those solos. Let's see what I can do. Yeah, if you can. Again, if it's an option, take the option by all means. 5 days a week and twice on Sundays. Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, every day of the week and twice on Sundays is the expression that I wanted to quote. Let's keep going here. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break from the musical and the mix and the arrangement and stuff to talk about lyrics here. There are a lot of tracks you guys are using, electronically speaking, I guess, for most of your tracks. You guys are not really doing most of your vocals. You're either sampling, you're finding samples already recorded, you're finding like remixing or stuff like that. Some of you electronic artists also record vocals or write lyrics and have singers sing over it. Let's talk about lyrics for a second here, guys. So, pacing wise, I'll say this here, Magic Ninja. Pacing wise, these lyrics don't really fit with the feel of the movement of your instrumental. They're kind of squeezed in there. And it's not really my favorite placement of lyrics. So what I would do at that case is essentially rework the lyrics so that they fit in with the vibe of the song. So looking at this part here. Dawn rises on a new day. So that's your first line. Pacing wise, it's not bad. It doesn't need to be changed yet. We just don't know what's next. The silence, starting the line on the so hard, and if the next word is something, most words that come after the sound bad that way. What I would have said is the silence, it keeps on inviting. Like, make it so that the is only like slid into the phrase, not a focus on the one. The silence, it keep. It's a little clunky. It's a little clunky for a word that holds zero meaning. Silence is a word that holds meaning. Keeps on inviting is a phrase in and of itself that holds meaning. But the is just a functional word. It just suits nothing but setting up the context for the sentence that you're writing. You don't really need it that punctuated. Make I'll get to your other music comment, Avenir, but we're talking about lyrics right now, so I'm going to focus on that. Make the an acciaccatura. Acciaccatura. It's an Italian word. An acciaccatura, bring it in quick a step before the beat hit. Exactly. The sun, the silence, it keeps on inviting. Like, it's the silence. Exactly. Magic Ninja Beats. That you get it. You get it. You're smart. You get it. Let's keep listening to this. Again, about learning to be still. It sounds clunky and rushed. I think we need to examine that a little more. I won't examine every one of your lyrics in this way, but we're gonna delve into your first verse just so you get an idea of how to edit your lyrics, basically. Really quickly though, for recreating a room experience with a digitally recorded guitar, get the Eventide T-Verb plugin. It allows you to place a couple microphones around a 3D space and is extremely accurate for making room reverb. That's interesting. I like plugins, but I don't like paying for them. So I use stock plugins for that. But that sounds really cool. Eventide T-Verb. Anyone who's looking for a 3D room experience. How heavy is it on the processor, Avenir Music? Is it pretty heavy? Can the song be already released or old? It could be, but why would you submit a song for feedback? I mean, I guess so. Yeah. It's a little counterproductive to submit something that's already released that you don't intend on changing, but for future information, I understand. And it also gives you an idea of in context, basically. I understand. Yes, you can. It's more productive for you to submit something that's in production, just bottom line. But it's your choice. It's your choice. Bro is a man of knowledge. I try to be. I learned a new word. Acciaccatura. It's, yeah, we all did today. I'm Italian. I'm of an Italian origin, and I didn't know that fucking word. It's crazy. I used to know it, but then I forgot about it until now. It's been at least 10 years since the last I heard of it. I was today years old when I learned that one. Avenir Music, pretty kind on processing. To be fair, it's not as minimal as stock plugins, but far more versatile. I can imagine. Okay, thank you for the feedback. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for the music theory. We love some music theory in this channel. In this stream, we love our music theory. We love that shit. That's very nice. So, anytime you guys bring some novelty to me, bring it on home. Let's keep going here. Let's go back to the lyrics here. See, say what you will about learning to be still. You would have been able to link those two things. Say what you will about learning to be still. Right off the top of my head, you know what I mean? Maybe shortening the about to bout. But that doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck about that? But yeah, basically matching tempo, matching pace. or countering it strategically, but this sounds just rushed. So say what you will about learning to be still. I think the pacing of that works a little bit better with what else you have going on here. Well, let's listen to the last line of this verse. It's bold, but I don't like it as a bold choice in and of itself to cross this verse with the first verse. We all know that it's better than wandering alone. Okay, so here's a really okay. I'm gonna take a break from listening to your song for a second to break it down here. The lyrics, we all know that it's better than wandering alone. What do you want people to understand? What do you want people to extrapolate from that line? You want them to relate to it. We all know that it's better. So comparing something, comparing your previous line to this next concept. We all know that it's better than wandering alone. Okay. Alone doesn't rhyme with new day, inviting, will, or still. So it doesn't have to, the word alone, although it's a good song a good lyric for a song, a good word for a song, we're not restricted by that word to express that meaning. So I think this line needs it needs a rework. It needs a rework altogether, because we all know that it's better than wandering alone. You could say, as they say, it's better than wandering alone, instead of we all know that. It's a lot of, think of word economy. Think of the amount of time and amount of syllables that you have to express this idea. You don't have enough time in your line to express that. So we have to find a new way to say something like this. We're going to jump back to it. Let's see what you said here. Instead, being still equals settled down in my head. Yeah, I figured being still of mind, still of emotion, still of heart. It's being settled down in general. It's a lot to assume that we all know or that everyone would agree. Well, first of all, yes. You're trying to get people to agree with you in the lyric of a song. And not everybody will agree with that. So you're losing kind of part of your audience with that, instead of just telling the story from your perspective. So if you're saying like, I know it's better than wandering alone, that's a completely different meaning. If you're saying, as they say, it's better than wandering alone, you're saying like a lot of people have said, but it's not a universal known truth. Whereas we all know the earth's round, right? Right, guys? We all know the earth's round, right? I'm not going to have to time people out, am I? But we don't all know that settling down is better than wandering alone. We don't know that. I mean, even people who have settled down don't necessarily know that. So it's not a universal truth. So therefore, we all know that could very well just be taken out of your song. And you could just literally say, it's better than wandering alone. You could very well do that. But if you wanted to express something that was more close to the idea of trying to get people to empathize with you and to like be on your side, the only thing you could do is express empathy or say a catchy phrase. And I don't necessarily know you have time to say a catchy phrase here. So I think it's better just to express, your perspective, empathy, give an opportunity for empathy, which is like, I know it's better. Let's hear your phrase again. I think you could just shorten it to it's better. It's better than wandering alone. Just this section. It doesn't really, we all know that it doesn't add anything. It doesn't really add. These 4 words do not give you anything. You're speaking your mind anyways. So speak your mind and lean into it. That's my opinion. All right. We've done a deep dive on one verse. I'm not going to deep dive every verse lyrics wise because we just don't have the time for that. So let's just keep on moving here.
On this side of the grave, because just as just knows who she wants to save.
Good idea, by the way, after the verse to come with a pre-chorus that takes elements away and then puts them back in, such as the bass. It's a good break from elements so that when the chorus hops in, it feels like things are moving. And the fact that they're not the drums. Hey, I didn't cut the drums like usual. Exactly. The fact that they're not the drums means that our rhythm is intact and our bass is what takes the breath. That is far more acceptable than just cutting the drums because we felt like it. So, well done on that. Again, the pacing on that, Time She Waits for No One, I would rework that one. Time she waits for no one. Like, you know, make it part of the song. Make them glue together.
When you spend 50 years living under the gun.
Yeah, I want to deep dive into lyrics, but we don't have time, unfortunately. Magic Ninja, I feel like you and I could like work a little bit compositionally alone, side by side, to like really, you know, bone up on your composition and arrangements. I think we could work together on the side, man. Because yeah, a lot of the elements are like need more work than just a quick look once over.
Same old places with nowhere to run. 7 billion souls living under the sun.
It's funny, I would have actually told you could probably cut the drums there. Isn't that confusing, dude? Isn't that confusing? I tell you stop cutting the drums, and then in this section, like, you should probably cut the drums. You know, like, just bring them back, but it's a key moment.
Darkness, it pulls down the nightshade and writes down one last page on my mind.
7 billion is out of date unless you believe there's a billion soulless bastards that are out there. Nice. It's true, we're closer to 8 billion at this point, I think. That's crazy. 8 billion people. Either way, yeah, again, that line is, the placement of it is a little kind of weird.
Dream of you fill with even less time to kill. And we know we can never go home. They say don't.
Pitch-wise, I'm not a fan of that melody. The way it goes down, almost like we weren't sure where we were going, so you just went down in pitch kind of thing. Not my favorite thing.
Hope on this side of the grave.
I love that you did that, though. I love that you changed the vocals for the second pre. You went up in an octave. Great. Great job. That is an excellent compositional and arrangement thing to do. You're just stepping up the energy. It's the same lyrics. Who gives a fuck? You sing in an octave higher. Energy's up. Great job.
Justice knows who she wants to save.
I would also say that at this point, you may consider keeping a little bit of energy, like, in the song. I have an idea of how to do that. Let me just pull something up here. Where my guitar's at. There they are. Excuse you? There we go. I'm going to just do this. What key are we in? Let me guess. B? No, we're in A. Yep. Yay. Could I bring that lead back for fills? Yeah, you could. You could very well. You could very, very well bring back the lead for fills. Or, in my opinion, something, right? Like, you know, something interesting, leady, something that brings in a little element of novelty from the last pre-chorus. You've already done it with the vocals. That's great. Now we need a melodic element that is not just the vocals that comes in and fills the space, like a guitar solo or something. Yeah, your guitars had a tune as well. I heard it right away this time. Also, I don't know why the drums cut out at this point. Again, I think this is your like biggest section of the song. Why are we removing energy? Good question. But either way, yeah, we got to talk about your EQing and your compression as well. I think Ninja, I think we gotta talk off stream, man. I think we gotta get you like a set up with a course or something like that, so that you can really hone in your mixing and arrangement skills, your compositional ideas, and how to like present them in a song, and maybe some things that you aren't thinking of when you're writing the song to suit the lyrics. Because it's clear to me that you write the lyrics first, based on the way you write, based on the way that you record the guitars, based on the way that you record the song. It's clear to me that you write lyrics first, come up with a concept, and then you feel out a musical melody or thing that kind of fits that, and then you try and fit them together. That's not always the best way to write music, but it is certainly a way. We can certainly approach songwriting that way. It's just not always the best for certain musicians. It's not basically the most efficient way of writing music so that everything fits all together. So yeah, Discord me your Black Friday deals. I will do. We'll take a look off stream either way. And once again, either way, Magic Ninja, I hear that there are improvements already. I hear that there are elements that are wanting to be a low, and I hear that there are some builds that are going down in that are going up and going down. I hear that there are elements of your mixing and your recording and your composition that are improving. I'm hearing that. It's evident to me that you're someone who learns from mistakes, but you just need to know what those mistakes are. And to be fair, you might not know that yet, which is fine. That's why we're here. That's literally what we're doing here. So either way, Magic Ninja, I will say we're going to move on here, but I thank you very much for allowing us to listen to the song, letting us analyze it a little bit more, a little bit in depth, letting us just give you our feedback over it. A lot of people start out at a certain place, and it's got to improve. Like when I say to you, it's got to improve, it's that if it doesn't, you could be a hobbyist, but I'm trying to cater to people who want to aspire to sounding like a professional, at least. Not necessarily being professional and making a career out of music. It's hard to do that. Not everyone is cut out for that. But what I'm here for is to make you sound as if you wanted to go professional, at least your music would be there. So this is where I'm basing myself when I give you my advice, is like, we need to work on a lot of stuff, and that's okay. But, like, I'm already hearing you working on yourself, which is why I'm motivated to work with you, because like, it seems like you listen, and that's a great quality. So thank you for trusting us with your track, as always. I'm effed up and average enough to write a song that'll live forever. After that, it don't matter. You know, man, if I can help you write a song, one song, that goes out and lives forever, I will have been a successful producer. I think that even one song that like makes it out there as a producer goes, it's hard enough to cut through all of the noise. But if we can make it so that your track is immortal, and for lack of a better word, I will be thrilled. So we can do it. It's just going to take a lot of work. That's all. I know how much work is involved, and I know how much work we have ahead of us with regards to like what your position is in this whole process. And I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying you're going to need a lot of. It's just going to need a lot of love. Love for yourself, mostly. Just keep that in mind. No matter how far back you are along your progress line, the only way forward is with love for yourself, not with hate for yourself. So don't feel contempt for where you're now. Feel love that you can get there in the future. That's my most important thing, because otherwise you get discouraged and then you don't even want to be good. Even if you are good, you're not motivated to be, because you still fucking hate yourself. So yeah. Thanks again, Magic Ninja Beats. We got Shadow Beat's track pulled up here. Shadow Beat Nexaroth. Jesus Christ, what an epic name. I would fucking love for that to be my D&D character's name. I would love that. Let me just close some shit here so that I take some edge off my PC. My Mac, I should say. Cassin's Corner, Thomas! What's up, Thomas? Welcome back. Hello, Mike swinging in to say hi. What will you do at 300 followers? Not fucking shave. That's for fucking sure. That was a one-time thing the first time we hit 100 subs. I don't know what I'm going to do at 300 followers. Guys, any suggestion? Nexus, you seem to be the creative wordsmith today. So what are we doing here? What are we doing at 300 followers, Nexus? I'm challenging you specifically. Raid Shadow Legends. Is that where it's from? Shadow Beat Nexaroth? Is that where it's from? I don't know. I don't play Raid Shadow Legends. Last time I shaved, I looked like I was 18 again. Last time I shaved, I looked like I was an asshole again. And that was like 3 weeks ago. Guys, this is 3 weeks of growth. Just to give you an idea. 3 weeks! Fucking hell. So, yeah, I'm not going to shave again, because I look like an asshole without anything on my face. Then again, I look like an asshole in general. That's enough. Let's keep going. Shadowbeat Nexaroth. My D&D character is called Nexaroth Pandemonium. I just called my Twitch Shadowbeat because I DJ. That's fucking cool, and I'm super fucking stoked that you play D&D. Super fucking stoked. I love D&D, man. We're playing this Saturday. Like, we're getting back after like a 2-week break. I tried to organize some one-shots with people that I know, and every single one, without fail, fell through. And it just like frustrates me, because I love playing D&D and I love DMing. But like, people and their lives are real things that keep going on besides a D&D campaign or one-shots. And like, I want them to feel like that can exist without pressure, you know. But damn it, let's play some D&D. Let's roll some fucking. That's a 15. That's pretty good, actually. It's a pretty good roll. All right. Fly. So, well, Shadowbeat Nexaroth, thank you very much for the submission and for your character Nexaroth Pandemonium, named after one of the planes of chaos. I'm assuming your character is chaotic. Hey, Mike! Hey, Big D! Welcome back. Appreciate that. And welcome back, Avenir, as well. Avenir, the future. For your 300 followers, you should make a track where everything you do is determined by the outcome of a D20 roll. Okay. So basically, every decision would have to be like, if I go 1, it's like softer. If I go 20, it's harder. If I go 1, it's minor. If I go 20, it's major. Like, and all the scale in between. Imagine having to make mix master decisions on the dice roll. I would never. That sounds like a terrible idea. It sounds like it's going to be a bad mix. But a composition, damn. Once I tried to make ChatGPT work as a dungeon master in a cyberpunk scenario, the idiot wouldn't let me hack the mainframe. I did that too. I did just a high fantasy ChatGPT D&D one shot with me and my girlfriend, and we ran through it, and it was super weird. It actually kind of works. Cast add chorus, failed added flange, saving throw succeeded. Dude, Big D, that's a great fucking idea. I would do that on stream for sure. I would organize a dice cam So that's what it is. I'm like editing it right now. I can't change the name. Fucking hell. Well, fuck. I can't do it. Like, I can't do it. But yes, I'll have to work out DCs. I'll have to work out difficulties and scores and stuff like that. We'll have to do that for sure. For sure. That is such a good fucking idea. Okay, guys, let's fucking go. Shadow Beat. We're gonna listen to it and we're gonna actually like comment on it. Avenir is already beating us to it. But it's funny because Avenir, we actually didn't stream it yet. We've just been talking about it this entire time. So once again, Shadow Beat Nexaroth, I appreciate your patience. Let's fucking listen to your track because it's your turn.
Side by side, on every road we cross, but suddenly we are lost. With you, I barely see where we used to cross the line. The memories that we built are gone. So freeze time and don't let go. If you're not ready to move on now, you're not ready to move on now. So please say that you'll stay, 'cause I'm not ready to move on now. You're not ready to move on So freeze time and don't let go. If you're not ready to move on now, you're not ready to move on now. Face to face, and every word we said is nothing we could change. For you, I could walk the front.
And that's 2 minutes. If y'all want to hear Shadow Beats' rest of his track, or at least up to 3 minutes of it, be sure to gift him a tier 1 or tier 2 sub so we can hear most of it or all of it. Otherwise, Shadow Beat, you can obviously sub yourself. That was very big room EDM-y. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. I've heard it before, but it was well done. It was well executed. I have some notes. I don't have many, I'll be honest with that. Can I plug my Discord here? I have a Vocalist Discord with 8K members. Let me think about that, Avenir. Let's get to your turn and let's see how we feel about that, all right? Yeah. Where did you get these vocals? Splice. Damn. Well spliced. So, let's keep going. Or rather, let's restart.
Side by side, on every road we cross, but suddenly we are lost. With you, I
So far, your build is good. So far. I feel like your vocals are just a little too high-endy. Like you might have a little bit high EQ on it that's too much. Or you might be using an oral exciter of some kind, like a maximizer or like an oral exciter of some kind. That might be just juicing your track a little bit too much in the high end. Tell me if I'm crazy or if I'm the one imagining it, but like I think that it's got a lot. It's got a lot. That makes sense. You could probably release on Audius as well. Oh yeah, because you guys were talking about the releasing because it's that won't be released past SoundCloud. Can't upload it to Spotify due to me not owning the rights for them. That would have been good to know before. Let's just keep moving. Here away.
Barely see where we used to cross the line.
You guys, real quick, just because we're talking about rights and stuff, you guys read the disclaimer, right? Like the disclaimer in the about section. You know, when you start up the chat and it says check the about rules for check the about chat tab for rule submission rules, and then it says okay, but now actually check them. It's something to think about because there's a reason I'd say that. Twitch vocals are royalty free. You have nothing to worry about when releasing them. Right, but then when I re-release to YouTube, then what? Then YouTube mutes my vocals, is what happens. It mutes my YouTube mutes my audio, and then I have a stream on YouTube that's basically a VOD with muted audio that I can't contest because YouTube makes it infinitely harder to contest muted audio than Twitch does. At least Twitch, when you contest it, they listen and they unmute the portion, but it's only on for 2 weeks. So guys, this song is on YouTube as well and has not been flagged, you can use it. Okay. If I get muted, I'm gonna let you know. That's all I'm saying.
The memories that we built are gone. So freeze time and don't let
Again, so far, I really don't have many notes for this. It's sounding great.
go. If you're not ready to move on now, you're not ready to move on now. So please say that you'll stay, 'cause I'm not ready to move on now. You're not ready to move on now.
Again, it's Big Room. We've heard it before. It sounds very similar to a lot of the stuff that I've already heard in Big Room EDM stuff. But it's well executed, man. It's not too high end. It's got that high end sparkle, but it has a lot of like the mid-range stuff that I like, so well done. I was considered pushing the plucked piano up a tiny bit by half a dB as I feel like it gets a bit muddy in the mix. Let's hear that.
You'll stay, 'cause I'm not ready to move on now. You're not ready to move on now.
Spread it left and right. I can hear that there's the reverb of that plucky piano in the left and right already. Take that fucking piano and put it in the left and right, then the left and right a little more. Spread it to the left and right. Or if you wanted to, if you really want to get artistic with it, you can go bling 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 bling. Yeah. It's gonna like leave some space for your track a little bit more, and you'll hear it a little bit more audibly in the mix. It was progressive house for the win. Yeah, I like progressive house. I haven't heard this type of house in so long. Sounds good. It does sound good, right? Use track spacer on it very lightly. It will carve the space cleanly. Boom, right there. I did consider at first making the piano a counter melody to the leads. You could, but honestly, a stereo image would probably just do as much, if not more.
So freeze time and don't let go. If you're not ready to move on now.
You're going to want to do something, though, for sure here, Shadow Beat. I think your synth should be sidechained to your vocals, at least very softly, especially in the high mids. So this is what I like to do. I take a dynamic EQ that I use TDR Nova because it's free and it's awesome. So I take a dynamic EQ. I set the low and high mids tuned with the vocals, that the EQ points that the vocals are mostly occupying. In this case, I'm thinking 2.4 to 2.6, probably. and the low mids as well. So in this case, it'll be probably between 5 and 800 hertz. And then I trigger the I put that TDR Nova on the directly on the synth or on the synth bus if you're using buses. And then you sidechain that to your vocals, and that will not reduce the effectiveness of your synth. It will only leave a little bit more space for your vocals to cut through, because right now the synth and the vocals are fighting for attention. They're like pushing in front of one another. Like this is the synth and this is the vocals, and the vocals doing this, and then the synth is kind of cutting in front, and you just get her. So yeah, what I'm doing is yeah, exactly. That's what I would do. So, don't know if that helps. If you don't have Track Spacer, you can use Soothe 2 to sidechain the piano against the surrounding elements for the same effect as Track Spacer. Sure, you could, or you could just sidechain a free dynamic EQ and do the same thing. So why would you recommend something that costs $200 for something that's on sale right now? That's my thinking really, is like, yeah, so that's my thinking here. Music by Variant, that is the best analogy I have seen to date. Thank you. I do that sort of thing. Very visual examples of auditory problems. Because more people have Soothe over Track Spacer. Fair enough. Soothe is a great plugin for a lot of reasons, actually. I've not used it on my tracks, but I've seen it in action, and it really works well.
Face to face, and every word we said, it's nothing we could change. For you, I could walk the
And that is 2 minutes. I don't really have a problem with the I don't really have a problem necessarily with this section here. Again, it breathes out pretty nicely. My only suggestion would be for this part right here. Right there, sub impact. Why not? A sub impact. It's going to be a nice transition from one section to the other. You have the room for it to breathe. We're missing a percussive element at that exact moment, at that beat. And that one, we're missing a percussive element anyways. So why not make it a sub impact so that it smoothly transitions from one section to the other? Because it's EDM. It fits. It fits really nice. You don't even have to use like a full frequency sub impact. It could be like a half step. It could be a halfway sub impact. It doesn't matter. We just need something percussive. We need and we need a smoother transition between the two. First version I did actually had a riser and a sub impact, but I couldn't settle on one that I liked. That's what I mean. It's like, it doesn't have to be a complex one. It could just be the sub frequencies, and that's it. You don't have to worry about the riser so much. You could very well just put a sub impact in there and it will feel much fuller. Apart from that, based on what we've listened to here, Shadowbeat, I think the only real edits you have to do are making your pluck a little wider, making your vocals fit a little bit nicer with the synth on the drop, making your vocals a little smoother in the early sections, just because we have a little bit of harshness. I like that the harshness though cuts through on the drop. So yeah, it's something to consider. I like the sound of it on the drop, but not on the intro. It's just, you might just want to edge off of the high end basically for the intro. And yeah, a sub impact where it is. I would love to listen to your second drop, but if it's identical to the first, then you already have my advice. That said, thank you either way. Shadowbeat Nexaroth, which is an excellent name, Nexaroth, by the way, for your D&D character. Thank you very much for allowing us to listen to it online. Thanks for clearing up the DMCA thing. I appreciate that. I will, Avenir, I will hit you up if I do have any problems with the copyright. As a matter of fact, I might hit you up anyways just to understand the copyrights, because I don't know shit about that. I just know I have to be safe about that. But thank you, Shadowbeat, for the track, for letting us listen to it, for letting us give our feedback on it. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to be moving right along here. Just a fair warning here, we're going to take a 5-minute break because I've been doing this for 3 hours, so I need a little break. We're going to take 5 or 10 minutes and we'll be back. But yeah, thank you, Avenir. Gotcha, will do. Thanks for the feedback. All my pleasure. Shadow Beat, appreciate you. Angel, you fell asleep. You weren't in the queue. You haven't been in the queue. You didn't submit your name in the queue, so you can add yourself. That we will do either way when we come back from the break. But for now, what we're going to do is we're going to put on a little bit of music for you. And we're going to take a short restroom break and get our ducks in a row, so we can come back nice and fresh, having a fresh perspective. So stay tuned, and yes, Alex Starbeats, you can go ahead and submit your track. We'll pull it up, and we'll come back right after the break to review it, to listen to it and review it. We will be right back, folks. right, all right. Y'all be dissing my music? You're not dissing it, actually. Because in order to diss it, it would need to be not true, what you guys are saying. Because this is absolutely from the era between 2010 and 2015. 100%. There is like zero denying that. I am admitting that's when it was made. Because I made it. That was music that I made. All of those 3 songs. Literally within that period. Thank you, Alex, for pointing that out. It is true. Also, I gotta say, Spale TV, a warm croissant with a glass of wine is a different type of vibe. Absolutely. It sounds delicious. It sounds like a great vibe, actually. It sounds like the kind of vibe that I would be able to get behind. And it sounds like the kind of vibe where I approve. Because I love wine. I love croissants. I've had them together. But a warm croissant and wine. Usually when I have warm croissants, it's like fresh out of the oven. So breakfast, like coffee and croissants, which is amazing. But I feel you. I feel you. I'm going to listen to Freeze Time. I'm intrigued of how it ends. I don't know what that is. Music by Variant spamming the pit emote. I love that. As you can tell, that's me. Croissant wine is a weird combo. It is a weird combo, Alex. It is a weird combo. I'll give you weird, but yeah. Trust is actually so good. That song must be 20 years old. Oh, you're talking about what K. Bruce was talking about, I see. This is some 2011 dubstep, true. Is it just my end, or is the cam and audio not in sync completely? 300 follows, Dice Song, and Wine Croissant. Deal. Absolutely. I make a deal with you guys. I will have wine and the croissant while I produce the Dice Song. Absolutely. I agree with you. Is it just me? Or is the cam and audio not in sync completely? No, it's not you. I'm running Avenir, my future. I am running a 2012 Mac Mini. And on that, I am currently running Logic Pro, OBS to stream. I have Firefox open to like listen to your songs. And I also have iTunes open so that I could play songs during the break, which I will now close because my computer's fan is going out of whack. So Avenir, when you say that the cam and audio are completely not in sync, correct. It is my computer trying so hard, but not quite coming successfully, unfortunately. Yeah. So thanks for noticing. You're right. Mid-or music, 300 follows. Yeah, we already addressed that. I added vocals to my 350 BPM song. Jesus Christ, Nexus. I'm curious, kind of. Who the hell was playing early dubstep? That'd be me. I was. I like it. I like that music. It's enjoyable, and it's a good time. Speaking of music that is enjoyable and that's a good time. See what I did there? Alex Starbeats. You still with us, man? I hope so, because I'm about to listen to your track. And it wasn't that long of a break. Damn, man. Speaking of Alex Starbeats, your fucking croissant and wine is making me hungry at this point. I am like getting hungry. So we're gonna do your track in a couple more, and then I think we're gonna take some dinner. You guys, if I stay on stream with you and ate, would that bother you? Would that feel weird for me, like listening to a track and eating in front of you guys? Does that feel weird? I don't know. Like when you watch streams, is that a thing that happens? Do people like eat while they stream? Because I should totally do that if you guys are okay with it, so that I could stay on longer. So that I can. Because I have nothing to do tomorrow. So let's go. Okay, he's with us. Fair mate, I didn't notice it earlier. It's okay. It's even now, I know it's not perfectly in sync, but it's better. It's better now. James Blake, Burial, Untrue, Joker, Scream, Mala, Zombie. No, it was my shit. I was playing my shit. I was playing on the break. I was playing my my old dubstep productions. No, it's all good. If you feel comfortable eating on stream, then do it. Not at all people be eating on stream is a normal activity. Okay, cool. Good to know. When people eat while they stream, it just makes me jealous. I don't have food. That's funny. Deus Nexus show. I just did. It was in the entire break. It was playing my old ass fucking reggaeton and moomba-tone and dubstep. It was just playing. Now I gotta listen to Starbeats' song, man. We gotta go through Alex Starbeats' song, which we are here. We out here. We're gonna listen to it. I was adding vocals to my 350 DPM song. Dicks per minute, more like. Did you produce them recently, Mike? No. It was pretty old. I'm telling you. Who said it? Who guessed it? Who guessed it? Alex Starbeats himself guessed it. This is some 2011 dubstep. Like, it was produced when I was going to Trebas, when I was taking my degree. So it's between 2012 and 2016, I think, within a 4-year period. I think I produced all my dubstep and all my electronic music. No, I still actually produced more after that. Between 2012 and now. But those songs in particular, I produced when I was... So, yeah. Thank you, Ogdark Unicorn God. Thank you. OG Dark Unicorn God. I appreciate. That's an excellent name, by the way. Just saying. You made those tracks? Damn, they were fire. Donkeys per mic. New DPM. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Moombatron. Yeah, I know, right? Why do you still have them? Yeah, I document everything. So yeah, I don't delete them. I keep it. I honestly, your work is your work, regardless of how old it is. It's your work. You made those tracks? Damn, they were fire. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's not going to make me go easier on your track if I notice things. Just saying. But flattery will get you nowhere. But I appreciate it either way. I usually delete my own songs. That is a good question, though. Why? Like, why? Why would you delete your history? Why would you delete your hard work? Regardless of how old or uninformed or immature you were. That's your work. That's your resume. Musically, at least. Don't delete that shit. I deleted my old stuff one day and I regret it so much. Yeah, I would regret it too, which is why I play it on stream and recycle it. Okay. OG Dark Unicorn God. Just classic name. Classic name. It was some of the worst music ever to be made. In your opinion, maybe some others might have drawn enjoyment from it. Because if something has no future, then it's useless disk space. Just get an external, man. An external hard disk is $100 for 1 terabyte. You're telling me that you couldn't $100 for a storage space that you're never gonna look at again? Come on. Delete? Nah. So I can or cannot share a Galantis remix. If it's yours, you can, but join the queue first by pressing Command Join. OG Dark Unicorn God. I love that name. And yeah. You can wait your turn to submit your track, which is a SoundCloud link, please. I delete a lot of tracks I make. I feel that. Or do you make a prototype and you delete it, save it? It's ideas. Sheesh, I have my first ever track from 19 years ago. Me too. I have all of my old tracks, even the ones that'll never see the light of day. Never going to release them, but never going to delete them. Now I'm using a MacBook. There's limited disk space. Fair enough. OG Dark Unicorn God. There's your problem. Yeah. I'm using a Mac too. The link will be dropped into the chat, but not yet. Just do a Command Join. Do that. That's what you will without the space, of course. But yeah. Okay, folks. We've been talking a lot of shit, but Alex Starbeats is here, being patient and commenting along, and we're gonna listen to his track. Thank you very much, OG Dark Unicorn God, for joining the queue. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado. Whew. Nexus is going to have a field day with that one. Starbeats and the track Split the Atom. That's some physics shit. Love when that syncs up perfectly. That was awesome. I liked that a lot, personally. I thought it was a great track. I like dubstep. Speaking of 2011 dubstep, by the way, are we going to just gloss over the fact that I'm not the only person that makes these samples popular again? Am I... Hello? Like, let's fucking go, Alex. Let's just fucking make these instruments and sounds the hype again. Let's go. All right. Let's go over it because we do have some stuff to do. I'm hearing myself twice here. Why am I hearing myself twice? Let me just fix this here. Ah! You guys hearing that echo? I shouldn't be hearing it. Let's just disable, let's just mute that for now. Just for now. Alex, that was raw. Yes, it was. It was quite good. It was quite good. Also, OG Dark Unicorn God, please hold your link until it's your turn. As I mentioned a couple of times. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, because it's going to get lost in the chat anyways. And I'm not going to be able to pull it up until it's your turn anyways. So, here we go. Back to the top. Let's listen to these 2 minutes one more time. They're raw as a motherfucker. I like how you jump right into the track. I feel like the track itself loses dynamics a little bit just because of how intense it is from the start, essentially. But yeah. Yeah, there you go. Music by Variant. Just to see who's in line as well. I get you. Trying to skip the queue here. That was the command I was looking for. This motherfucker trying to like skip line. You know, Music by Variant. You could skip the queue. You could skip the next person in line if you activate the skip the queue button in the About section, because that's a thing now and it works. So just letting you guys know, it's active. It works. Okay. So yeah, someone said that it's a Phase Plant one-shot sound. I think that was Spale TV who caught it from the Bass Forge, the Bark. Yeah, that it's one that I've heard before in many a Skrillex songs. So yeah, I get that. You remind me of Jonah Hill a lot. It's Jonah Hill, not Jonas Hill. Unless I don't know who Jonas Hill is. If we're thinking of the actor Jonah Hill, like, seriously stop. Yeah, that's that. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, that's a great synth. Either way, that's a great synth. It sounds really juicy. It gets to be a little bit repetitive, if I'm being honest with you, Starbeats. Like, I'm not hating it. I actually don't dislike it. I still think that it's like, it has its moments of interest, and then that interest sort of waxes and wanes a little bit. And I don't think that repeating the same punch over and over does justice to the sheer intensity that your track brings. So I'd kind of like for some more variation than just repeating the sample on every beat. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. that fucking high end squealy harmonic-y synth. I'm telling you, we're taking a trip down memory lane today. This is all nostalgic as fuck for me. I love that shit. I kind of want those bark synths to be like a little more varied. I think a little more like spaced out, syncopated, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's just something to think about. Super cool ARP beat though. I will say that. This beat, this not ARP beat, but this ARP melody. Ooh, she groovy, man. She's tight. She's really nice. Nice little flanger effect there, and the off pitch effect. Really nice effect there. Okay, this is one thing that I did notice. Your like I said before, your dynamics seem a little bit one note throughout, just because everything is so intense all the time that even this synth, I kind of want it to be low passed. I kind of want it to be like low pass and to unfold over time, to like sort of unfurl over time, so that you can have a contrast between sections and you can feel a physical contrast. And then a double reason to do that would be because when these synths come in, boom, 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 your other arpeggio. You know what's super cool about this synth that I'm noticing? You're starting in the middle and then you're moving out to the left, and then you're coming back to the middle and then you're moving out to the left. That's super cool. You want to know why it's not super cool for your song? Because I don't notice it unless I'm really paying attention to it. If I'm leaning in and I'm going, oh yeah, that's moving to the left. There's so much going on that is dense and full in the center that when it starts, I barely notice it. It's only when it arrives at around 50% to the left that I'm like, oh, that thing there. The melody itself is getting kind of drowned out by your... And I think that that's the difference of why I want things to envelop or unfurl over time, so that things actually feel like it's moving instead of just staying put in position in the same time, like staying in the same place. I think that your thing that is staying in the center, that is so thick and that is so juicy and that is so meaty, it needs some more movement. Even though it's moving in and of itself, it's just constantly. I see like an ADD kid, a kid with like too much energy, hyperactivity disorder, that's just there like, and like I just see him like stationary, standing in one spot, going. That's what I like picture in my head. Anyways, but yeah. Unfortunately, it's already done. And like you say, I don't even know what I did in this. Sadly, lost the project. Unfortunate. It's bummer. It's a bummer. So let's look at what you all said here. You give really good feedback, homie. Thank you. I bet you can hear it in your head. That's a skill I'm personally working on. I absolutely hear it in my head. I think I hear things in my head that actually come out through like whistling or singing that I don't even notice are going on in my head. They're literally just constantly flowing in my head. Can I give feedback to your stream audio? You need to DS your microphone. That's excellent feedback. Let me see. I think there is a de-esser. No, there's not. Good catch. Good catch, dude. Okay, so de-essing. I have a plugin for this. De-essing is going to occur. I can't de-ess, unfortunately. I don't think I have a de-esser like plugin. Do I? I don't. I don't have one for that works with OBS. We're not done here, Alex Starbeaks, but we're gonna just fix this because I don't like a very aggressive audio. So we're gonna put this probably around, I'm gonna say 7.5K. You guys are gonna have to be my guide on this because I think that's too much. But I think this might help a little. Could it help? Spale, Spale specifically spale with my sibilances. Does this help the sibilance problem that I'm having? Does it duck too much high frequencies? Does it surround me and envelope me with a better sound in particular? Does that sound better spale? I'm wondering. We can go back to it and adjust it more, but for now I think I'm going to just leave it at that. Thank you so much for listening and feedback. Yeah, makes a great producer better than you are at that. Thank you very much. Let's just keep listening to this drop again because it's dubstep and I like dubstep. See here the barking that is constantly on the quarter beats does not bother me as much, and that is because, and now I gotta fucking pull this back up and it's gonna make my computer slow down, but it doesn't matter. That is because instead of having a 4 to the floor beat of fuck off with the delay, we're having that's the feel that we now have, because it's not a 4 to the floor beat. It's not feeling glued. Yeah, the S sounds are boomy now. Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that feedback. It's like the sound you hear over a phone, really high-pitched S's. Hey, Logic, halftime, yeah. So not just halftime, though, Alex Star Beats, because technically halftime, I could have just said this. That's technically halftime, but your beat is a halftime kind of pocket beat. So it's like boom, boom, cat, boom, boom, cat. That's important. That's a distinction that we have to make. Why? Because instead of being all the time, it is, it's off. It's sort of syncopated with the 4/4 beat. It's not syncopated necessarily, but it's sort of giving us an impression of decalibration, of destabilization in a small way. And so when something else is also destabilizing, it would be too much. But in this case, your bark synth is going bah, 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 bah. It's holding down the fort, basically. It's allowing us to feel grounded in that 4/4 feel. But your drums are contrasting that. Sort of like a swing, yeah, in a manner of speaking variant, yes. It is sort of like the way a swing works in a regular beat. Instead of it being directly on, it is slightly off the beat. But this is not really accomplishing that in the same way. All I'm saying is that the beat is no longer, it's no longer just doing that. So you just destabilize essentially the repetitive nature of the beat, and then your synth comes in and restabilizes us. That's a nice balance. When it's a 4/4 beat and you're doing that with your synths, it's very powerful. It emphasizes the 4/4 extremely powerfully. But we want to use that as a tool, not as the sound, because otherwise it loses its impact. So we want to come back to that. We want to hear that, blah, 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 but only as like for a specific section. Then we want to break that up a little bit. So don't come back to your 4/4 all the time. If you have a 4 to the floor beat, your synth should be reflecting something a little bit off the 4/4. That's all I think I have to say about that. Either way, these sounds, let's just enjoy them once more. Good drop. Good drop. Either way, that was a good drop. Either way, if we start there, it's a good drop. In context, it's a better drop. And your song overall is a great song. I had fun listening to it. Either way, even with the repetitive nature of those bark synths on your 4 to the floor section, I really enjoyed myself. But yeah, I would approach that carefully in the future with the 4/4 thing specifically, you're going to just want to use that as reinforcement rather than as the status quo. You want to use that as a powerful tool, but not as a fallback. Yeah? Thank you so much for listening. Thank you. You said you pointed out that you pointed that out. I just went for the halftime drums and introduced some new basses. That is cool, but the way that you did it was subconsciously the way it needed to be done. So well done with that. We'll keep in mind next time I'm making something like this again or anything else. Really, it's a similar principle for guitar. If a drum beat is playing, if the guitar itself is playing something like, it's gonna end up sounding lame at some point or another. It's gonna end up sounding lame. So it's a principle not just in this kind of music, it's a principle in music creation in general, I would say. So keep it in mind. Really keep it in mind, because it's really important. But that said, Alex Starbeats, thank you very much for your submission. Thanks for letting us listen to your track. Thanks for letting us give us your feedback on it. Give us our feedback on it. Give you our feedback. What is grammar? Nexus, where you at? Thank you for allowing us to decorticate the song and like take it apart and see some shit as that we could improve basically in your song. But above all, thank you for trusting us with your track. As always, man. Thank you. You are always welcome back here, Alex Starbeats. I appreciate your music. Every time I listen to it, I have some fun. So let's keep it up. Keep it up. OG Dark Unicorn God. That name, I can't get over it. Other streams, people just want their music heard. You share raw improvement, the way you think and your ideas and all. Really glad I found you. I have a million compliments for you, man. Thank you. You feel free to share them all in the chat. Like I said, flattery will get you nowhere for your track. But, positivity. We always love that. If you do like what you hear, obviously, you can subscribe. You can gift some subscriptions to support the stream. You can donate as well to the Mike's Mac Mini is about to give out fund, which it is. It's legit. Like as you see with the latency and shit, it's just holding on for dear life. So if we could get this stream successful, I could just have better tools and more time to just listen to your songs. So basically an investment in this stream is an investment in your own music because I could do more for you at the end of the day. So be sure to be subscribing, be sure to be gifting them subs, tipping, fucking donating, bit cheering. I'm so bad at this. So bad at this. But yeah, if you enjoy the stream and support, you can support it. There's a million ways to do it either way. And I thank you for your support just by being here already. That is more support than I could ever ask for. But you can also support in other ways. Just saying. Okay. So, let's just mute this bitch again. So we got Meteor here. Clever play on words. Spelling and words, I guess, and pronunciation. We're going to listen to Meteor's track, and we are going to give our feedback on it. So, yeah, that artwork, am I right? Am I right? Am I right? I mean, her eyes are beautiful, but... Okay, that's enough. I think is what you're implying. Either way, let us do this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, Meteor and the track Daydream. That's 2 minutes, folks. So, there's some random SFX in there that I don't think it fits. I kind of agree with that. I had fun hearing them and going like, that's jokes. But I kind of agree that they're not really on theme. I will also say that the Daydream vocal sample should probably be used a little bit more in moderation. These are my overall comments here. And we're going to go in depth and analyze the song itself. But yeah, I think we should tone down on the Daydream. Otherwise, we're giving away. We're overusing our key element, if you will. So let's start from the beginning. The cut is funny, but it works. I find that the sound, first of all, your track is peaking at minus 5 dB. So your track is mixed and mastered quite low in terms of volume. You're going to want to probably either mix that up a little bit or master your track a little higher, because we're running in at a pretty low volume for this track. I don't know necessarily that I would have put the full vocal sample there in specific, just because it's so close to where it originated. I would have probably put like a delay or something like that, like a dream, 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 something like that, you know, something that is a little more ambient, up in the air, spacey kind of feeling, and that implies your sample rather than just giving it all away right away. And there it's better. It's fine there as it is, but then it should delay out. Again, like we're looking to re-imply this, but use it less frequently. So a little bit of delay there. You know what I mean? That would be nice. That transition though. Again, too much. It's too much. It's too many times. There I like it. There I like it. So let's talk about your master track now, because I know why it's ringing in so low. Yeah, your limiter's pumping. So you need a multi-band compressor, first of all. Second of all, you need to raise your master volume on your limiter. Like your maximum output threshold should be closer to 0 than it is to 5. You should be setting it, usually I set my final mastering limiting threshold to minus 0.1 because I am neurotic and I am a psycho. Apparently my ex-boss called me a psychopath, so apparently I'm a psychopath, but confirmed. I minus 0.1 just to stay on the safe side of things. And your track should be averaging. This should be a meter that you should have, a multimeter or a sound meter, an SPL meter of some kind that is digital. You should be averaging. Oh shit! It's the ad song. It's time for the ad song, folks who aren't getting an ad right now. I think the ad's over. I think we back. I think it says, yeah, it's back for sure. All right, cool. Bravo. Thank you very much. See, this is what's fun about being a subscriber. When someone gets an ad during their review and you're not seeing the ad, you get the ad song. So it's like it's a win-win. You know what I mean? Just subscribe, folks. It's so easy. $5. We got some Rango at the end there. Nice, thank you. Yes, exactly. A little like sort of Espanol, just to throw it in there. All right, let's keep on going with this track. So what I was saying was that your limiter is important. Last I heard was minus 0.1 limiter. Well, then you have to manage the rest of your master chain because your limiter's pumping. So you're going to probably want to come into a multi-band compressor and compress the basses a little bit heavier and give them a little bit less headroom, because what they're doing is they're making your limiter pump and it's fighting against your track. So you're gonna wanna multi-band compress a little more properly, and it'll allow your track to breathe a little more in all the other frequencies. But also your high mids are pretty aggressive, so you're gonna want to probably compress those as well. Just saying. Also, you're going to want to probably side chain your vocal synth, the vocoder synth. You're going to probably want to side chain it less with your kick. Not to have it unside chained, but it's going very, very low for that kick. That's good to make some space, but the kick doesn't need space in those frequencies. The kick needs space in the bass frequencies. And right now, I don't hear much space being made. Let me just re-listen to make sure I'm not fucking it up. I'm hearing less space being afforded in the bass frequencies than is being afforded in the treble frequencies. That's backwards. You want to switch those two. So your vocals, you can leave a little more breathing room with the side chain. The bass, however, you're going to want to probably slam it a little bit more to allow a little more space for your kick. You're also just going to want to mix your drums higher. Your drums are not mixed high enough. When I mean high, I mean volume-wise. You're going to want to mix them louder, I should say. They're not loud enough for the rest of the mix. They need to be basically the most dominant element in your mix. Contrary to popular belief, a mix for this kind of music should not be a balanced mix, but a drum-heavy one. Which is why the track will, when you have then compressed it and mastered it, will then sound complete, as if the drums are the most important element, but everything else is as loud as the drums once you've mastered it. It's just there's nothing that competes with the drum, the kick, and the snare. That's what you want in your mix and your master. Yeah, right now your snare is not breathing at all. So yeah. Oh, there, that was some nice compression to your snare right there. I don't know what it was, but it popped out far nicer here than it did in the entirety of your drop. So yeah, consider whatever you're doing here to your snare. Sounded great. I love that snare. That should be as loud as the rest of your snare. The rest of your snare should be as loud as that, I should say. The phone, it was weird. It didn't really work, personally, in my opinion. The phone was not my preference. It was one of my least favorite samples that you've used so far. This one made me laugh. I liked this one. I found it was very funny. We need to develop now, musically speaking. Like, your arrangement is falling flat at this point, so you're going to want to write something else at this point here. You're going to want to write like a synth or something, like, even if you're calling back a synth that you've already put in your song, or a melody of some kind, something new, something different that we either have heard before or have not heard before, that stands out from the melody of your main, like, dark bass. We need something musical here. and the bird doesn't work either. I think what Music by Varian just said, the dial-up tone fits, the others could go. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, the others can go. Take them all out. Except for the dial-up tone, take them all out. They don't fit. Right here, this synth, why isn't this fading out with a low pass or a filter as well? This should be making space now. Your vocals are hearing, there's a low pass on that, and it's coming up. Your synths should be moving in the opposite direction. They should be crossing each other at the fucking sidewalk. Like, yeah, like where's the automation here? You had a shot. You had an opportunity. So I would say, honestly, it's nice with your glockenspiel sound is a nice choice, but we're losing it a bit because, again, everything is in the middle. You have a chance to spread out some stuff, but yeah, essentially you could exactly. Fiero Official, thank you very much for the follow. Thanks for going through a couple of the queue functions. It's funny, but thanks for joining the queue. I appreciate that, man. Yeah. So what I was saying was your glockenspiel is nice, but it's getting buried a little bit. I would have considered maybe spreading it left and right, not as left and right as your main heavy synth necessarily. I would have probably put it like about 30% to the left and right, or to the left or to the right, either way. And that would have been my my instinct personally. But consider if you would. Here, Meteor, consider if you would very well might help your track pitching down your vocals as well. Pitching down the vocals an octave, it will help give some contrasts to the rest of your vocals. Like not necessarily here, but a little bit, actually maybe the middle section specifically. Specifically your dubstep section. If you were to pitch down your vocals, I think it would help your track feel a little bit fresher. One octave, and it'll do a wonder for your track, I'm telling you. But other than that, I think I've spoken my mind about this track. It needs a little bit of work. Your mix is a little bit flat in the sense where your mastering isn't helping your mix. You need to readjust that a little bit. You need to be multi-band compressing a little bit more efficiently, and coming into your limiter a little more aggressively. After that, your kick and snare need to take priority in your mix. And that's about it mixing and mastering wise. As soon as you... Spale is a trick for vocals. Can I share a trick? As soon as you pitch down the vocals, increase the vocal formants at the same time so it sounds still natural. That is an excellent trick. I've done that many times with pitch distortion. And that works. That works really well. You could either adjust the formants to suit the bass, the pitching vocals, or you can turn it up so that it contrasts. Either way, there's a way to find a natural balance there. So yes, absolutely, Spale. Good advice. Excellent advice. I like that very much. So yeah, apart from that, Meteor, thank you very much for letting us listen to your track, for contributing to the stream content-wise. Thanks for letting us listen to it and give our advice on it. And thank you for trusting us with your track. It's always appreciated, man. Being a part of the stream is a way for me to learn. It's a way for you to learn. It's a way for all of us to benefit from each other here. Hey, great notes and something for me to chew on. Absolutely chew on that shit, man. Please, if you would, chew on it. And yeah, I mean, as long as I can help, if you have other tracks, similar ones, different ones, please come on back. You're already followed, so you're going to get the notification bell. I'm going to do a quick Discord check to make sure that everyone is so that everyone is signed up and is actively able to contribute. By the way, guys, we do have a Discord for those who don't know. We just talk a little bit more in there. Meteor, you are there and you are playing FL Studio. That's a good game. I love that game. FL Studio. It's one of my favorite games. That's not true. I prefer Logic. I'll be honest with you. Finally, someone who appreciates spale knowledge. Other people are annoyed. Who just followed? Young OG 1870. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Finally, someone who appreciates spell knowledge. Other people are annoyed by me when I share tricks. If you share good tricks, why would I be annoyed at you? That's weird to me. If it's good tricks, if I don't agree with the tricks, I'll say, not sure that applies or not sure that works. But why would I be annoyed from someone trying to share knowledge? This is what this whole fucking thing is. This is what we're doing here. Sharing knowledge. All right. Let's fucking go. I'm going to crack open Variant's track here because he's been patient. And he subscribed. Be like Variant. Be patient. Be subscribed. Please. You get privileges for being subscribed. You don't get skipped ahead by, if you skipped, you don't get skipped ahead by those pesky followers. Most of you are followers, so you're not pesky, you're lovely. But you get to submit longer tracks. And in Variant's case, we're going to be able to listen to 3 minutes of this track. All 3 minutes out of 3 minutes and 51. What's up, bruv? I go by J or OG. Your call. Okay, I'll try to remember. OG sounds good. Young OG, 1870. You'll be henceforth known as OG. Thank you. Fiero official with the sub. You subscribed. You understood. You understood what it is. Supporting as a motherfucker supports. You, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That support is always very appreciated. Bro, with the bangers you make, you are an Audacity wizard. I am looking forward to hearing you, Fiero. Is it Flero or Fiero? Am I reading that wrong? Because my chat is kind of iffy. K Bruce checking the queue. You supporting. Sheesh! I'm probably surrounded by toxic people trying to think they already know everything. Then they know nothing. The worst thing you could know is everything, because that means you know absolutely nothing. It's like, oh, I know everything? Okay, I see you. Music by Variant. First one, Flero. Cool, man. I appreciate that. And I'm going to show my appreciation by moving forward on this stream. So we have Variant here. Music by Variant submits a track under the title, oh, that's a really cool logo, dude. Just saying. Everybody look at Variant's logo. This is pretty cool. Oh no, I mean, that's cool that you're from New Mexico. That's great. Genesis is the track that we'll be listening to today. The artwork is phenomenal. Wow, really cool stuff. Love that. Okay, here we go. Ladies and gents, I think the first sub of the day. No, second sub of the day, because Ninja Beats, when he subbed, it got like smothered. But our second sub of the day, Variant, and the track Genesis. Let's listen to this up to 3 minutes. Here we go. That's 3 minutes. If y'all want to hear the second drop, someone gift a sub. You know, I'll do it if someone gifts a sub. I'll do it. Here's the thing. Okay, I like the textures that you have developed. I like these textures that you have developed. Flero, thanks for joining the Discord. Appreciate that. Question: where do I post my song? It'll be right here in the chat. Actually, it'll be right here in the chat, but it's when your turn. So if you join the queue, when I press next, command next, it'll like pop up with your track, with your name and stuff. So don't worry about it for now. Just when your turn is up, basically, you just pop in. Sorry, I almost caught a fly. You just pop in and drop your track then. SoundCloud only, please, just because my computer is really old. Wait, the limit is 3 minutes. Spale for followers, it's actually 2 minutes. For subs, tier 1 subs, it's 3 minutes. For tier 2, it's 4, and for tier 3, it is 5. So yeah. Okay, let's go back through this. I think you have nothing to be sorry about, by the way, Flero. You just joined us. Welcome to the queue. Welcome to the stream. No reason to be sorry. Fair enough. Yeah, you get it. Gotta justify the time somehow here. So, I want to say here, Variant, there's a lot of build for not a lot of drop. Now, we haven't heard the last drop because no one's gifted a sub yet. But I'm willing to bet that it looks like it's not very long. There is a lot more build in this track than there is actual drop. And while that's not inherently a bad thing, like your builds are actually interesting and really great, but they imply so much tension that like the drop has to be satisfying in order for me to really listen kind of thing. So I'm kind of wanting a little bit more from the drop and a little bit less from the build. Let's go through it and let's see what I mean. I was really confused in the first drop. The kick sounds like the snare. It's a hard style kick. It's like that's what it's supposed to sound like. It's supposed to sound really like go go go. If you listen to hard style, that's pretty much the thing. All right. It's also, I'll say this. It's not that long of a build, like fade-in wise. Got hit by 3 ads. Spale, if it is your turn, oh, well, he doesn't hear this anyways. When Spale tells me he's back, I'll let him know what to do for that. But, so yeah, right here, I'm not saying that it is long as a build, as like a fade-in goes. It's just at 6 seconds. It's like we were, with a sub, do you skip the line? No, to skip the line, there's a button in my sound alerts that is 750 bits. So that's a wait. Pain225, thank you for following. I appreciate that. Joining the queue. Thank you very much. All right, we back. Welcome back, Spale. Also, Spale, if you want to avoid ads, you can subscribe, or you could very well. You could very well. What I was gonna say something about the ads. But yeah, no. Either way, I forgot. I thought sub would skip the line. I don't know if you read the about rules, but that's not what it says. It says when you skip, you can skip ahead of followers. You want me to sub? I don't know. Maybe. But Flero, here's what we'll do. I'll give you a discount for the misunderstanding. If you cheer 500 bits, I'll let you skip the line this one time. Fortunately, I paid my bills yesterday, so my bank is empty. I feel you on that, though. I've been going through some rough times. Either way, I did read the feedback. Okay, then it was misleading, and I'm gonna reword it. So your skips cut ahead of followers who have also skipped. Right. So you don't get a skip. When you skip, your skips cut ahead of followers who have also skipped. It's something to distinguish. But again, it's not clear. That's why I'll give you a discount on the skip. If you want 500 bits, just a regular old cheer, I'll give you a skip this time just for you. Okay. Let's go through this track here. Let's listen. The fade in, right. The fade in, it wasn't super long, but it wasn't necessarily short either. I just want you to be paying attention to paying attention to that. So let's just go through here. Okay, I have another note here. I want Variant to work on the songwriting as well because the trap part in the intro felt unnecessary. I don't know about unnecessary, but it did feel long. It did feel a little bit long, honestly. It didn't feel necessary. Let's put it that way. Like, well, not. It didn't. I guess I do agree with you. It felt unnecessarily long. It could have existed, but as an entity that keeps building, it just felt like an unchanging section here. Damn it! It's 8 bars either way. I wanted to count how many bars. It's 8 bars, and it doesn't really change except for the melody change. I feel like I would like it to evolve a little bit more and a little quicker. I guess over 4 bars, essentially. There should be a new element around this section. Maybe the snare element. You know what? Your filtered snare that you have in the next section here, Variant, the filtered snare that you have there, put it here. Right, hold on. That's what I want you to do. I want you to put in a snare, your filtered snare that you have here earlier on, and then you could even drum roll it out into the next section, and it'll feel a little bit more natural, and it'll feel like the time it takes to get to the next section is actually quicker than it is. And again, this section is equal to this section, but it's just a little more intense version of this section. The build is a little too slow. Like this all could have, it's funny. It makes me think of an expression. This could have been an email. Like, I don't mean that it could have been an email and that like, we could have just understood it, but like there is a more condensed version of this rise that isn't so step, step, step. I want it to go. That's really what I want it to do. The other note that I have for you is here in this section, your side chain. It's affecting, similarly to what I was saying about, let me just minimize this so that it takes less resources. Similarly to what I was saying about the previous track I was listening to at some point, the side chain was affecting the high end as much as the low end, and I don't think that that's necessary. I think that it feels like you're taking energy away from your track when the high end is the thing that's building. So yeah, it's I don't know. I think you might want to edge off of the high end elements a little bit with your side chain. So like definitely have some so you can hear the attack of the kick a little bit better, but not this much. This is just too much. I don't got 500 bits at the moment. University life, by the way, Flaro. I did not miss that comment. I'll tell you what. If you cheer, I'll let you decide how much. It could be 1 bit. It could be 100 bits or more. If you cheer 100 bits, I'll let you skip. Just because you subbed to support the stream, I'll let that happen today. 100 bits or more. Pay what you can. I don't like doing that very often, but You came in here and you were like, support the stream, got it, done. And I respect that. You didn't even get your feedback. That's big. Variant, you did the same thing technically, but you didn't ask to skip. Let's keep going. And everything was tipping me off that this was going to be the drop. And then a pre-drop came in. Did I get it? Fuck you. Got it. Caught it and then smacked it. That fly is gone. Just like my hopes that this is where the drop was. Why didn't we drop it here? We didn't need this second drop. Like, if you keep the trap part, put the build up right after it. Yeah, sure. Worst case. But like this whole thing doesn't build that much more tension than you already have. Plus, like I said, considering how short that the drop is, it's not chewing, it's not satisfying. It's not like your drop is fucking revolutionary and texturally and crazy and intense. It's basically doing more of the same chords that we've already heard, but more intensely. Like chords intensify, essentially, is what's happening. Which, okay, but it doesn't justify such a dramatic build. If anything, what I would have done is I would have gotten rid of this particular build here, and I would have just put that new type of build on the second drop. That's personally my opinion. But let's go through it. Okay, we gotta talk. These two sections are mixed completely differently, like volume, top volume level. Let me go to this loudest point of this. That's too much volume difference. That's too much. This is as if it's like a pre-master. It's like we haven't mastered this track, because there's no way that a volume difference of that level should exist. It's way too jarring. Live, I understand. That's not what we're going for here. We're not listening for live. We're listening for mixing and mastering on a studio level, like on a consumer listening level. There's too much difference between these two volumes. The contrast is way too different. I would understand if it would be like a couple of luffs. As a matter of fact, it would be preferable if it was a couple of luffs, because we need that sonic difference. But this is a difference of like 10 luffs, and this thing is probably punching at around minus 5 luffs. Like, this is loud, dude. That said, it's a good drop. I don't really have any comments for the drop. It's very dense and very busy, and so I'm not picking out elements in particular except for that like that melody. That I'm picking out. But like it's hard to pick stuff out because there's so much shit going on at the same time. But that's okay. It's dense. It's a drop. It's just very short. I think it's the clap that's clouding it up, actually. There's not that much going on now that I'm listening to it. There's a couple of elements that contrast each other, but that clap is really what's filling in that space in a way that's not really helping clarify the track so much as mold it all together. Maybe it's the glue that holds your guitar and your synth and your bass together, maybe. Like, maybe. And I understand why you would do it, but I think I would bring it down in the mix, the clap specifically. And then bring it up for the next section, by all means. By all means. But for this particular, like, hard style drop, it's taking too much space. Yeah, it's really dense and really loud, that's for sure. I'll say this, props to you. I just got on a call thing, sadly, have to go. Oh, well, Flaro, shit. If you want to lurk, if you're still working and you want to lurk, just hang out. We do take some time before we get to people's tracks. So if you want to take a chance and stay in the queue, but don't leave, and then maybe we'll get to you by the time you're free. Maybe. But yeah, you got to drive. We'll see. I mean, if you want, you won't be home. Oh, well, shit. Well, fuck, dude. Sorry. We're not even done this one, too. So I'm glad you didn't spend any money on bits, because then that would have been like, oh, well, shit, I'll give your skip next time, I guess. But that's lame. Just come back next time, dude. Just come back next time. We'll figure something out for you and your placement. Be sure that you keep those notifications on so that you'll see the alert early and you get into the queue early, and then we'll figure something out for you, dude. Flaro, I appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate the sub either way. Thank you very much. Really cool of you. Either way. We'll see you next time, dude. I'll give you props here, Variant. Your strings sound crisp. They sound realistic. They sound very well EQ'd as well. And they sound like they're all occupying their own sound pockets, frequency pockets. So it sounds like well done, this section. I like it. Like, I hear the bow along, scraping along the string. I hear the friction created by the rosin between the bow and the string. That vroom, vroom, vroom. Love hearing those elements that make me connect with the experience of being in a room with a string quartet that much more. So well done on that, truly. I don't like the strings, actually. They could use more volume difference to sound natural. What? Hold up. Do you mean velocity? Like, do you mean the way that they are played could have a little more humane aspect to it? Because if you're saying that, I think I agree with you. It's basically the notes played differently between each ones so that it sounds like a human is actually hitting the strings. I get what you're saying if that's the case. I still think that it sounds really good. I still think that the textures themselves are really good. I think that they have their real charm. The samples that is being used, or the impulse responses that are being used, are sounding super crisp. But I think now that you're mentioning it, I would have liked a little more velocity on the strings as well. Let's listen back for a second here. crazy just because there's so much like realistic resonance between strings, and some strings that are sounding a little bit less. Especially what you're referring to, Spale, is specifically with the staccato strings. I agree with you on the staccato strings. I do not agree with you on the legato strings. That sounds super clean to me. That sounds super human. And the resonances sound even crazier human to me. But on the staccato strings, I agree with you that it could have used a little more life, a little more vivacity, in that like you lower some of the velocity on some of the notes and you raise it on others very slightly so that it sounds as if it's an actual human's arch. No, arche in French. A human's bow, string, like bowing across those strings. I did add some random velocity to my MIDI. Maybe it just wasn't drastic enough. Maybe you need to. It's hard to think which notes would be by a cellist or a violinist played less loud unless you already play. Knowing string instruments helps that a little bit, I guess. But like, there are notes that typically are a little bit less emphasized and a little bit more emphasized. So you're going to want to be very careful when adjusting those velocities, because those individual notes will, as Spale points out, change the humanistic feel of your strings. If that's a word or not, fucking fight me. But like, it will feel more or even less realistic if you emphasize the wrong notes. So the only thing that I could possibly say, variants to help you with that, is listen to some string quartets and see how they play and see which notes generally get more love and which notes get less. There's no real way around it except for knowing and feeling the ones that feel or sound right. And more importantly than that is listening to it after you've done each individual note and listen to how cohesive the notes are between each other, because otherwise, Jesus Christ, dude, it could sound even worse even though you've put more work into it. So just be aware. It's a lot to dive into. And I'm sorry I'm getting into so much detail with regards to individual note string strums. Avenir Music doesn't seem to mind that. The feedback you give is so deep and thorough, rare to find on Twitch these days. I've just been vibing in the background listening. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That is one thing that I do have an advantage of, being not only a songwriter, not only a producer, not only a mixing engineer, not only a mastering engineer. I am also like a musician live, so it definitely helps. Wait, again, 2 ads? That's not fair. I mean, you're watching for free. He can't hear this, but he's watching for free. So, like, it's kind of fair. It's a little fair. And I've also programmed the ads to be as minimalistic as possible, to not like affect revenue stream, but to also be as minimalistic and as spread out as possible. There's like not really much more I can do spread out wise with the ads to fix that. Without like literally dropping in the revenue. And like, if you're watching for free, I'm sorry, but that's the deal. Okay, so all right, we back. Good to know, Spale. Thank you. I just talked about the ads as well. You can also use a resonance chart to see which frequencies have the strongest resonant frequencies based on the strings tuning. It is really fine, but really adds to the humanistic feel. But this is the thing, Avenir. I actually hear that resonance. Listen to specific notes. I'm going to play it back again. This is a section worth diving into because there's a lot of good examples in this particular section. Listen to the resonance on certain notes. That's what you got to hear. There is some already, which was fucking mind-blowing to me. That's what made it sound more human to me. I heard that resonance. So it's already pre-programmed on that. Listen. Do you hear that? Had more hum and more resonance. That's crazy. That's crazy. When I heard that, I was like, wow, that is a real life problem to have. Usually you would EQ that out, but it actually makes it sound more rich and realistic here. On that that is a C sharp. Yep. That is a C sharp. On that C sharp, it sounds more resonaty. And there's another note too that it happens. it doesn't, not as much as that one, but anyways. I would have personally here, variant, personally, I would have probably put your strumming strings a little bit louder at this point, because you could really find something that is moving more a little bit with the beat rather than sort of in the background as more of an ambient thing. I would have brought those things up a little bit. Exactly. Must be a good library if it's already in the contact bank. Yes, some contact libraries are crazy. I can only fucking imagine. Well, yeah, it's right there. You can enhance it with something like Surfer EQ if you have it. The track will resonate and shift the EQ in real time to help with the movement of resonances. Resonancies. I don't know if that's a word, but it sounds good. Resonancies. That's crazy. That's a fucking crazy effect. I'd remove the vocal chops and EDM snare from that orchestral beat. Interesting. I agree with you, actually. It seems like the vocal chops are at odds with the sound, even though the melody is technically cohesive with the rest of your melody. Melodically, what I'm saying is it matches melodically, but texturally it doesn't. I don't know about the EDM snare. I kind of like the contrast that the EDM snare is having with that section, but the vocal chops for me are really not doing it, specifically because texturally they neither contrast nor support anything. They're just vocal chops literally giving me Skrillex vibes, but yeah, for sure. Well, so what's up, Azur? Welcome back. I appreciate you stopping on by. Thanks for popping on through. But yeah, exactly. They're straight up from a Skrillex playbook for sure. But they don't really support your string melody. They don't necessarily support your rhythmic element. They actually contrast your rhythmic element, but not in a great way. It's probably the snare tail that gives the atmosphere. I don't know. I like the pop. I actually like I like that a little bit. So I'm not against keeping that necessarily. But the vocal chops, I agree with you though. It's not doing it for me. Bummer. Unfortunately, I would love to hear the second drop, but that's the way the rules work, unfortunately. Not going to lie, I just joined, and the fact that I'm hearing all this feedback that you're giving is awesome. Thank you very much. We do what we can in this feedback stream, but I appreciate that, and I appreciate the follow as well, Red Aura. Thank you very much for joining us, 026. Red Aura 026. That's awesome. Cool name. Either way, Variant, I want to say that your textures are great. This feedback should be actually paid. I mean, all you got to do is subscribe. And tip and cheer and all of those things that allow you that. But that's okay. Either way. So yeah, I would say that overall, your building blocks are quite good. You have great sounding things. And your arrangement is just a little slow to drop and then quick to stop. Slow to drop and quick to stop. Someone's got to put that on a t-shirt. Put that shit on a t-shirt and I'll print it and I'll sell it as merch. Slow to drop, quick to stop. It's not great. It's not great because we are not giving the audience what they want, which is what you have built up this entire track. It's literally the purpose for a build is to drop and drop hard. And drop you do. Drop hard you do. But not enough, in my opinion. And I've had other little isolated notes and stuff like those string velocities and things like that that are not perfect, but easily fixable. So get on that a little bit. Get on the arrangement a little bit so that it flows a little quicker and it sticks. Because this song doesn't need to be 3.5 minutes. It could be very, very close to 3 minutes, and that's that. That said, I will say I appreciate you submitting. I appreciate you letting us listen to your track on the stream, letting us give feedback on it, and you being receptive to that feedback is even more interesting because it feels like you're actually listening, which is wonderful. And that's really cool. That's really, really cool. So thank you very much for letting us take a look, man. Thank you for trusting us with your track, Variant. Appreciate that very, very much. So yeah, next up is DJ Flyman, who has long since dipped. I'm going to add him one more time, and I'm going to wait 10 seconds because he's not even in the chat. All right, it's been 10 seconds. I'm going next. Sorry! I understand you having to leave. Imagine dipping from the best feedback on Twitch, right? Crazy, right? No, but I mean, let's not lie, guys. We all have lives. Not all of us can wait, and we gotta be careful because I actually, at some point or another, my girlfriend even pointed out, like, people can't just like wait on you their entire life for you to get to their track. And I was like, yeah, that's a good point. If I had to wait on my feedback, I would be like, what the fuck, like. Maybe I won't wait 6 hours or like 3 hours for feedback. Maybe. But here is fucking these fuckers waiting. Not DJ Flyman though. K Bruce usually is patient. Yeah, like I said, lives explain that concept, please. It's that thing that Nexus would laugh at you for having that he doesn't have. Is Nexus still with us? I wonder. That was actually a pretty good roast. I was proud of that one. I wonder if Nexus heard that one. Because Nexus was roasting us before. So what up, bitch? I'm trying to use the time and give feedback as well. Why would I be silent? I mean, yeah, of course. That feedback, while we're not working on your track, still could apply to music that you make, which is the whole point here. Yeah, absolutely. All right, K Bruce, you up. After I do yours, K Bruce, I'm gonna warm up some food. I'm hesitating between pizza and lasagna because I've got both in the fridge and all they need to be is microwaved. So y'all, hold up. We can do a vote for this. Lasagna pizza? Fucking? All right, no need for a poll. No need for a poll when two people say really intelligent things. When two people say intelligent as fuck things, we're doing both. That's that on that. Why poll when you found the answer? All right. Oh, shit. La Soprana, thank you for tipping 20. Thank you very much for tipping $20. That's very appreciated. Wow. Very nice. And the amount went up. That's nice. It went up to 4%. Yay! Thank you very much. I'm gonna make some waffle fries with some sweet chili dip. Damn. Yo, it's pizza and lasagna tonight. You guys can convince me. That's that on that. It's gonna be quick. I promise. Thankfully, I have a sub, so you'll listen to the full 3 minutes. That is correct, K Bruce. You are absolutely a 3-minuter. Tier 1 gets 3 minutes. So let's fucking go. Let's just listen to this. And yeah. What type of MacBook are you trying to buy? I'm trying to actually buy a Mac Mini because I'm a studio producer. So I keep most of my setup in here. So I'm going to be going for the Mac Mini. I'm going for the M2 Pro Mac Mini. And I have to upgrade it to 1 terabyte just with all the system files that I have and all of the sound libraries that I have. So that is going to ring in at a cool $2,000. And that's what I'm going for now. Because the M2 Pro will allow for me to do both audio and video much better than this. And yeah, so there's no more latency in the stream, so that I can accept all kinds of different types of platforms and not hope that my computer is going to explode. It's like a PC, kind of. Yeah, it's. I wonder if I could show you without like breaking my computer. No, my phone will not work. But yeah. Okay, folks. That's enough talking about my computer. It's a Mac Mini. It's basically like a tower, but it's tiny. It's like this big. It's like literally just in front of me. It is literally this big and this thick. It's like a sandwich. It's like a very large sandwich. That's a Mac Mini. And they have really good processors these days and really good graphics card these days. So I'm going for the M2 Pro. And that's the one I have my sights on. So yes, it's like a PC, except it's a Mac because I use Logic. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, just an excuse for rhythmic fuggery. In progress, the update from 1 day ago by K. Bruce. Okay, I hate the way you ended that, but that's usually with the case with you. Usually your endings are very abrupt, K. Bruce. Okay, the drums are so much better. So much better. They are... It feels like a drummer could have played this. Your sounds are still a little bit meaty, personally, for me. But the playing, like the actual notes you've chosen, wow. The feel is great. It's a great feel, dude. Okay, so let me start by saying that. I will also start by saying, last time we listened to this one, did I happen to tell you to play more with the center with your guitars? Like the way that, like, I don't know if I showed you this, but the way when I have my guitars panned out here, in general, for like any given amp sound, I will record it 3 times. So I'll record a guitar 3 times. I'll record it once for the center, once for the left, and once for the right. And in that case here, that gives me like a wall of sound. And then I will double that and put it through a different amp sound. So like a rectifier sound, as well as like an angle sound kind of thing. Yes, but it's supposed to be a vocal in the future. I'll get to that. Oh! Okay. But still there should be still a solid center guitar, because there's still too much left and right going on, and I think that we do need at some point or another, the vocals won't be throughout the entire track. They'll definitely be, I can hear them there though. But yeah, we're gonna need, I'm gonna go through it, but we're gonna need a center guitar in several spots. I'll point out where I think. I can't give feedback on that, not my cup of tea. That's okay. Have a cup of tea while you wait. I'm having coffee, even though it's 8 p.m. Okay. So, first thing I want to say is Porcupine vibes as fuck. Just say. Love that. Love that. Let's go. Let's go. So here, center guitar, guaranteed. There can't be vocals singing here. What are the vocals gonna do? Like, what are they gonna add to this equation? There's no vocals here. If there are, I would be surprised. Center guitar here. Yeah, growl. So fine. Even if there is a growl, like a ooh, ah, if there is a growl, that will work. But you still need a center guitar, because that section will only be supported by a center guitar, even if there is a growl in there. That's fine. I'm more inclined to put a center guitar there. Well, yes, I was going to say the same thing until I noticed that you had a synth there. You have a synth playing there, like a sustained synth. So 2 things. First of all, that synth needs to be louder. So you need to turn that up in the mix either way. Second of all, if you are going to put a center guitar or rather for you, it's going to be a center guitar, your synths should be about this wide then. Because right now they're like right in the center and they're kind of stepping on the bass anyways. So you're going to probably want to take them from the center and bring them about there, so that you have the space for the center guitar. In the intro, center guitar, after that, vocals. Oh, okay, so I'm understanding this backwards. Never mind, I didn't say anything. But still, no, it's okay. It's me who, well, it's me. It's not me who programs the internet. But I also didn't realize what you were talking about and just started talking. But either way, though, if you have vocals, even more of a good reason to take those synths and spread them out, because you're going to make space for your vocals either way. And more importantly, you'll actually hear both vocals and synths. So 30 to 50% spread on your synths, give or take. Is there going to be vocals in this very Porcupine Tree section? Is there going to be vocals in this section? Because I love this part so fucking much. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool. Also, for that riff, yes, pretty much all the vocals except intro and the stupid things in the middle. The stupid things. You mean your awesome transitions? So I'm just wondering like exactly where the vocals will appear, because if you could stand to. Nickelodeon, thank you very much for the follow. Nickelodeon. Thank you for the follow. Also, dude, this section, dude, hold up. Dude, this section here. Why? What? Like, you've done so much good with the drums. You've done so much good for your drums. But your riffs are losing emphasis now. Those transitions, everybody should be meeting on those. You know, like, you should fucking emphasize those riffs. You should make those come out and really meet all together, as if all the band looks at each other and it's like you have a little band moment. You know what I mean? That's what I call them, is band moments, where the audience is irrelevant and all the people on the stage are just like looking at each other like, remember this cool part that we're doing? Yeah, this is for us. I love those moments. Yeah, I see what you mean. I introduced it in the fill for the next part. Got to try something there too. Oh, well, in that case, something simpler, but that still emphasizes that riff. I don't think it was off synth, but I was doing like something like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like something that will fit with the beat could just be like a hi-hat fill, but it brings out that riff. It's too good of a riff to not focus on. We need to focus on that for a moment. Speaking, dude, you are just such you're such vibes, man. Thank you very much, Avnir. Thank you very much. Speaking of band moments, you see that video of the jazz improv sax and guitar player that played exactly the same solo spontaneously? No, but I love those moments. I want to see that. You post that in my Discord, in my server. Post it in the in the music chat or the tomfoolery. Either way, doesn't matter. But music, sure. Post it in one of my chats. I want to watch that later. So for sure, link that. And I'll watch it later because I have nothing to do. My girlfriend's in France, so I'll find it and share it when I do. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, let's keep moving. See, the toms all doing the same thing. Your guitar is not moving at that rhythm. Your guitar. Okay, this is detail, guys. I need you to bear with me here because this is getting into the nitty-gritty of like notes and the way drummers play. But it's worth it because we've never really talked about this, K. Bruce. I told you do something. I proposed to you options, but I've never like told you like the principle of this. Listen to your guitar, the riff it's doing. So, wait, I think. So it's not. It's not repetitive, the same rhythm. It is. So that, a drummer is going to cling to that and hear the high notes and emphasize those in different ways. So to get really into the nitty gritty with this, so let's say da. That kind of thing where you're going da, 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 I don't know that you hear my voice at the same time that I'm playing drums. You probably don't, but I'm trying to like show you that it's like reflect what the drum plays by listening to the guitar. So the notes you're playing, da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Like, you know what I mean? Coordinate your drums. The accents are not exactly in line. Thank you for vocalizing it. Because, yeah, I hear like... Like, that's what I'm hearing in my head for that role. Something along those lines. Like, and that's just the way a drummer sort of thinks sonically. It's like if he or she were to emphasize he, she, or they. Please don't hate me for not being trans acceptance. Please, that's not what I'm trying to do by saying he or she. Please, just for the future, for everybody, please understand it's habit. It is not malicious intent. So I'll just go with they, so it includes everybody, so everybody feels included. Humans need to feel inclusive. When a drummer thinks about a riff like that and they are trying to line up with the drums or with the guitars or bass in a specific way, they're thinking sonically what matches with each note. But yes, exactly, K. Bruce, you've said it already. The accents are not exactly in line. Enough said. I could have started with that. I could have finished with that. I could have very well just said that and not played that on drums. But I like playing drums. That section, dude, those fills, perfect. Like, I don't have anything to say about those sections. They're fucking great. Also, centered guitar. Just saying. For these sections here... Your cymbals are not coming through super clean. They sound kind of digitally compressed in a bad way. I'm really sorry about that, dude, to be like the bearer of bad news on that front. But it doesn't sound like it should cymbals-wise. I think there's a lot more high-end than I would like and not as much mids as I would like. But again, the compression also sounds very square and very over-compressed. Now, cymbals are supposed to sound over-compressed, but not in that way. It's supposed to wash. So you're supposed to hear an initial crash, and it's supposed to go away and then come back. So it's supposed to go... Really, that's what a cymbal should sound like. When I do this, it impacts quickly, compresses quickly, and then it comes back quickly. Now, what that does is essentially it leaves the feeling when we hear it in the mix, it just sounds crash. It just sounds like a crash. But the effect that we're actually like making happen is a little less. Basically, it's like it's weird, but it's got to be quick and it's got to be super like. It's such a pain to mix drums. I have a lot of fun with it, but then again, you've heard my drums. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work and a lot of practice, but I have a lot of fun mixing drums. It's one of my favorite things to mix and one of the things I feel like I do best, but I get it. It's so much fucking work. And especially if you're a guitarist, like, I get that too, because it's like, just fucking let me play the guitars. Just, just let me fucking mix the guitars. Okay, those synths, center. Now we're doing the opposite now. We're telling you the synths themselves need to be more the focus of attention. You're taking away from the guitars, actually, by putting them in the left and right. So, bring those closer to the center a little bit. Thank you, Meteor Music. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate that very much. That's very nice of you. Can I give a great trick for symbols? Try to make your symbols talk to each other by using different symbols? What? What? By using different symbols? Like using different symbol sounds? Well, yeah, that's kind of drumming 101. You definitely want to have different symbol sounds for sure, and have them like being different frequencies. That's very important for sure. That's why this symbol here is big, and this symbol here, sorry, the opposite actually. It's this symbol here is the splashy one, and this symbol here is the actual big symbol, but you hear how they're calling and response. I know what you mean by talking to each other. It's kind of like a call and response, because this one goes ding, this one goes dong. It's like gang kang. Is that already a rule that I was missing out on something? Yeah, dude, drummers don't just have one crash cymbal. Unless you're a jazz drummer that only has a ride cymbal and that's it, which cool, but drummers in general have a hi-hat, 2 crashes, and a ride. That's what I have here. So I have all the different sounds. I have that, that. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not a rule necessarily. It's sort of just like an unwritten rule, like get new symbols, get different symbols, get good symbols. In that section, don't know if I should leave the synth, take care, or add some vocals. Haven't decided. Understood. Either way, it needs to be in the center. Whatever you do needs to be in the center. Like, take the cake. Take the cake is funny. Yeah, I think, honestly, whatever you're doing, it needs to be centered here. I noticed in dubstep that they only use one cymbal and call it a day. I don't know what dubstep you're listening to, but not the dubstep I listen to. The dubstep I listen to is written by like drummers and guitarists and shit, and that shit never sounds like that. So, something important here, K. Bruce. You're going to start this one. You're going to do something like, you're going to do something complex on this. Not complex, but like as complex as the second turnaround of this one here. You're going to do a complex one on the first one this time. You're welcome in advance for the drummers who will thank you. Because you don't even do a second one. You don't even do a second one. Even more reason for you to do the complex one right in the middle there. Something different from the first one, possibly. I would recommend it because, again, drummers will be will share gratitude with you for writing good fills. But yeah, absolutely, then you're doing that fill. You're definitely emphasizing that fill, for sure. I can't find the video, but it appears on my feed a lot. Next time I'll save it. Please do, and shoot it our way. I'd love to see that. I would love to see that. I think it's common in Rhythm Trench to use only one cymbal loop, but I could be wrong. Okay, Rhythm Trench, I understand, because they break a lot of the rules of production in order to call it new production, and I'm not a fan of the way they do that. Like, they're always offbeat consistently, specifically in rhythm, always offbeat. If DGE was here, he would be laughing his ass off. Because it's like they're constantly off the actual beat, and it frustrates me because it's like, just play on the beat. But that's my drummer in me talking, so there you go. All right, let's finish up this track here. That's solo. That's solo. Dude. Center. Let your rhythm guitars do their things. Let the solo be the star of the show. You're throwing all your guitars into the left and right. And while the rhythm guitars absolutely belong there, your lead guitars belong here, here, or here. Depending on what you have going on in the center, they should be occupying 20% panning or less. So like, yeah, let's put the star of the show a little bit in there, even if there's vocals. After that, we can figure out the panning with the vocals. But like, there's some things that will, regardless, need to be closer to the center than to the left or right, regardless of what we do with the vocals. So this is one of them. Center guitar as well in this. Jesus Christ. Oh, Cycle. I remember that song, What the Fuck is Rhythm? That's funny. I've listened to that one before. All right. Overall here, K. Bruce, it's an improvement. Do not get me wrong. It is an improvement over the last version that you sent me. The drums are so much better. They do need some tweaks still, obviously. That's fine. You're not a drummer, and that's okay. There are some notes in there, and I'm not going to delve into as much nitty-gritty over which notes need more velocity or less, as we did with Variant. But there are some drum notes in there that need automation to make it feel similarly human, K. Bruce. And I think that to a certain extent, you need to like experiment with that a little bit by knowing the drumming and knowing how drummers like put ghost notes in places. But I think you've already done that quite well. I think it's just now it needs the professional's touch, essentially. But yeah, the drums are better. The guitars, again, the sound on the left and right I'm not super bothered with, but I would like a little more center action and a little more variation guitar-wise from just left and right, because all the guitars are in left and right in this. We need more interplay between the center and the left and right with the guitars. For sure, having supporting guitars there the entire time, even that I'm not a fan of, but I understand. The rest of them need to appear somewhere in the middle. Same thing with your synths. They need to be extending either from the middle to about 50% panning. You need to fuck with it and hear and feel what sounds and feels right, so that everything is like this full spectrum of sound rather than just center, left, and right. There's an entire middle ground here. Like this is where your guitars and synths are. This is where your drums and your synths are. And there's this entire spectrum here that could use some filling. Play with that. Play with it a little bit. And yeah, either way, thanks as always, K. Bruce, for letting us listen to your song, letting us give our feedback on it. Always appreciated. And thanks for trusting us with your track. You saying thanks, I'll give it a try to everything you said. Give it a try. Some things I'm saying are probably not going to work. Like that's not my intention here. My intention here is to provide as much as I think can work for your track. But try it out. And if it's some stuff is like, nope, that's just going to be bad idea for the vocals or for whatever reason, do it. Just do your thing. All right. Thank you either way, K. Bruce. It's always fun. Dom rocks. It's up. It's time. I am now uncertain as to what I am going to hear from you, because last time you sent us something a little different than what you usually do. And yeah, that's a thing. But this time, who knows? Who knows what it's gonna be? I know that Dom Rocks is probably gonna want to play it close to the vest. So let's just hear what we got. Just working on those two projects, alternating. Okay. I like those two projects. They're really cool. They're really nice. They're really good. Really cool. Here we go, says Meteor Music. Ted Granger. There you go. You got the queue. And thank you for joining the queue as well. That's always nice. Okay. So, I have been streaming for 5 hours now. I intend to continue. Avenir Music, you are absolutely next. And I want to be as good as I can be for you guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up myself a couple slices of pizza. I'll be right back. I'm not even going to put some music on. We already have Dom Rox's track queued up and ready to go. I'm just going to go throw some pizza slices in the microwave. And by the time they're done, actually, some lasagna too. Fuck it. We did say both. We're going to heat up some both. We're going to heat up some lasagna and some pizza. And then we're going to let it cook while we listen to this track. And then once it's ready, I'll bring it back here, and then we'll start just nibbling and giving some feedback on Dom Rox's track. So here we go. I'll be right back, guys. Before we go, is it true that big artists smoke the green to make good music? I mean, I do. I know a lot don't. I know there's a lot of sober artists out there, but I think it helps, honestly. Dom Rox does. So there you go. So the answer is yes, because Dom Rox does. Hey! We'll be right back. All right. That's enough. Penultimate music. That's an awesome name. Penultimate music. Thanks for the chat. It does help. It does help you sort of remove yourself from your own ego a little bit. Maybe try that as well. Definitely also the other natural medicine from the fungi family. Absolutely. That does help, but you got to be careful. But I don't even get grass without having permission from the doctor. That will cut your lawn, bro. All right, on that note, an excellent transition for the track 6 by Dom Rox. Without further ado, he's waited for me to cook my food. He's waits no longer. 6. Okay, I just want to point out that my food finished at exactly the time that the song was done. Wow! As always, Dom rocks with the fucking abstract stuff that makes me feel things and see things that I wasn't gonna feel or see otherwise. So, congrats. Really visceral and visual. As always, Dom, I don't know how to give feedback on this other than by telling you what images go through my mind and what feelings and emotions come forth. Because how the fuck am I going to give a mixed feedback on this? Someone tell me how. But dude, this dude is my idol. First of all, Penultimate Music, thanks for the follow. I love this stream. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That was a good one, Avnir. It was. Sane Finality. Sane Finality, which means breast in French. Breast Finality. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. This dude is my idol with the abstract stuff. Hands down. You are my reference for abstract music that I actually enjoy. Hands down. Dom rocks. Hands down. I actually FW this. I don't know what that means. Sorry. This is all just a video game, simply in your imagination. Absolutely, Red Aura. Fucking crazy. The effects that happen. Now, this is an unexpected vibe. It is. Every time he comes in here, he just turns our world upside down and goes like, oh yeah, you thought you knew music? Fuck you! But in the nicest way possible. Of like, fuck you creatively. Productively. It's a productive fuck you. It's fucking mental, man. It's such a good track. I think he's questioning everything right now. My small brain doesn't understand this. I was absolutely questioning everything. I was listening to that and I was thinking about the dream that I had last night. It made me feel tense as my dream last night. Because I just slept weirdly last night. So it made me feel the emotions of my dream. So Dom rocks. I think maybe the start is a bit busy and the high parts at the end are harsh. We'll keep an ear out for that. Same Finality. Yo! Welcome. Thank you very much for popping by and giving us a little follow. Thank you for that. Spale TV, Dom rocks. Can I sample this? For sure. The community continues to share upon itself. You pronounce it right. Oh my God. How do I submit, bro? So you're going to basically command join to submit. And wait for your turn to submit your song in the chat. It's going to be in the chat that you paste your SoundCloud link, but wait before it's your turn. It'll appear. It's saying, yay, Same Finality, you're next. And yes, I pronounced it right. I'm from Quebec. I'm from Montreal. French is that's the way you pronounce it. It's like, this is the way it is. Much love. Thanks, dude. My pleasure. The vibe in here is so rare on Twitch. It's very humble and wholesome. Well, you know, you could learn in an abusive manner. You could. Some people do, like I did for a long time in my life, but then I preferred positive, constructive feedback. It's this dream scale whole tones. Yeah, the augmented scale. I was gonna say. The fucking... Nope. I can't even play it. Such a cool scale, man. You've had a lot of fun with the augmented scale in this one. It's awesome, dude. It's really, really cool. And it evokes dreams, absolutely. But like, more so than just that, it evokes the emotions from dreams. So I bet a lot of people that were listening to this were like feeling but not comprehending, because dreams themselves take that shape often. They feel correct, but they are not comprehensible. The augmented scale reflects that, but your composition reflects that as well. So well done on that, because your arrangement is so well executed, dude. After I'm done with my song, I'll try something like this. Will probably fail, of course. You gotta try it, man. You gotta try it. You gotta really try it. You gotta. It's a lot of practice and a lot of acid. But no, yeah, you gotta. I mean, drugs really do help this. Honestly, this kind of stuff. Bottom line, you just think of things in different ways that humans don't usually think of things that are not as cohesive. So yeah, absolutely. Try it though. Shit, I can't download on phone. How do I command it? It's the imagine if scale. Yeah, it's exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. All right, let's go through this. And again, this is something I am not qualified to give that mixing feedback. We'll keep an eye out for the busy beginning and the harsh ending. We'll keep an eye out for that, or an ear out, rather. An ear out for that. But like, apart from like things that are obviously dense or busy or like annoying, I can't really tell you that. But again, the way I will express my feedback in this case is just by telling you what emotions come up. It's going to be anxiety. A lot of it's going to be anxiety. I'm an anxious person. I don't know if you can tell by the fact that I'm wearing this like nice hoodie indoors in my own home. I like comfort. Desolation. Just being alone in an endless expanse. It's what I feel right now already. Anxious. So anxious. I feel alone in a vast expanse of nothingness but me and my thoughts. With nothing but me and my thoughts. So anxiety. That's one form of it. Light starts to creep from the distance. I'm expressing more images that I'm seeing, but emotions that I'm feeling, as in like an optimistic light approaches from the distance. It's a curious light. It darts around like this fly that I just almost killed. It sort of darts around in a very curious way. It evokes curiosity in me. Then it starts darting around a little more erratically, making me a little more nervous. It's making me a little bit more like that light in the distance is now like actually moving pretty fast and kind of, oh, that feels like kind of weird. The light gets bigger. The light becomes more ethereal. The violin just playing a tritone. I know, making me super duper tense. It's great. It's fantastic use of tritones versus augmented scales. It's just crazy. Wait, it makes sense now. So many old cartoons have that dream scale in the background. Yeah, that's the augmented scale. That's the dream scale. That's literally it. Dude, where do you get your sounds? What VST do you use? That's a really good question. Dom, if you care to share. And then the light slows down a little bit and like sort of becomes a little stable. It grows, but then it stops growing and sort of resumes a more fluid motion. And then the ground falls out from under me. I am falling. While being observed by this light that just seems to be following me, falling through nothing. I'm not sure whether to be terrified or curious. It's still, again, this odd, sickening sense between the two. This play of like, I should be scared that I'm falling to my death, but I'm like kind of curious what's on the other side. Then I'm not. Then I'm much more scared. And then it's sort of like balances out and you don't feel like you're falling anymore. You do still are falling, but you're more floating than falling. And then below me, water starts to flow and it sort of like starts to like rise to my back. I'm floating like this and like water is starting to like rush along my back a little bit. It's cold. It's cold water. My body is seizing up a little. And I'm more submerged in it now. It came up to my face. It covered me as I was trying to yell out. The water just came over my mouth and filled my mouth. And just as I was about to take a breath in and drink and breathe in water, the water just receded, right? It was just crazy, this effect that's happening to me. A breath that makes me feel scared and relieved that I'm breathing. Both relieved that I'm breathing and scared that I can still experience terrible things. So I agree with the harshness at the end here. Specifically, is that what you said before? I'm going to just check your comment again. Sorry, I'm scrolling through the chat at this point just to see your... I think maybe the start is a bit busy and the high parts at the end are harsh. Yeah, exactly. It's certainly a little harsh at the end. I agree with you on that. You could edge off of the harp. You could edge off of the harp a little bit, the high end of the harp specifically. You could. But it actually has an effect that is going with the rest of the feel of your song. So I kind of like it. Kind of like how harsh it is at the end. As for the busyness at the beginning... I would probably lower the volume of the mandolin or the string in the middle, lower it a little bit so that the piano takes more of the forefront, even though it's left and right. I would let it dance a little bit, like a little bit more isolated. So like, yeah, I would do that probably. Let's just see what you guys are saying here. I'm going to need a video tutorial. Yeah, I get what you mean, dude, because Dom is an incredible musician playing multiple different types of instruments, not just instruments, but different types of instruments that all contrast each other. And that was crazy. That's crazy. This reminds me of Disney so much. You have an actual harp. What mic do you use to record it? Yeah, that is a question, isn't it? It's like a scene out of Bambi. Oh, like a Disney movie. Bambi, it would be more Fantasia than Bambi, I think, Avenir Music. I think, personally. Dom needs to make an animated video based on Mike's imaginations. Anyone needs to draw what I'm seeing, because I can't draw it myself. Someone needs to do some fucking crazy animation shit. And I don't know if Dom does video, he should absolutely be the one to do it because he's the creator of the music. So, yes. Hey, can you do a review on an instrumental? Yeah, that's literally what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I'm just hitting the strings really hard. He's literally doing that. Okay, Bruce, that's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. I like that sound, but need to EQ it. Add 1 minute. Oh, good. I'm glad that we went through the comments during the ad break. Then, I mean, on this specific video. So yeah, use command join. Absolutely, command join the queue if you want to submit a video for review. But it's not going to be YouTube. It's going to be SoundCloud only, unfortunately, because SoundCloud is the only one that doesn't make my computer go ploof, and also it's the only one that doesn't mute my fucking audio, because YouTube constantly mutes my audio. So no YouTube, I'm afraid. Find an equivalent on SoundCloud, please. And you're back. Just an AT2020 is all I got. Jesus Christ, the sounds you're getting out of a fucking $100 mic, dude, are mental. They're mental to me. You're doing a really good job mixing, man. Honestly, I think that's pretty much all I had to say about the track anyways. But, like, I think you are doing a phenomenal job. Lil Korg's hole, thank you so much for the follow. I think you're doing a phenomenal job, Dom Rocks, of making music very different. And that is saying something, because it's like, I feel so creatively insignificant when I hear stuff like that. Then I remember it's not about that. It's not about the competition. It's not about the fight. It's about just making what's in your brain. And some people have these things in their brain. And the fact that you can externalize it in a way that I'm able to extract imagery from my own head and emotionality from my own head means that you're doing a great fucking job. And I'm super happy about that. I'm super happy for it. So thank you as always, Dom. We go on an adventure together, and I'm really happy about that. Thank you for letting us listen to it, for letting us feel and share our emotions together. And thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for trusting us with your track. It's always a pleasure, man. Take care of yourself. We'll be going next. Yeah. Can someone... Dom, your music rocks. Much appreciated, bro. Love the stream. Thanks heaps. Thank you, Dom. Thank you. Without music like this, the stream would be not abstract enough, I think. We need a little bit more abstract. Dom, your music rocks. Know that. Big fan here. Yeah, man. Yeah, big fan here too. Can someone format the command for me? I don't know what that means, but it's basically just exclamation point join. All you got to do is do that. So it's not that hard. Let's get on it. Avenir music. Avenir. Le futur, quoi. Is my French coming out? Oh shit! I heated up food. Okay, guys, this is another thing. When your music makes me forget about food, because I'm a food boy. I'm a food boy with an eye. So I'm gonna go and reheat it up, and I'll be right back, and we're gonna listen to Avenir's music. Avenir, you have been beyond patient with this stream. You've been a wonder, both in comments and in recognition of vibe. Thank you very much for being with us. We have your track pulled open. It is your turn. I'm just gonna get the food that I heated up that I forgot about because Dom's track fucking took me to space and back. So I'll be right back. Damn. Love it when that happens. Damn. Got my cutlery at least. Just reheating this bitch. So we got a whole plate of goodies. Thanks to your suggestions. Don't be daft. What even is 4 hours? It's been a blast. Don't be daft. You just gave away your geographic position, my friend. My UK friend. Or Scottish. Well, depending on how you look at it, it is also part of the UK. But you've given away your geolocalization. Oh, she's sizzling. Oh, she's a sizzling, boys. Look at that. Look at that. Oven lasagna and Domino's pizza. No, but seriously, I'm going to eat the fuck out of this shit, man. Bang on music-wise and linguistic legend. Scotland gang, Pizzang. The Pizzang. Bro, it's the Pizzang. Scotland gang. Right? Well, no, I'm not going to do a brogue. I'm not good enough with my Scottish brogue yet. I'm practicing, though, because I'm doing D&D. I'm doing a lot of those European accents, and I got to practice the Scottish brogue a lot. My fitness mindset couldn't eat that, but my heart screams for it. See, that's the thing. It's about not having a fitness mindset. That way, your heart never screams. My heart screams enough for enough things, guys. My heart screams for your music. I don't want it to scream for food as well, okay? I just make myself things that are enjoyable. Either way, I'm going to enjoy this first bite. I usually don't like ricotta in lasagna. I'm more of a bechamel guy. I don't know if you feel me on this, guys. But lasagna with bechamel is greater than lasagna with ricotta. Hands down. But this is 4 cheese lasagna, so ricotta is included, but it's not like the star of the show. There's like cottage in there. There's mozzarella. There's Parmesan. And I gotta say, not so bad for a jumbo club-sized oven lasagna that you buy downstairs frozen at the grocery store. Not bad. Not bad. The one I make is better, but yeah. I'm surprised you haven't smashed that already. I'd inhale that food so fast. I literally just put in a block of cheese instead of a cheese sauce. I mean, yeah, you could, but bechamel plus mozzarella cheese is the way to go. And then a layer of Parmesan on the top layer. The way to go, dude. The way you have to do it. You just have to do it that way. It's so good. All right. Avenir, your suggestions for food are excellent. And just know that when I listen to the 2 minutes of this song, I will be thinking of a block of cheese while I eat this lasagna. But you just have to know that I'll be listening to your music nonetheless. Meteor music with the food notes, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, this is another thing that I like to do, guys, is cook. I don't like to cook for myself. I realized this recently. I like to cook for other people. I love to see people happy when I make them food. But I don't like to cook for myself because I'm also partially lazy. So, when you're looking for food notes, I'm also your guy. I'm your food feedback guy. Betty Games 21, welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Appreciate you swinging on by. Either way, right now what we're going to do is we're going to listen to Avenir's track, Coalesce, a penultimate collab. Oh, shit, and Penultimate is with us too, I think, right? I think I saw him. We're in for a major genre change from the last track, heads up, everyone. Well, yeah, I mean, it's more that Dom Rocks is a major genre change from the rest of the music we listen to. more so. No offense to Dom Rocks, of course, all respect intended. But, yeah. Is Penultimate still here with us? I know he was. I saw him before in the chat, and he was one of the last follows. So yeah, I'm wondering if we still got him. We still got him with us. It doesn't sound like it. But. All right, here we go, folks. He's off now, but I'll relay this all back to him. He'll also be able to watch the VOD on Twitch and then later on YouTube. So just note the date and the time code as well. I think we're at 5 hours and 44 minutes. Did I get him? No. All right, here we go, folks. Coalesce, penultimate collab by Avenir and Penultimate. folks. That's 2 minutes. Somebody gift this man a sub. Somebody gift this man a sub. Come on. Someone give this guy a sub so that we can get at least to finish his first drop. Somebody give Avenir Music a goddamn subscription, please. So we can get his song all the way. I'll listen to the rest of it if we can get a sub gifted to him by the end of the revision. All right. Let's go, because I liked the way it was going. Already 2 minutes. That's my point here. It's like, it felt great for 2 minutes. Come on. Somebody get him fucking subs. You know what's cool? If you're in the queue, right now, you have the advantage. There is no one who has gifted subs yet for this week. No one. 0. Does it count if I do it myself? Well, yes, Avenir. It does count. If you sub yourself, I'll be able to listen to up to 3 minutes of your track for tier 1, up to 4 minutes for tier 2, and up to 5 minutes for tier 3. But if someone else were to gift you a sub, for instance, someone in the queue waiting in line, they would be Avenir Music, subscribe to tier 1. Here we go. We're going to listen to the track either way. But just to point it out, if someone were to gift a sub right now, they would get an automatic line skip because they would be the first gifter. Even if they were to gift 1 sub right now. Just saying, top gifters automatically get a line skip in their the day that they submit. Just saying. Okay, so let's listen to it from the drop, and then let's listen to the full fucking drop up to 3 minutes. Let's go. That's 3 minutes, a little more, doesn't matter. Wonderful track. I'm really a fan. Lil Spacey, I appreciate the follow, and I appreciate you joining the queue. Same thing for, I can't even pronounce this, DJ Willie G. Oh yeah, I guess I can pronounce it. DJ Willie G, thank you for the follow, appreciate that very kindly. Prod Lil Spacey, you are part of the queue. So Lil Spacey, what you're gonna do is as soon as it's your turn in the queue, you can submit the SoundCloud link right in the chat here, and but hold off until it's your turn. But yeah, right here in the chat. And thank you, Avenir Music. Type command join so you can join the queue, but all together now. Command and join. All right. Also, Avenir Music, I don't know if I said it, but thank you for subbing. I appreciate that very much. That is welcome. Welcome. Can I submit a BandLab link? Absolutely not. I'm so sorry. BandLab has given me too much trouble in the past. Really, I've tried it once and it has been destruction. So, yeah. Bro subbed to listen to half of the bridge. Well, it's 3 minutes. The drop that we listened to, did you guys both work on both drops by any chance, Avenir? Or were you guys like one drop or the other? Where do I submit? Command join, dude. If you're in the queue, if you're not in the queue, command join. Wow, we're gonna be here for a while, guys. So yeah, I guess that's my question here, Avenir. Was it you? Did you and Penultimate collaborate on both the drops, or was like one more yours and one was more them? Benny? Where you submit is right here in the chat, but wait your turn just before you submit, because otherwise the queue is the chat is just going to disappear anyways. So wait until you have it's your turn to submit your link. And thank you, Lil Korg's Hole, Korgjol, I suppose. Thank you for keeping it on SoundCloud. Appreciate that. All right, Avenir. I had the initial concept, made the chords and intro. Penultimate done most of the work on the whole track, and he made the drops completely minus some input here and there. Oh, damn. Okay. Really cool. That's a really cool way of collaborating. All right, let's go through this and listen to it. So, like, first note here, Avenir, it's a long-ass track. Like, I understand that it's like kind of progressive techno, kind of, a little bit. I understand that. But it's a long ass track. Like it's not commercially viable as a full track, as a full production. So I'm not gonna say reduce it, but let's listen to it. So far, I am liking it. So far, the feel does have an upward movement. I like that you changed the chords right at the moment where I was like asking myself, like, is something going to change? But the fact that I got to the point where I was asking myself, is something going to change, isn't a great sign. You should be like sort of anticipating that a little bit more. And yes, I do find you do get lost in the experience. You do lose track of time a little bit when you're in it, when you get into it. But it's 37 seconds, and we're still not really presenting any elements of really interesting vibes. We're kind of taking your word for it for the time being based on the production value of your song. Because there's not really anything that's crazy revolutionary so far. There's a deep bass. It's pretty deep. There's a piano line, which is not exceptional. It's accentual at best. And the other elements, the percussive elements, they're very sporadic and they're very like lightly dusted throughout this build. Like again, if I'm going through this. Again, it's good in that it shifts chord progression wise, and it gives the kick feel a little bit more. I'll say this: your actual textures are wonderful. Like the sound of your Yeah, DJ Willie G, I agree with that as well. The FX are pretty great. The reverbs are nice and clean and are warm and are very tasty. Yeah, I don't have a problem with the effects. I just think that the actual like song itself takes a while to arrive to the point. Okay. 46 seconds. Or rather 45. Let's call it 45. 45 seconds is the point at which something worth keeping the track on happens. That's a long, well, that's not true. We're a time where we establish rhythmic energy. It's a long time. Bottom line, it's just a long time to wait. I can agree there. I suppose this would technically be seen as an original mix. A shortened down version for clubs, etc. could be made for sure. I recommend it. Because this live is great. The build is perfect for live. You're building a song for live this long. That's fine. People are already there. People are willing to wait live. As a matter of fact, sometimes the more you make them wait live, the better. So I understand that. It's definitely an original, optimized for live mix of this song. But I do recommend having, because this is the thing. Look, we get through literally half of the song, and I have to cut it off because that's 3 minutes. You could have written this as a 3-minute version easily. Well, let's call it 4 minutes. Easily. 3 minutes would be challenging, but it's possible. And yeah, so I recommend approaching tracks that you release as the club edits and then releasing this as the VIP mix, because it's a win-win. More content, more tracks that you more content, I guess, is the really thing. It's also like less work for you because you just have to basically make a club mix or make a radio edit, and then you have 2 tracks that you can release in place of one. It's just like it's a whole opportunity for you, basically. So like anytime that someone mixes, like Krayos is a big offender of this. Krayos, I don't know if he's still here, God bless him, but he used to submit me tracks that were 6 minutes long, and I'm like, dude, what do you want me to do with this? Like, I didn't even listen to the whole thing. I can only assume that what comes next is good, because like it was too long. And he was like, well, that's the way the genre is. And I'm like, well, you're mixing for live, sure. If you're shooting for live, sure. But here's the other problem with this Avenir. Even live, okay, you, Avenir Music, you are going around doing a tour, let's say. God willing, that you have some form of lucrative way to make money on the road using your music and using others' music. Let's say you go on the road, you drop this track, and it's the entire edit that's going to play. Every other DJ on the earth is going to listen to the radio edit, or rather listen to this song and go, how many drops do I need to hear? How many drops do I absolutely need to drop? And if the drops are even remotely similar, if like not remotely similar, but if they are similar enough, I should say, your second drop is getting zero attention from DJs live. They're dropping either the first or the second. One of the 2 drops is getting no love live from other DJs. You, absolutely. When you spin your music, you put the entire goddamn song. We know how that works. But other DJs, they're using 1 drop if it's too similar between the 2. So, yeah, sorry about that. Lil Spacey, leave. I'll join back later. Thank you for letting us know, man. We'll see you later either way, but I appreciate that, man. Thank you for keeping us in touch with that. I have a question about that. Who actually invented having 2 drops in a song? Well, it's like having 2 choruses in a song. The second one has even more impact than the first. It's not a rule. You don't have to. But in general, when you're writing music, repetition is a key to success. The way you repeat it after that is very, very particular for the recipe for success. But essentially, it's born of the two drop, two chorus formula is born of success, repetition. Repetition gets you people consistently hooked with you. If the song's too long, they don't stay long enough though. If the song's too short, there's not enough repetition, and you're losing like a hook basically. You're losing a reason for people to stay. So the reason there are two drops is the same reason there are two choruses in most pop songs. At least two, if not three. It works. People get hooked. Straight up. Let's keep it going. We were at the section where things got interesting and we were like stimulated rhythmically. Before we get to that drop, I'm going to address what you said here, Spale TV. Personally, if you have already, that's something I don't get. Personally, if you have already one good idea, then why should you fuck your head again for the second drop? Because when you write music, you're always looking for the song to keep building until the very end of the song. Whether it be rhythmically, whether it be energetically, whether it be chord progression wise, whether it be lead elements wise, you're always looking to build your song progressively to the end. So if you're going to make the same you're going to just copy paste the drop twice, there's no reason really to have a second drop. You might as well change it and make it more original, or rather more energetic, usually is the answer, so that you have two drops that are making the song go like this the entire time. So that's the goal of songwriting, is to write a song that starts here and ends up here and takes a journey throughout that is pleasing to the ears. Literally, that's the whole reason. So two drops allows you to do that much more effectively when you do the two drops correctly in relation to one another. Avenir says, I suppose that's about impact and progression. It should be different the second time and have more impact, but also not be so different that it feels like a different song entirely. That has its place in some genres, a different song entirely, but exactly, not super duper different so that it's like, what the fuck, this is a bridge. This is now a bridge. A bridge is a mini song within a song, basically. That could be very different. So basically, two different ideas is a must-have in a song. Well, I'm hoping more than two ideas, like the drums and the bass, that's two ideas. Then you have your main synth. Then you have your secondary synth. That's four ideas, or five. Whatever. 4 to 5 ideas, that's just the basics. That's just the bones of the song. Now, those things are going to be doing different things throughout the song. That's the reason that songs have verses, pre-choruses, choruses, bridges, second choruses. The reason that the song builds is that things should be shifting. You don't just add one layer on top of the other every song. You shift your song so that it breathes. And that's the challenge with songwriting, is to make it shift in an original way. All right, I've made you wait for this drop long enough. Let's listen to it. Like that layer, dude. It's like having a conversation. It becomes stale fast if you're both just repeating yourselves over and over. That is correct. Conversations are supposed to like evolve. Frankly, evolve. Usually they start with small talk down here. How you been? What's been new? And then if you have a real meaningful conversation, a meaningful emotional conversation, usually you end up talking about politics, religion, love, work, that kind of stuff. Like you think about a journey. Every experience that involves emotions is usually a journey. And the ones that feel the worst are the ones that are not satisfying to us, in that they don't have a natural feeling progression. Everything is supposed to warm up and then get hot. That's like sort of the nature of things. That is the nature of nature, apparently, with climate change and global warming and whatnot. You swarm it up and then it gets hot and then we're all dead. That's cool. That's fine too. No more rent to pay. Am I right? If we're all dead? Fuck. That would be great, not having to pay rent. But then there's no more music either. But either way, what I'm saying to you here is like, yeah, exactly. You're supposed to extrapolate human experience from music as much as possible. So like, yeah. Essentially, that's what we're going for. Thanks. I actually need to think about that. Think about better songwriting. Think of it as a story, man. Think of it as like a traditional, a story you really like. It's always going to follow an envelope. But envelopes from storytelling are different from envelopes from producing, in that the attack usually comes after the sustain. It's reversed. It's basically your sustain builds, and then the attack is like the highest peak of your song, and then there's this... Yeah. Anyways, you get it. Oh, wrong one. You want to see the Q? It's Command Q. Q-U-E-U-E. The worst spelling for a word I've ever seen. But Command Q. And that'll give you your, there you go. There you go. Yeah, we got a lot of people up here, guy. We got a lot of people in the lineup tonight. And I haven't closed the queue yet because you guys want it. So let's keep listening. Either way, let's hear what you got, Avenir. I love those synths. And then you come back to silence with that just... That's a D, right? Yep. So yeah, you come back to that low D really nicely, honestly. So that's really cool. Okay. Maybe I should start a subathon stream. You know what I mean? Where it like adds 5 minutes to the timer every time someone subs. Maybe it's too soon for that. Only 272 followers. Maybe I'm too soon for that. I'm too early for that. Too early stream for that. All right, guys, let's keep listening to this. Trippy ass delays, man. That's Alice Avenue. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that very much. Dude, you make me think so much of the producers that I listen to with these samples. It's crazy. Avenir, do you know of Kenny Ballin Records? Have you heard of that before? Does that ring a bell at all to you, Avenir Music? There are artists on Kenny Ballin that you make me think of so fucking much. There's Dabin, there's Apache, there's Electric as well. Those guys, I actually know 2 of 3. Electric I know pretty well. I went to music school, like recording school with Electric myself. And we hung out a long time for many weeks in a row. So that's cool. But I've met Apache as well, and they're all on the Kenny Ballin label, and they all have this feel of synth. This very feel, that super wobbly synth that you have, it feels so much like that. And I love those synths. I really like that shit. Kaiwachi used to release there as well. He did, actually, yeah. I was not a huge fan of all of Kaiwachi's productions, especially the earlier ones that he was dropping with them. But he got better later on. I was listening to some of his stuff and it was better. But right now I'm into Wood right now from that label. Wood is crazy. He does like dubstep and hard electro and like dark electro, but with some metal influences. It's crazy. But yeah. Kaiwachi I used to follow on social media a lot, actually. Detuning is so important to the music I love. Yeah, it sounds like that. I like Wood! Yeah, I like the producer Wood. That's not much better! There's no way I'm going to say this and get away with it, so we're just going to keep listening. So again, we're listening to this in the context that it's a live VIP mix, whatever the fuck. Fine. Okay. But that build was way too fast, way too slow. And it didn't, like, not that build, but that break, rather. Way too slow. Didn't need that long. And this entire break, I know... Okay, so my point there is this... I'm going to say it again. This could have been an email. I love saying that because it gives the image of, like, it's not that it's a waste of time. It's not that it's a waste of time. It's the opposite. It's great for live. It's a great use of time live, rather, I should say. But even for live, most DJs are going to use this as a transition out to their next song. Most DJs. If not, they're going to use it as a transition into just this drop. And that first drop is getting no love. That first build is that first build is not getting any love, basically. What do you mean by email? It's a paragraph in waves. That's funny. That's funny, little chords. So, Spale, what I mean by an email is, you know, when you're in... oh, well, fuck. If there's ads, I'll tell you when you come back from the ads. But yeah, this is sort of my point with this, is that, like, if you're going to release it live, okay, yes, you will be able to hear all of this production in all of its glory and splendor. That's absolutely true. Most DJs, because the drops are too similar between one another, won't give you any love live. So the VIP mix in and of itself isn't really useful to you as long as it is. It's also not useful to you as a radio song. You would have to make a radio edit anyways. So I think that songwriting-wise, your story is drawn out for a long period of time to the detriment of your own track, because as we've illustrated, there's no real reason for it to be this long if live it's not doing you any good other than for your own particular shows, which, yes, it'll be useful. And yeah, there's nothing saying that you can't have a live mix, but it's just not useful in any other context. It's also a point to note that labels we are aiming to submit to are all favorable of these long format tracks like Mousetrap and Afterlife. It's a point to note, but if you can accomplish, if this is the thing, yes, okay, Avenir, absolutely. But if you can accomplish the same mission in 3.5 minutes that you are accomplishing in 5.5, and the labels can tell that, then it doesn't matter. Because, you know what I mean? If they hear that there's no reason for the song to exist for 5.5 minutes, then they're not going to sign that kind of stuff. So, like, if you do something that cannot possibly be done in less than 5 minutes, because the tracks themselves are so elaborate and they evolve in such a unique and dynamic way, then yes, absolutely, those labels will be targeting you. They will be jumping after you. They'll be throwing money at you. They'll be giving you cash advances. Yes, that is true. Absolutely. But if it's not, if at any point I hear a song, me, not a professional producer, or not a label owner, not a professional producer, arguable, but not a label owner or someone who's looking for these tracks. If I can notice that this song could have been condensed, then the labels certainly will notice and will be able to tell, well, you're just somewhat indulgent rather than incredible producers. And that's the difference. And that is what I mean, Spale, by this could have been an email. Is what I mean is when you go into a work meeting, you go into a meeting and they basically just spew information that could have been submitted to you by email, and you would have learned the exact same things and not have to get up from your desk or go from home into the office to go into a meeting. If this could have been an email, Why wasn't it an email? Why was this a full-fledged meeting? So this is what I'm saying about this track. If this doesn't need to be 5.5 minutes, why produce it to that length? And I don't think that it needs to be done so. I think that the builds and the breaks are a little indulgent. I think that you have work to do in terms of concision. Concision is it's a very difficult skill to master, especially for these genres. But if you can submit a track that is shorter and that is better for it, then by all means do that, because that is what will get people's attention more so than long tracks that could have been shorter. And if we don't think we can shorten a track like this, I think you need to ask yourself what's worthy of an email. And that's just my question. That's just my opinion. That said, I don't want to take away from the production quality. I don't want to take away from the mixing of it. All of those things, I don't really have any notes for you. Any transitionary, all of those things are executed to a flawless degree. So for you, Avenir and Penultimate, you have produced what you have produced almost flawlessly. Almost flawlessly. There are little things that I could probably zoom in on and pick out. Probably I can find those things. But the production value is impeccable. It's wonderful even. And if it were something that would be dropped live in it, all of its splendor, I would be vibing. I would be in the audience smoking my joint going like, fuck yeah, I love this. But concision is a tool that is so underappreciated, especially in music. And this is coming from someone who used to write 6-minute songs. I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm really understanding of what it is. There are some songs that will not be able to be less than 4 minutes. I get that. I just think that to a certain extent is somewhat our ego telling us, well, no, it just needs to be that way because that's the way it is. That's the way I've decided. And that is counterproductive to the quality of your art. And I want your art to be the best art of all the art. And that's what I'm doing here. And I appreciate you saying all feedback is great feedback. You don't need to justify your thoughts. I don't need to justify my thoughts. I just think that it makes more sense to people when there is a reason for thoughts. It just makes more sense. It's not just a feeling thing. It's not just like, I don't get it. No, I get it, but I feel like you should as well. And this is why. And that's why I say these things. But either way, like I said, that's an interesting term. Need to note that. Also, Spale, I did not miss that. We came to that after writing the song, to be fair. Avenir, I saw that as well. But either way, Avenir, I'm thrilled with the quality that you're submitting to us. Truly, it's a great quality. Like, I'm really happy that this song is of this quality. I just wish that it was concise enough for me to go like, goddamn banger. You know what I mean? I wish I could hit the goddamn banger button, but a goddamn banger just opens up a little more. You didn't read my whiteboard story? I don't know what your whiteboard story is. I don't know what that is. All right. Either way, Avenir, thank you very much. You've subscribed today. I appreciate you. You have submitted today. I appreciate you. You have submitted something of great quality in and of itself. I appreciate you. Either way, you have been open to feedback. You have been listening. You have been participating. You have been wonderful. And I thank you very much for being a part of this stream, Avenir. It's fantastic to have you. And I, above all, thank you for trusting us with your track. Because that's pretty much the reason that we're here, is to do that. Great feedback, some of the most detailed we've gained yet. Much appreciated for all the time. Mate, thank you very much, my dude. Always lovely to have great producers on the stream that are understanding and appreciative. I'm looking forward to your next submission. And tell Penultimate what's up from me. Sorry we couldn't listen to your track while he was still on stream, but take care of yourself, my dude. We are going to keep on rolling here. Spale himself, I think one of the most contributive members of the stream thus far, comments-wise in the chat, we haven't been a stream for a very long time, mind you, but you've been one of the most contributive in our history, I believe. So thanks for that. Absolutely. It's 2 a.m., so I should get some rest, but I'll be back in the future. À l'avenir! It's 2 a.m., so I'll be back in the avenir. Ben, on se voit à l'avenir. Avenir musique. I don't know if you understand French or not, but I just said we'll see each other in the future. Take care of yourself, my dude. For now, it's Spale's turn. Let's fucking go. Stream Pet Shop Bodies. That's funny. Heavy Slavic accent in the French? Or is it just me? That's funny. I'm from Quebec. So, no. C'est un accent québécois, quoi. Québécois, quoi. C'est un accent québécois parce que je suis né au Québec. Je suis né à Montréal. I'm from Montreal. It's a Quebec, as what I said is it's a Quebec accent because I am from Quebec and I am from Montreal. All right. Spale, you have been hanging out for quite some time, and I'm anxious. I'm looking forward to this. So here we go. Without further ado, Pet Shop Bodies with this shit. Deliver us with the duct tape. What a great, what a avant-garde art, track art. Actually, I'll hang around to hear what Spale has for us, then I'll go, oh, that's nice of you. Let's fucking listen to it then. 2 minutes in is in. European is all gibberish to me. That makes sense to me, though. Let's listen to it. Pet Shop Bodies by Spale. Here we go.
Every time I see you, something happens to me, like a chain reaction between you and me. My heart starts missing a beat. My heart starts missing a beat. Every time, every time, every time. Every time I see you, no matter what we do, there's a strange reaction. Can you feel it too? My heart.
Okay, that's 2 minutes. Okay. You have a little thing going on here, Spale, where your track is a little bit offbeat. Where is it? It's, oh yeah, the entire drop is offbeat. This is a rhythm thing that I've never understood. It's not helping. It's worse. Like a little bit of delay every now and then because a drummer would pull or push. I get it. But this is incomprehensible, rhythmically speaking. Ah! It makes me like confused screaming, basically. I'm just that meme. Ah! Like that's me right now. Okay, let's go through this. I see this huge delay between my voice and the video as well because my computer's bugging out now. But we'll deal with it and we'll just listen to the fucking track. Let's go. So far, so good. Like I'm enjoying myself so far.
Every time I see you.
Now, I would say the doubled vocals might benefit from being split left and right. Because you have your synth going on in the center, it's kind of clouding everything up. And you could very well have spread your vocals 50% on either side apart, especially considering it's doubled. It would work. It would work. You just put your vocals to the left and right and you let your synth live in the middle. Either that or you switch them places where your synth goes left and right and your vocals go in the middle. But I feel like that would be sloppier. So I don't know if I would love that so much. I feel like your best bet is to leave the synths in the middle and just spread your vocals. Yeah, everyone is pointing out to remove the vocals completely, so just ignore them. There's a lot of nice elements in here, mate. The intro is fairly solid. Good work. Agreed, Avenir. Agreed. The intro is great. Not all the nice elements in here. Okay, yeah. Everyone was pointing out to remove the vocals. No! No! Don't remove the vocals. Do not remove the vocals. They're good vocals.
Something happens to me.
They're just stepping on your center. That's all. That's all. Like, they're not really taking away from your track in any way, except for stepping on the elements in the center. So really, no problem. I agree though with Spale. There's a lot of nice elements. The intro is fairly solid. Like, I agree that the elements themselves that are in here. I should have started by saying that. I should have started by saying that, Spale, because I wasn't fair about it. Your delayed beat sort of caught me off guard and made me flash back to every rhythm song I've heard. That frustrates me. But the sounds you have are very good. So I want to specify that moving forward, just to know that I like what you've done with the track. I just don't like how you've gone about it rhythmically for the drop. Don't remove the vocals, just slotting them into the mix non-intrusively is all it needs. Exactly. Avenir gets me. Avenir gets me.
Like a chain reaction between you and me. My heart starts missing a beat. My heart starts missing a beat. Every time. Every time.
I'm even more convinced that the vocals need to be spread left and right because there's even more elements going on. So we need to start painting a canvas of the left and right signal chain of the left and right spectrum a little bit better. You need to just fill that space rather than concentrating center and then left and right as two separate entities. Think of it as one place. Right now I go. Much love. All the best with the rest of the stream for the next 12 hours. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Maybe with a comb filter, vocals more stereo, maybe with a comb filter or ensemble. You could just use a stereo imager. Like a wider, thank you. Take care, Avenir, as well. Yes, see ya. I always forget the basics. You could just take wider. You could just use a stereo imager like the Ozone imager. You could use ensemble. It would help spread it out. But honestly, really, the only thing you need to do is take the doubles and spread them left and right. You don't really need to do more than that. Because they're doubles. They're doubled vocals. So they'll sound naturally stereo chorused. They'll sound naturally chorused if you spread them. So you don't really have much work to do here. Just take those two vocals and 30, 50%. 30%. Let's say 30. Let's call it 30. I don't like how the Imager plugins are artificially spreading. Well, it's basically ensemble. but just tuned to have as little ensemble sound as possible. It's just basically a reverse engineered ensemble / chorus. It's using time and it's using space and it's making them interact in ways that don't phase. So I don't understand what's not to like. Or I don't understand what's... Yeah, I don't understand what's not to like. Isn't ensemble multiple voices? It artificially creates multiple voices, yes, but that's what imaging plugins do as well. They create multiple voices and then they time delay them and stereo spread them. But again, dude, you don't have to do that. You have multiple samples here. You could just spread them. Unless it's one stereo track, in which case, split it and spread them as 2 mono tracks. Either way, I think you have an easier work than you're giving yourself. You're putting more work in front of you than you need to do.
Every time.
Yeah, I mean, ensemble, chorus, they work in very similar ways. Ensemble is basically a more rich chorus. It's basically all it does is it takes 2 or more voicings of the same thing, stereo delays them, or rather delays them in time, in literal time, and then will oscillate the amount of time that is passing between the two so as to create a more rich effect. Ads? Well, it's the time for the ad songs, my dudes, because now it's fucking Spale's turn. Every time. I think the ads are over now. The ad song, ladies and gentlemen. The ad song, for those who are not receiving the ads at that time, I play the ad song while we are listening to someone's track and giving feedback on someone's track, and then they get ads. That's fucking lame. So we play the ad song while we wait. So I appreciate you pointing it out. Okay. Ensemble chorus. Basically, all it does is it takes 2 or more voicings of the same item. And then, in terms of time, so if you look at it on the timeline of like how you're like in your timeline, there's one here, and then there's that same one is usually overlapping. What the chorus or ensemble will do is we'll multiply this by 2 minimum, and then we'll delay it in time by a couple of milliseconds. And then what it'll do, depending on the rate that you set it, is it will delay in an oscillating manner the amount of delay there is between the original and the newly created copy. And it offsets the voicings so that it basically creates phase and stereo effects. So what a good stereo imager will do is just take those 2 voicings and spread them to a point where it is in phase. So it's the identical thing as chorus or an ensemble. It will take 2 or more of the same voice and just spread it in terms of time, and then spread that over a stereo image depending on how thick you make it. So like the Ozone Imager does that really well. It fills space. It doesn't just spread it left and right. It fills the space. Wider takes this track and just splits it in 2. The vocal doubler, I think is what it's called. What is it called? Let me see here. In my vocal bus, I have a couple. This one here. Who makes this one? I forget who makes this one. I don't know what company this is. But this vocal doubler can do both. You can separate up to 100% left and right. You can vary the actual oscillations themselves so that they're clashing a little more. You can control if it's the effect only that we hear. Like, that's my point here. You don't like an imager. I should look more into the Ozone Imager. I always use comb filters to create stereo. The Ozone Imager, though, is better at doing it, I find. where I have that on another one here. Here it is. The Ozone Imager is far better at doing that, though. If we were to just take whatever audio we can throw at it. No, it's audio number 16. 16. Yeah, no, it's not doing it properly. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's a good one. It just spreads more evenly over the stereo image rather than just splitting it across left and right. That's what Wider does. Wider has its place, though. Wider is excellent for a lot of reasons, but it just very, very, very like abruptly splits that stereo left and right, and that's all it does. One job. I understand you not liking it, but if you're going to replace it for chorus or ensemble, you're basically doing the same thing. It's just you're achieving a much more different outcome. I could respect the false drop, by the way. I could respect the false drop. I like that as well. I actually like that as an effect. Okay. Let's talk about this delay. After we've listened to a little bit of it, let's talk about this delay. Okay. I've had my fill for a moment. I understand that it is supposed to be destabilizing. I don't like it is what's wrong. I have trouble with this. I have trouble seeing the reason of taking away energy from your own track and calling it a genre. I have trouble doing that. Like when someone tells me like, well, the song is 17 minutes long because it's progressive tech house, man, get with it. I'm like, you're taking song possibility away from your track in the name of that's the way we've always done it. I hate that for a reason. I hate that as a reason. It's supposed to be destabilizing. Congratulations, it is. To an extreme that is unpleasant, in my opinion. It is something that not only, here's the real reality of it. Most of these tracks, most of the rhythm tracks are very either wobbly or deep bassy or stuff like that, and they have like they have a synth that doesn't have a lot of attack. It's more of like a wobbly sort of like envelope where it's just like wow, 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 wow. It feels a lot like there is already an effect that is building up and you're not having a lot of attack. On top of that, you have a sidechain for your kick and snare. So your track is basically going wah 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 wah, and it's as a tool used occasionally could be a very effective tool to offset the rhythm and then to come back to it. But as a sound, it's nonsense to me. It just takes away from the energy. I'm confused. I'm not vibing. I don't know what the beat is. I don't know which time to go like this. So I'm doing like with the synth and then I'm like, oh, the drums are in. And then I'm like, okay, I'm readjusting. And then the synth is so loud. So I'm going back to the synth. I'm there looking like I'm trying to dance to dubstep. And I know that you shouldn't, like, dancing to dubstep in general is hard. But it looks like I'm dancing to dubstep. Because I'm like, I'm always guessing. I'm always guessing what to headbang to. I'm a metalhead. I listen to Opeth and Lamb of God. I love banging my head. I love fucking just... But I don't know what to do that to. And this is a recurring problem that I have in artists who produce rhythm specifically. It's a recurring problem that I have to like tell them, this is a bad choice for your music. But that's just my opinion. This part's better because it's so chaotic already. You're already giving me destabilization, so it's kind of just like you're leaning into one thing and like everything else is destabilizing. It's better.
Every time I see you, no matter what we do, there's a strange reaction. Can you feel it too? My heart stops missing.
Also, I will say, I'm not going to listen to the rest of the song there because we're at 2 minutes, but I'll say we're going to need an audio break. We're going to need like an ear break from the drum beat at some point, so I'm going to just scan through quickly and see if there is one. Good boy. Very nice. Very nice that you have that. Might want to listen to the second drop just to satisfy you. Okay. Real quick. Okay, thank you. I feel better. I feel feel like I just let out a sneeze. Thank you very much. It's very fidgety, too. I'll tell you that. I like fidget. I like fidget a lot. I like those wobbles. And it feels a lot better. It feels a lot more on sync. If it were a smaller time difference between the beat and the synths, it would make more sense to me. If it were as drastic of a time difference as this, but only occasionally, it would make more sense to me. But it always on in this way for the entirety of the drop is destabilizing in the worst possible way. And I just want to keep emphasizing that. I'm going to die on this hill because as a head-banging metalhead, I don't know where to break my neck to. And that's a thing that is going to make me go next on my iTunes. If I'm like, my neck is not sore yet, this is not normal, next. And that's just the effect that it has on me. But then again, Spale, if DGE were on, he would be laughing at me right now because he produces rhythm as well, and he's really good at it too. Like, this is overall a fantastic track, other than for that specific delay. Everything else I've liked so far. And he has done the same thing for me. He has submitted tracks where I'm like, I love everything about this track except for the fact that I don't know how to make my neck sore. Let me make my neck sore, Spale. You know? So yeah, that's just my biggest thought at this point. So that's what I have to say about it. Either way, Spale. There is also an artist called Zale who has been on the stream in the early days. I miss Zale actually, but Spale, thank you either way for the submission. It is still a great track. It is still something that is well produced, that has a good mix to it. Your master's a little soft. You might want to re-examine that. The difference between the drop and the volume-wise, the difference between the drop and the build and the intro and stuff are a little bit jarring. So the rest of your master might be a little soft, personally. But nothing too concerning, nothing as concerning as what we had earlier on in the stream. So I like it. I just wish I could love it, man. I just wish I could love it. I mean, there's definitely a reason why people like rhythm. It might be because of the drunken style or the way how our brain picks up the 4 in the floor rhythm. Maybe, but I can't get my head around it, man. I can't get my head around not knowing where to follow which rhythm to follow. If there's a difference between having polyrhythms and having one rhythm on top of the other. Like, there's a 4/3 rhythm that you can do, but this is not 4/3. This is 4 on top of 4. I just can't get my head around it, and it's just difficult for me. But again, I want to say, Spale, that your production value is flawless. It's excellent. It's just, I can't really love it, because it's not allowing me to love it, in its own way. But again, you said it. There's a lot of people that love rhythm for that specific reason, and that's fair. That's totally fair. I'm just not a fan. I feel like it's actually to the detriment of your track. So that's my own opinion. But I'm still very, very. It's still very, very possible for people to love this song. Don't get me wrong. I like everything else about the song. Just that part was not really doing it for me. You seem like, hey, too late to submit, Kieran Delaney? No. I'm going to close the queue soon, though. I think around 10 p.m. on my time, I'm going to close the queue because I just can only take so many submissions in a single day. My voice will give out at some point. So, yeah. And I'm going extra long because this Thursday I won't be able to do a stream because I'm going to go pick up my girlfriend from the airport. So I'm going to go extra long tonight. I will try to reduce the offsets in my drops if you please. That's for me, but you don't have to. For Kieran, if you want to submit, you want to just do command join. That'll get you into the queue. And then when it's your turn, only when it's your turn, hold your links until it's your turn. But when it is your turn, you submit your SoundCloud link right here in this chat. Benny Games is taking long. I'm 8th and it's 3:40 a.m. here. It's getting late. Well, that's why there's a skip option. You can go right down to the About section, and there's a little button that says skip the queue. And it's 750 bits, and you skip right to the front of the line. As easy as that. I understand that it's getting late there, though, dude. I don't want to necessarily keep you up until 6 a.m., even though I might be up until that time doing all of these reviews. But if you want to skip, there's an option. That said, while I let it percolate, we will move to the next one, which means it's Marty Menning's turn. I don't even think that he's here. I don't think so. In 10 seconds, I'm going to tag him again. No, it's no problem. It's just maybe I'll get off, but more of my submission is next. So you can skip me off if I do that. Well, that's unfortunate, Benny. I would have liked to hear your track. I understand that that times are what it is. It's time. There's just not enough time in a day, unfortunately. I'm really, I wish I could listen to everyone when they want to be listened to. Fortunately, that's why the skip option exists, so that you can actually skip the queue. Thank you for the feedback. I definitely understood how to spread vocals and make my rhythm better. I mean, take it or leave it. Here's the thing, Spale. Try it and come back. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And there's the thing that I want to emphasize is that if any of you apply the feedback, bring it back and I listen to it and I go, I was wrong. I'll admit it. I'll be the first to admit it. I was in a band of pro musicians that were way too stubbornly insistent. I'm going to go next, by the way. That were way too stubbornly insistent on telling me what is what for music theory, that I had to at some point say, okay, then it's just my ego. I must be wrong. That just must be the case, because if 3 people with a certified degrees in music are telling me that I'm wrong, I have to just get the fuck out of there, ego-wise. So yeah. Next time I'll just join sooner, Benny Games. Yeah, absolutely. That's really the way you get your track listened to as fast as possible without paying anything. No worries, bro. I appreciate your understanding, though. That's really kind. It's really nice of you. DJ Willie G, yeah, you're 7th, dude, but we are going to be probably skipping through a few because OG Dark Unicorn God, which is one of my favorite names of this stream, is awesome. I wish I had extra cash. I just finished high school last year. I worked and then I bought drum kits, sound packs, and so on for like $400, and now I'm kind of broke, but worth it. Been there, dude. I spent over $1,000 on D&D books and dice last year. I fucking spent over $1,000 on that shit because I got so into it, and then I had some extra money. I feel you. Flaro Official, I think, is also gone. See, this happens as well here, guys, is that a lot of people bail. So sometimes we do skip ahead a couple. I don't even use sample packs anymore since I learned how to create drums from scratch. Damn. But yo, if it works, it works. We agree. We agree, Benny. If it works, it fucking works. Oh, Red Aura dipped too? No, Red Aura's still with us. Red Aura, don't make me skip your ass. Are you still with us? That might be behind. Red Aura! I meant one-shot kits. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. I mean, one-shot kits are so fucking useful. I'm alive! Yes. Very nice. I almost skipped you, dude. I was like this close. I was like, I'm giving him another 30 seconds, but you're here. You're here. Excellent. That's good to know. All you need is pink noise, a sine wave, and some filtering, and there's your snare. Okay, Spale, we have a difference in opinion here. And that is because I'm a drummer. Snares are snares. They have their own resonance. They are so important. They are so important. And I think that in order to get a snare sound... No. In order to get a snare sound such as this... You know what I mean? Wait, hold up. I got an ad. Lol, I we back. Same ad time. Yeah, it does. Hold up. Let me just. Ad song. Bro, why is there 2 ads? Because you're not subscribed. Like, that's really where it comes down to, guys. If you want no ads, sub. It's the way to skip ads. It's how you do it. And you support the stream. It sounds like a win-win to me here, guys. I don't know about you. But, you know what I mean? That's my drum fill right there. I'm broke. So am I, but then you're getting ads. It's like, that's how it works. If you can't afford Spotify Premium, or if you can't afford Apple Music, you listen to YouTube, and it's ads, and it's fucking annoying, but like, that's how it works. I'll get money on Sunday. I'll subscribe as soon as I can, I promise. You don't have to promise me anything. I just want you to have the best stream experience possible, and I know that ads are annoying, but like, yo, players gotta play, bro. Bro's in a band. I am in a band. I play drums in a band, actually, right now. So you're correct. Red Aura, just a real quick question for you. Are you gonna submit your link anytime soon? But just curious, because it is your turn. We could spend your time talking about ads if you wish, if you prefer that, in here, right here, like right in the chat, like, I guess it would be here. Well, SoundCloud a better version because less ads than YouTube? Sure, but less music than YouTube as well. Not everyone submits to SoundCloud, unfortunately. A lot of people do, but yeah. BandLab! This is going to fuck up my computer. Look, there's already latency. I fucking hate BandLab. Oh, it also says The page you are trying to open may have been made private. So, do you have a SoundCloud link, dude? Please? SoundCloud always works much better. Meanwhile, a snare consists of 3 elements: transient, body, tail, and a tonal layer if needed. A transient is usually 3 milliseconds long. Yeah. Body is 40 milliseconds. Can vary. Depends on the body of the snare. And the tail can be adjusted in the context of the song. Well, that's true. Those are all very true things. I can use what I normally do if you want. I don't know what that is, but can you at least make the BandLab like viewable so that we can listen? Like, just to hear your music, you know, no big deal. Spale, I mean, yeah, your theory is correct. I just also think that to a certain extent, when you design a snare from scratch, you are certainly able to follow those rules to a T, but you're missing some of the imperfection, in my opinion. And that is the transients clashing. So when a snare is made, when a snare drum, hold on. Nothing but concert toms here to not prove my point with a drum, right? A real snare drum. This is a tom, but it's a good example because it's a 13-inch. It's pretty beefy. A real snare drum has 1 skin and 2 skins. And when you play one, the other moves out of sync with it, right? That's what drumming is. That's what like a drum does. It is a resonance. Your content is still unavailable, by the way. Red Aura. I can't access it. It's saying it's still private. So when a snare resonates, when a drum is hit, the other skin moves almost as much in the same direction. So they both basically, you hit it this side and it goes boom, boom, boom. And that's the way that a drum works in order to create such sound. If you were to shape your transient at 3 milliseconds, your body at 40 milliseconds, and your tail at however long, depending on the song, which technically you are correct. That is all of the elements that a snare has. But you are missing the clash between the 2 transients. So transient 1. Thank you, Kiernan Delaney. I appreciate that very much. Kiernan Delaney, pardon me. You're missing the transient interacting with each other, which is part of the sound. That's generally what is not heard from the actual body of the sound of the snare or of the drum, whatever drum it may be. We're using a snare in this case. Like, yes, okay, there's an air hole, so some of those transients get lost. Like this one will move this much, whereas this one will only move that much. Yes, because there are air holes and vents that like dispel some of that pressure. But the interaction between these 2 skins cannot be just replicated by putting in a sine wave of 3 milliseconds or a pink noise of 3 milliseconds. Like, you need something a little bit more imperfect. Specifically, why samples are multiple of those transient body tail samples stuck together in a way that is artistic. But really, the best way to get the most full sounding snares is with snares. Fight me. And I say this knowing that I've tried to synthesize snares in the past and have had so much failure getting a snare that fucking cuts and that sounds good and that mixes well all three of those elements, I've had so much struggle making that work. So yeah, I'm going to try this again, Red Aura, and then we're going to move on because we've been spending quite a bit of time on this. So if it doesn't work, get a SoundCloud is my biggest piece of advice to you, because that's generally what works the best for most people. Dude, you know your shit? Yes, I do. Yes, I agree with you, but you can compare an acoustic snare with a synthesized snare, or am I wrong? Yeah, you can compare it. It is comparable. It's not uncomparable. Oh shit, it's Zale! What's up, Zale? Oh my god, I was just talking about you. You and Spale have such a similar name, and I was saying I missed you. You could, like, it's crazy. Anyways, yes, you can compare the two, Spale. Absolutely you can. You absolutely can. So, it's not impossible to do that. But I'm just saying to you that the complexity that a synthesized snare has, unless you have specifically layered multiple synthesized snares in a way that replicates the imperfection of a regular snare, you're never going to get close texturally to the sound that a real snare will have. And even then, it takes like basically an algorithm to create such a perfect, imperfect sounding snare. A perfectly imperfect sounding snare, I should say. It is working now though, Red Aura. So we're going to jump to that. Zale, just so that you know, you're still one of my channel's VIPs. But just so you know, if you wanted to skip, it is no longer by gifting subs. There is an actual skip button now in the About section. It's 750 bits to skip, and it is a way to basically skip ahead of the line, as you know how it works. You basically did. Finally, it's a little loud, just to let you know. Also, let's go over Benny Games' comment. Would you rather have reverb and delay to your farts or never make music again? Yeah, I'm with DJ Willie G on this one. Win-win for me. That's easy. It just needs a little air. That's all. Okay. Everyone, this is a loudness warning by the man who produced it, well, the person who produced it themselves, Red Aura 026. Let's listen to this. Be weary of loudness, folks. So here we go with the song Idle, I think is what it's called. I don't know. Let's just listen to it. And that's 2 minutes, folks. So we're going to go through this. Zale, if you want to know the commands, it's just by going command feedback. It shows you all of the different commands, if you're curious. Okay, wasn't that loud, by the way. It wasn't that loud, honestly, Aura. It wasn't that loud. As a matter of fact, it was kind of soft, I'll be honest with you. Stuck with hip-hop drums, but they sound close to the original, so I stuck with it. Oh, this is a cover? I didn't know. I don't know the song at all. No. Here, hold on. There. Command feedback. I could hear this on an app. Agreed. Mozart on the beat. More Bach, actually. More Bach instead of Mozart. Mozart wouldn't have been this ostentatious. Bach would have been a little bit like this. Is mixed between like Bach and Beethoven, if anything. I agree, an acoustic snare does sound like a synthesized snare. The difference here is that a synthesized snare can sound more pleasing by using pink noise, which you can't use on a pre-recorded acoustic drum. Yes, you can. It's called distortion. You record into a preamp, and you create distortion, which creates pink noise. That's how you have pink noise on an acoustic drum. It's fail. And I use that all the time. I don't record with it because I don't have good enough preamps, unfortunately. But if I wanted to, I would rent a tube preamp and record a snare. And that would be distortion on a snare recording, which simulates pink noise. End of story. It's a J-pop song. I didn't know that, actually. I had no idea. It sounded like J-pop. We understand each other. It sounds a whole lot like J-pop. But I did not know that it was an actual J-pop. Harpsy Master Facts. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some of the elements that are in here. Wait, that's a thing? Show me, please. I will. I'll show you on my preset, but when it's after it's been read Aura's turn. I'll show you after. Or maybe I'll show you during. Leave Alice Avenue. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Alice. I appreciate you having stuck through it. Next time, if you want to show up a little earlier, we will certainly have an opportunity for you to do so. Next time, you also have the skip function, which you can also use to skip ahead of the queue. It's always an option. But I appreciate your understanding, and I appreciate your the feedback about the stream. Thank you very much, man. I wrote this all on sheet music. I had to do the 8-bit part separately, which is why it had a bad transition. Okay, that makes sense to me. You write well in sheet music. I'll say that. It's really like first and foremost of all, we're going to go through it, but like your compositional skills, I didn't know that it was a J-pop song, but it sounded like it, but still the composition of each note was like on point. So we're going to go through that. Okay, spacebar doesn't work. There is a kick mixed in with that, right? I'm not imagining that, Red Aura. There is a kick that is mixed in with the piano punches, I'm hoping, because otherwise the compression on your piano is crazy. It's like it's giving me like kick vibes. It has hip hop in it too. Yeah, okay. It's a hip hop kick. Okay. God damn it, the spacebar doesn't work. Have you considered putting in real drums in this by any chance? Like, the real drums could really do your track of a real service. Like, if I may. There's too much delay. There's too much delay between my drums and the track while it's playing, so I can't really fucking lock in. I'm gonna have to get a better computer, guys. I'm gonna get a better computer. 100%. Yeah, I would love to. Don't really know how to though. Well, what program are you using to produce exactly? That's my curious. I'm curious about that. Actually, show me this thing next stream. I have to wake up in 5 hours. Oh, well, go to bed, Spale. You got to get your 8 hours. Well, in this case, 5 hours. Get some sleep. Get some sleep in. Go to bed. Get some hour and a half long cycles here. Not for this, at least. Wait, so a sub is a skip? No. So it's new. So now it's there's a button in the About tab that's basically an alert, a sound alert it costs 750 bits to skip. And you should know that track submissions for non-subs are up to 2 minutes, just so that you're aware, because I know you've had tracks in the past that are longer, and I just want you to be aware. You might want to check those rules. But here's the thing, dude. You might be reading the rules and finding the confusion between it. I understand the wording is a little bit weird. So I'm going to specify a few more things. But essentially, the things you need to know: anybody could submit a track who's not a sub, up to 2 minutes in length. For 750 bits, you can skip to the front of the queue. If you're a sub 1, you get to skip in front of followers and subscribers. If you're followers who have already skipped. If you are a tier 2, you can skip in front of tier 1s and followers who have already skipped. And if you're a tier 3, so on and so forth. But the length of song you could submit is still 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, or 5 minutes, depending on the tier of subscription or lack thereof that you are. So basically, I've limited the time a little bit, as you can probably see. Flat, it's a transcription software. Okay, so so you're not using a DAW. You're not using like a DAW to like actually record this. You're just like transcribing. Oh, there's an ad. There's an ad, folks. I can't fucking sweep pick. Also, top gifter automatically gets to skip the line whenever they join the queue. So if I gift now, that would make me top, but I assume this is gone now. Nope. No one's gifted, so the top gifter, even if you're one sub, you get to skip. That's how it works. The top gifter of the week when they are in the stream and they get to skip. So yes, Zale, a top gifter would definitely get to do so. So there it is. Thank you very much, Zale, as always. You're a wonderful gifter. You are the top gifter of the week. So as you are technically entitled right here. There you go. A hype train is close, guys. A hype train is close. Rankin Records subscribed to tier 1. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. No, actually, Lil Korgs, that's incorrect. How long your submission can be. It's 2 minutes if you're a follower. 3 minutes. Oh, shit! You're subscribed for 2 months? Wow! Well, there you go. So Zale, you'll be able to submit tracks up to 3 minutes long for 2 months. And for today being the top gifter, you get to skip your track. You get to skip the queue. That's how it works, folks. Just like that. Oh, I can't. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. So we're going to finish Red Aura's submission, and then it's Zale. Wonderful. You're going to want to update that. Either way, we got a lot of comments here to go through, but we got to finish this track here. And this for longer than 2 minutes. Thank you so much, Zale. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much, Rankin Records, as well. That's very kind of you. Don't know Welcome to the chat either way. I appreciate you stopping by and subbing. Appreciate that. That's real cool. Welcome to the queue as well. Worked out the system slowly. You absolutely did. And the thing about it, Zale, I pointed that out to someone else earlier on in the stream, and they were like, no, I can't do it. I'm sorry. But then I'm like, all right, it would only cost you one gifted sub to skip the queue right here. But they didn't do it, but you did. So you've automatically skipped the queue because you are the top gifter. Where do I upload, Rankin? When it's your turn, you can, until someone outgifts me, until a tier 2 subscriber or higher outgifts you, because you've used a skip, but no one but a tier 2 can skip you when you've used the skip. See how it works out? Most people aren't going to be tier 2, so for the most part, you're good. See how I thought of it? See how the rules make sense? I love that they work out that way. Okay. Rankin Records, when it's your turn, you can upload right here in the chat, but when it's your turn only, you'll be called upon, and then you could submit your SoundCloud link right in the chat. We're doing BandLab exceptionally, but please, SoundCloud. All right, let's keep going through this production because it is really well composed, but I can't really speak much about the production itself because there is no real production. It's just composed. So let's listen. Okay, this makes me think of MuseScore. I used MuseScore in the past to compose and to read transcriptions and to read sheet music. It's a lot like MuseScore, this program, in that it has very, very simple, meaty elements that doesn't really give you a production. You're going to need to bring this into a DAW for me to give any production notes. And as for composition notes, well, I could tell you all I want, but it's a cover. So, are you being faithful to the cover? Are you being faithful to the original, or are you doing your own thing with it? Either way, I really like the chord progressions, but there are some weird transitions, as you mentioned, so we're going to listen to those. You're still managing to pan it left to right along the track, which is nice. That's fun. But yeah. There. You did that in the DAW. Okay, well, that sounded like a DAW. That sounded more like a DAW. But this transition here, it's tough to mix and to record and to produce in two different programs. I recognize the difficulty behind that. And the reason that it's difficult, come on guys, there's 20 seconds left. If we can sub, gift, or use bits now to start a hype train, can we get a hype train going, guys? Can y'all get a hype train going, you think? How about it? How does that sound? 10 seconds? I don't think it's going to happen. Oh well. This is the reason that I recognize that it is essentially very difficult. You pick a program, pick a program. Just lean into it. You know what I mean? Specifically your DAW, I would say, so that you can do the same thing that you're doing here in a DAW. There are so many DAWs with either piano rolls or sheet music, literally on Logic. If I wanted to compose, let's say on an organ track. No. There. Fuck, all I gotta do is create a media region. But there is a score option on Logic. And most programs have this now. This is a thing that you can do. You can score out your program, your piano roll right here into a project, and it's pretty good. Well, yeah, dude. Of course. Stop busting your balls with flat and a DAW. Jump into a DAW and fucking use their scoring program. Most of them have this, and you have options too. Like you can have a full sheet. Look at this. It's crazy. You can have a full, look. If I select multiple here, look what happens. Oh no, hold on. I need to do this. Fucking if I select all of them. They're supposed to all appear on the same sheet, but either way. There's a way for it to happen. There's a way for all of these things to appear on the same sheet, just like a scoring program. I just don't use the score nearly often enough to know that shit. I use piano roll for all of my shit. So obviously it's not going to work when I want to show you. But yes, dude, of course there's a scoring program on most DAWs. Most of them. I don't know of one that doesn't have it. Ableton? Maybe? No, it can't be. Ableton absolutely has a scoring program. Save yourself a whole lot of hassle. Jump in. If I skip, would you be able to give me music theory insight on my writing vocal performance? I didn't produce the track I'm singing on. If it's your version, then yes. If it's your version of the track, then yes, absolutely I can. But if you skip, you're going to be behind Zale anyways, right? So like, just to let you know, you'll be in 3 positions from now. But yes, in theory, Kieran Delaney, yes, I can do that. I'm qualified for that. All right, let's keep going through this. But again, Red Aura, what are we talking about here? Like, what am I supposed to be giving feedback on? The composition, the arrangements, the mixing. There's a lot to each of them. So like, what am I targeting in particular in this submission? By the way, I just want to say cool key change, even if there is a space between them that is missing. Where is it here? Yeah, it's a little space that's missing, but that's okay. It's a cool key change. I mean, the arrangement's been good so far, dude. Like, you have some very punchy pianos in the beginning. It's a good intro. You have an edition with the sort of, not glockenspiel, but marimba. You have the marimba edition here. The arrangement's good. The piano is comping in the background. It's like pumping with the low notes. The difference tonality, it's great. You're like, you have low notes for the piano. You have high notes for the marimba. The guitars and the piano are doing similar melodies, and they are like complementing each other a lot. Now, I don't necessarily think that the guitars are like particularly good sounding, but you know, we're working in a composition software, so the fact that they're sounding at all is pretty miraculous. It honors the original, and then I put some of my own stuff after the 2-minute mark. It's a shame that I can't listen after the 2-minute mark, dude. Arrangement wise, again, it's a nice break at this point. It's a really nice break. It's really something that is welcome at that point. It's like we've had a lot of density, and then it drops down to like a chimey sort of vibe here, and then it comes back. With all the elements that we've had so far and a key change, it's a great arrangement. So piano, marimba, and the drums. No guitars yet, but I assume they're coming. A little break, the piano comes in. This is a nice little ear break. See, I would have brought guitars back at this point, I think, but maybe again, maybe with the rest of the song, it makes more sense that you haven't. Well, you did, actually. Phrygian, Phrygian, I love Phrygian. Phrygian, Phrygian, I love Phrygian. And then fucking Mozart with the Turkish rondo as well. Someone did mention Mozart up in this bitch, and I didn't understand why they said that. But literally, Turkish rondo. Right there, the Turkish march. Fucking right there. But it is much more Bach than it is Mozart, just like compositionally speaking. It is a little more Bach, Beethoven than it is Mozart, even except for the Turkish rondo. It's very unlike Mozart. It's nice. We've had a lot of intensity. It's a lot of intensity, but then we drop away from it. It's good. You're letting your track breathe, and that is good. You said I'll submit this one again when I subscribe, and then you can see the original before the 8-bit was added. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Oftentimes we write some stuff or we like compose some stuff, and we're like, oh shit, that does sound like that. Fuck. But yes, I'm excited to hear that, dude. Talking about Bach. Harpsichord. Interesting choice. Wouldn't have been my sonic choice, personally. Wouldn't have been the where I would have gone personally. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that it's different from the approach that I would have taken personally. That's over 2 minutes. I even gave you a little more there, bud. Okay, my overall thoughts of this are work in a DAW. No, seriously, it's really going to be to your benefit, so you don't have to fucking bounce back and forth between two programs. It goes with the main melody and then transitions to the bass. The harpsichord, interesting. That is interesting. Harpsichord as a bass is certainly achieving a very twangy sort of bass and not as resonancy as a piano. So it's a particular tone of bass, a particular choice of bass tonally, I should say. Not my choice, but I understand it. So overall, the composition itself and the arrangement are well structured for the most part, with a few exceptions. They're well structured for the most part. I'm excited to hear this composed in a DAW. I'm excited to hear this properly mixed and properly arranged with the instruments that you would want to use, not the instruments that you are limited with in flat. Because flat it's just an arrangement, like a sheet music software. We don't want to listen to sheet music software. We don't want to listen to that. That is why sheet music software ends up in the hands of musicians, because we want to hear that. But arrangement-wise, yeah, your ideas are good. I want to hear them like properly developed. I can imagine them in my head and what they would sound like. Yes, I can. Because of your arrangement and because of the way that you've composed this out, I am successfully able to imagine what it should sound like to my ears, in my opinion. So well done on that. That's already an accomplishment. But I can't really go further than that. And I'm excited to be able to go further than that. So either way, Red Aura, thank you for your patience, waiting for us to get to you. Thank you for letting us listen to your track, submitting in the first place. Thank you for letting us give feedback in that area of where you're looking for feedback. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. And I'm hoping to see you again soon, my dude. It'll probably still be that for now until I got enough money to get a DAW. Here's a question for you, Red Aura, while I put next and while we go into Zale here, because it's Zale's turn. What computer? Do you have a Mac? Do you have a Mac that you're using for your records, for your music production? Because if you do, GarageBand is more than enough. I think you have enough tools in GarageBand to accomplish what you're trying to do. And that's free with Mac. If you don't have a Mac, Reaper is free. And then you get a bunch of free plugins to plug into it. Yeah. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, there are apps on iPads that are more sufficient to produce. Yeah, literally makes music on my phone. Look at this guy, Benny Games, producing on his fucking phone. There you go. No excuses. Just got a PC. So then, yeah, you're going to want to probably look into Reaper because it's free. It's worth it. It's a good program, Reaper. For free, it's fucking great. Camera is a second behind. I know. My computer's running into the ground, my dude. I'm doing my best to deal with it, but it's the way it is, unfortunately. It will stabilize at some point. It will come back to it. I was thinking of getting the one you use. That's Logic. That's exclusive for Mac only, unfortunately. So, if you want to buy a Mac, go ahead. But yeah, that is an extra purchase as well as the Mac itself. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Audio is fine at least. That's good news. That's going to be good news when we listen to your track, Zale, which we have pulled up and we are going to listen to promptly. But yes, Red Aura, thank you for submitting. I appreciate your openness. I'm glad that the feedback helped you out either way. And I'm looking forward to hearing the next one you make or looking into this one that you did, but like properly produced. I'm looking forward to that. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, a man who needs no introduction, but I feel like giving one anyways. The flower bass aficionado. The flower bass innovator. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado. Whoa. I didn't say the song name. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Zale and the track Hate Me. went a little over there. God damn, Zale, I missed you, man. I missed you. See how the video stabilizes? It's weird. It's weird. I'm fucking weird. Mix, production, arrangement are all a 10 on 10 to me. Rankin, I'm kind of with you on that. There's very little that I'm going to say about this track because it's just fucking great. It's so good. And I think it was you that asked how many of these sounds did you design? And when I chatted all of them, I was not lying. It is Zale's very nature to produce pretty much everything that we hear and to design every synth that we hear. It's very, very Zale move for that. He uses, I think, Synplant as one of his primary synths, if I remember correctly. And I've been just dying to get my hands on this synth. And I usually don't like buying synths, but this one is real original, and I really like it. Being creatively bipolar in my corner, dude, I know what that fucking feels like. Like you're just all in or you're not at all. I totally get that. All right, let's go through this, guys, because I don't think I'm going to have much to say. I think I'm going to just listen to it again. But, like, I don't really have many comments except for positive ones. I think I noticed one or two things that I would have changed, but very few. Very few. Zale is just, like guys, you know... What am I supposed to say to that? What am I supposed to say to that? Great track. That's what I can say to that. No, let's listen and let's be honest about it. It's just like, let's get right into it. Let's just go. Dun 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 ba 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 build. Fucking go. That's amazing. It's like just so non-wasting of time. No time wasted. I like the effect that you have of the notes going back and forth to the left and right. It is both stable and destabilizing. So I was going to say that synth is kind of getting repetitive, but then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Which one is it coming out of the left or right? Oh, it's both. Oh, shit. Never mind. It's not repetitive. It feels repetitive, but then you lean in and listen and you're like, oh, there's actually something really interesting going on there. Ladies and gentlemen, Zale. And because of that, you have, a lot of panning. I can fucking imagine. Also, can't go wrong with Synplant. Goddamn right. So this is what's crazy to me, is that essentially, you're leaving space in the middle while creating motion on the left and right. Usually there's motion in the middle while the left and right are filled, but you're doing both. You're creating motion everywhere. And it's this weird, familiar major seventh, I want to say. Yeah, it's a major seventh. It's like a G sharp major seventh, or an A flat major seventh, whatever you want to hear. But it's an A flat or G sharp major seventh that is. It's just filling space already, and it's odd as a scale. It's not as like, it's just chill, but it's kind of odd. It's not as satisfying as hearing the octave of the A flat major seventh, but like it does destabilize us in a very pleasant way, very pleasant and very warm feeling. But the destabilization of the left and right and the odd sounds are re-destabilizing us. It's like this whole interaction of stable versus unstable. Really a nice dance you're doing here, dude. Low end call with a high end response. That's also a way of putting it. and making that sonic vacuum. Exactly. It's constantly pushing and pulling against itself. It's an auto fuel is really what's happening here. It's like it's fueling itself, which is then in turn pulling backwards, which is then refueling itself. Just wonderful, the dance that is happening sonically here, man. And he sucks out the high end and he throws it back in with some fucking falsetto vocals. I'm assuming those are your vocals, Zale. I think that's the last time I've heard your track. It's been a few weeks, but the last time I heard one of your tracks, that sound of vocals, I'm pretty sure is your own. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Everyone is dying lately, and I really miss my baby. Comes inside, need some help, you're not safety.
The lyrics too, just easy enough for everyone to understand, and yet complex. It poses complex issues. You really want to hate me? Everyone is dying lately, and I really miss my baby. Cooped inside, need some help, you're my safety. There's a lot of room for interpretation, even though the lyrics are simple and super easy to understand. That is it's just good songwriting, man. It's just good songwriting. And that is your vocals. It's your natural falsetto. Pretty nice, man.
So you really wanna hate me? Everyone is dying lately, and I really miss my
That kick roll, man. Fucking sick.
baby. Comes inside, need some help, you're my safety.
Good change with the synths on the left and right. We were, even though it was as odd and back and forth between the left and right as it was starting to now feel a bit repetitive. So good choice boosting that there. Personally, I would have done it a bit sooner, but then sonically it wouldn't have matched with the vocals. So it was the place to do it. It was the place to do it. Dude, that is talking about not boring yourself. Damn, dude. What the fuck? Who thinks of this? This drop was my old bedroom door. Get the actual. If you don't take your shit and get the fuck out of here. Who thinks of this? Who thinks of these things? Who thinks, hey, my bedroom door creaking would make a real good drop? Who is your acid dealer? I must know, because I need some. Obviously, I have not understood something that you have so clearly understood about music making that I need to understand. Obviously. Because someone said, in this world, ladies and gentlemen, all 10 of us need to back up for a second and realize something. Someone in this world heard, and went, that's a real good idea for a music drop. And it was this motherfucker right here. If you don't take all your shit and get the fuck out. You're crazy, dude. You think of things in a way that I've never heard before. And I have Dom Rocks on here submitting ambient music that makes me feel the same way. Makes me feel the same way. How does one think of this? Crazy. Crazy. Fucking mental. Insane. Love to record Folly around my apartment. Yeah, I probably look like a fool, but worth it. Dude, I can confirm. You may look like a fool, but who gives a fuck when you have... Unbelievable, dude. You blow me away. You blow me away. Okay, I have my first actual note. Like, I have a fucking note. lyrics, I would have probably gone if it was like bum, 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 I'm a nice guy, 3, 4, guy. I probably would have said more. Wait. I'm a nice guy, need some love, high. 1, need a life, 2, 3, 4. Boom. I'm a nice guy, 2, need some love, high. 1, need a life, It would have been sounded a little more fluid, I suppose, if you would have displaced those vocals by literally by 3 beats, basically by 3 beats backwards, or 2 beats backwards rather. I'm a nice on the 2 instead of on the 4. Yeah, exactly. So if you would have scooched those vocals 2 beats back, it would have just felt a little more fluid and would have probably accomplished the job of the break in your wild ass textures, as you put. It would have accomplished the job of a break a little more efficiently because it would have felt a little bit less at odds with the song. So yeah. So again, I'm a nice guy, need some love, I'm alright. Whoops, I flipped those 2 around. My dyslexic ass. Alright, let's keep listening, but I don't think I have any other notes.
So you really wanna hate me? So you really wanna hate me? So you really wanna hate me? Everyone is dying lately. So you really wanna hate me?
The lyric displacement, by the way, would have also matched the rest of the lyrics in the song. So it would have felt like more of a unified theme of lyrics, making both the break catchier as well as the rest. They would have just enhanced themselves, basically. Just a note.
Everyone is dying lately. And I really miss my baby. Deep inside, I need some help in my safety.
Good job, by the way, at the end there, dropping it down to like half time, quote unquote. Instead of going bam, 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 you go bam, 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 bam. Wise for an ending of a song. You're like decreasing the energy step by step. But yeah, always felt the weakest part of the song for me. Well, I understand that considering how strong the rest of the song is. So yeah, that house section just appeared one day, zero recollection of making it. Well, that doesn't surprise me, Zale, because you don't do halfway. You don't do like just half-assed is what I'm trying to say. You do whole-assed or more. So, honestly, well done. It's super weird. It's super fucking weird. I don't understand where your brain goes to make these things like that. But it is unlike anything I've ever heard. And yeah, the song felt like a big risk, but the perfect one to drop after a 5-month hiatus. Agreed. Because it's just digestible enough, but it is also weird as fuck, as you usually do. But yeah, the lyrics aren't particularly challenging, even though they stimulate thought. The chord progressions, not particularly challenging, even though they do cause some form of discomfort. And then the rest is just super duper you, Zale. So once again, goddamn banger. What do you want me to say? Like, this is the definition of a goddamn banger, folks. When it's original enough for me to say, I've never fucking heard that. I've never heard anything like it. It is both arrangement-wise, progression-wise, and texture-wise cohesive and tells a story. And on top of it, it's understandable yet not understandable how your brain came to these conclusions. Congratulations. That's the definition of a banger. You did it again, dude. I'm just excited to have you back, honestly. Really excited to see you back with us, honestly. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Zale. Just Zale. Just Zale. You know what I mean? As always, Zale, thank you. Thank you for sharing this music with us, for letting us listen to it online, for allowing us to provide you some feedback for it. There was so little feedback except for how the fuck did that happen in your brain? But that is feedback nonetheless. So thank you for trusting us with your 16,000 plays track. We appreciate the opportunity to listen to goddamn bangers like this. Honestly. Very, very cool of you. We are going to keep on moving. Zale, feel free to stick around and listen to the next submissions. I don't think Ted Granger is here with us. He is not. I'm going to just add him one more time in TED seconds. Ha! And I don't think he's going to be with us. I'm going to wait 15 more seconds. Then we're going to skip to the next one. Next one. Fucking next one. Salt. Pour salt into the wounds, my dudes. We're going next. Say finality. I don't think you're with us, man. No. Neither. I'm not even going to wait. I'm just going to skip through here, guys. We have too many people that have been waiting for a long time. Benny! It's your turn, bro! You've been waiting for a long time, and I appreciate that. That is always kind. That is always nice of you to stick around and wait your turn. That's always great, man. Thank you very much for that. Real cool, bud! You can go ahead and submit your SoundCloud link in the chat at this time. Let's fucking go. We're pulling it up as we speak. We're going to pull up and roll up. It's time for some fruit roll-ups. SoundCloud's still loading. My computer, guys. I'll tell you that. I'll say that. My computer, she nears the end. Ah, it's a dog. Hi, Benny. Hi, Benny's dog. My Dungeon Master's name is Benny. One of my Dungeon Masters, anyways. I have a couple. But my Dungeon Master's name is Benny. Caught 7, not like this. The name of that emote is so classic. Alright. I'm still waiting for this shit to load. I'm telling you guys, there's a reason that I put the Mike's Mac is about to give out fund. I am not lying to you. Oh, there we go. It's loaded up. Wonder how hot my computer is right now. Okay. Burning to the touch. Oof. Sloppy. And it's rolled. Okay. So, how old is your Mac? Or PC, rather? It's a Mac, but it is 11 years old now. It is a 2012 Mac Mini. So, it's getting on. It is certainly getting on its last legs here. And I am running, like I mentioned before, I'm running OBS, Logic, and Firefox at the same time. And it is having a hell of a lot of a hard time here, unfortunately. There's not much that I can do about that except sort of pray that it keeps working long enough for me to not have to put myself in debt to get a new one. Let's put it that way, shall we? All right, folks. We're going to move on. We're going to move on to Benny's track called Blade with this sort of cyborg-looking motherfucker. Looks mean. Looks awesome. Either way, here we go, Benny. We're going to listen to your track. Oh, we're going to listen to all of your track because it's 2 minutes and 4 seconds. So here we go. Without any further ado, Benny Key and the track Blade. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. So, Lil Korgs, you are next. Absolutely. Okay. So I have my comments here, dude. So I want to start with my overall comments. I have a question before anything. Your face when that 808 hits. Yeah, it's a little. Let me start by asking my question. Is this a track that is intended as like a vehicle for lyrics? Like, is there going to be someone singing or rapping over this? It's my first question that I have before talking about anything else. It's a work in progress, by the way. That's good to know. You might want to make it private just so that you don't like leak your track. But yeah, that's good to know. But yeah, my first question here is this gonna be, is there gonna be rap or singing on this track? It's important that I know because that will change the way that I shape my comments. It'll change my approach entirely, actually. Well, if someone who feels like rapping, sure, but there are a few who can rap on this. I know it's a lot going on. Yes, there is a lot going on. But my question to you is that what you intend? Or are you like planning on leaving this for most likely, in all likeliness, as an instrumental? Like, what is your intention with this song? Gotta know because like I said, it will influence what I'm gonna say about it. I'm sorry, are you asking me? No, not you, Lil Korgs. Ow, fuck, I just punched myself in the hand because of this fucking fly. That just escaped my clutches! I had it in my hand! Fuck! I'm gonna get it again. I got a hella music going on, my bad. That's all good, dude. But it is your turn soon, so don't worry about it. Likely instrumental, but if someone wants to hop on it, I could do a collab. Okay, but our intentions, for all intents and purposes, literal all intents and purposes, is for it to be an instrumental. Let's approach it from that angle. Okay, cool. I think your mix is not finished yet. It sounds like there are elements that are standing out of the mix, and I think we need to look at it a little more intensely. Items are like sort of jumping out at me and are not exactly in the most pleasant of ways. My second question to you here, Benny Games, is: do you have mastering effects on this? It looks like, judging by the waveform, it looks like there is mastering effects on this tracks. But are there a lot? Are you considering this song like mastered in a way? I'm not saying that it's a final master or anything. I'm just saying, like, have we applied some mastering effects to it to like simulate what a mastering would be? I have a lot of questions for your track. Just want to make sure that I'm coming at it from the right angle. That's all. And you've certainly waited long enough. So yeah, you're worth it. I make music on my phone. Like, mastering is not my forte. I do what I think sounds fine. Benny, we should collab. Right. Okay. Well, Lil Korgs, I'll let you arrange a collab off stream with Benny. That's cool. The Discord is a good place to get that done. Okay. So yeah, there are a lot of elements that are jumping out at me, and I don't think that they're particularly good musical or arrangement choices. The other thing is that your Discord, Jesus Christ, your mastering is beating a little bit. What's happening is essentially there are elements that are coming in that are making the rest of your track fall backwards. So your elements are very low, except for some specific elements that are basically making your master limiter pump a little bit too much. So you got to be aware of that, and the way to fix that is with a multi-band compressor. Usually that's going to give you the best results when coming into your mastering limiter evenly. so that not one element makes your whole master go whoa and then come back. The beating or the pulsing, as it's called, is not a good thing. So that's something you got to be aware of, and I'll point it out. But let's start with this track here. So far, by the way, I just want to say, I really like what's going on. It's super weird and super original. Just saying. Then you lost me a little bit here. Hold on. Let's see. What's the purpose? I have to know. What is the purpose of putting that one note? That's not your root note. That's not even an important note in a key change necessarily. What is the purpose of putting that one note louder? Like, what does it do emotionally? What is it supposed to do for me emotionally? I am asking you. So if you have a purpose, let me know, because I don't see a reason. So if you have one, I'm curious as to what yours is, why you would emphasize that one note. Let's find out what that note is on the scale, actually. So C sharp is your scale. That's a good scale. That's a good key. I think the 808 is different and is louder. Well, then turn it down and even it out, because otherwise it sounds bad, which it does. Unfortunately, popping out of the mix like that doesn't sound good. And let's just check the note again. It's the fourth. It's the fourth interval. Yeah, it's super different. It's not just like a little bit to like emphasize that there is a change that's happening. It is like abnormally louder. It's super weird. It even does it on the tonic right there. Like, at least it does it on the tonic, but yeah, it's okay. Sorry, I know my music theory is not there. Okay, I'll just spell it out in terms of notes then. I'm not going to use any special fucking terminology. We don't need to do that. We just need to know the notes. So you have your main note, which is the C sharp. Is this. And then you have your other note. And then your other note. So you have the A sharp, C sharp. Then you have, hold on, I gotta fucking, hold up, guys. I just programmed this. Oh no! My camera's upside down. Hold on, let me fix that. And it's backwards. Jesus. Technically, this is frontwards, actually. This is what you would actually see if you were looking at me. But there we go. Okay, so we have Cameron screen with keys. Do we have this fucking thing working? Where'd it go? Is it working? Come on. Do things. Okay, we don't have the piano view. My camera stopped working and I'll have to figure out why. But whatever. So you have your main note. C sharp. The other second note, your fourth, is technically F sharp. And then you have your G sharp. Bow, bow, bow. Let's listen to those notes. Oh yeah, you also have the E, which is your minor third. Doesn't matter. So technically you go bow, 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 bow. Okay. It's emphasizing both your A sharp or your C sharp and your F sharp. It's basically doing both. But it's not doing any of the others. That's all it's doing. And it's weird. So yeah, my point with this is even out that 808. At the end of the day, you should even out your 808s. And that's cool, that progression, that's cool. That's cool. You even give us a little break here. You even give us a little audio break here where we just hear the high end and the drums. That's cool as well. It's a good arrangement idea. Listen here how everything gets super quiet. That's what I'm talking about the beating and the mastering. Everything goes back. Oh, that's, you know what, Lil Korgs? That's actually a really good idea because I haven't drank water in a long time. Everybody drink water, please. It's important if you want to keep making music. Yeah, I know about the quiet stuff. Okay, cool. As long as you're aware of it. That's really what's important. As long as you're aware of it, it's just it needs to be fixed because otherwise it's too quiet. And then the thing goes. Like it's weird. Only some notes are louder than others. Super weird. Whoa, what happened there? Did you hear that music faded back in? It was almost like a sidechain kind of, but it was like super aggressive and even the kick went away. That's weird. I can't help. I realized that for so long I don't know how to fix it for my program on my phone. Well, there's your problem. You're programming on a phone. It's tough. It's tough to do. Is the reason why producers don't universally use phones to program. What program are you using on your phone, Benny? Because considering you're programming on your phone, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I won't lie to you. It sounds all right. Yeah, it's hard because I worked with more 808s. That's why it's hard. Okay. Again, it's called Bandpass. Oh, I think I've heard of that one, actually. I think I've heard of it. I could be wrong, but I think I've seen that app in action, and it does look pretty cool. Okay, let's keep it rolling here. Yeah, that synth too, popping out of nowhere. So if you're producing on your phone, Benny, you must be on headphones, right? Like it's on Android though. Yeah, I'm aware it's not an Apple app. That's why I like doesn't really like ring a bell more than just having heard of it like in passing. But you must be using headphones, right? Like you're not using your phone speaker to produce this. Okay, yeah. What are your headphones that you're using, Benny? Just out of curiosity. Now I hear the beat on my tablet. It sounds different. If you're producing on a tablet or a phone, they're called Tozo NC7. Let's look those bitches up. Oops. Oh, no, dude. Okay. Ad time. So we're going to just play the ad song. Nope. Or something like that. I don't know. The ad's probably done by now. Yeah, it is done now. Okay. It's done. Okay. Benny, listen carefully. I understand. Like, these look like great listening headphones. These look like great headphones to listen to music and to just enjoy music. You're good. You're golden. but to produce, noise canceling, mistake number one, or rather wireless, mistake number one, and noise canceling, mistake number two. So number three, you're using commercial listening headphones, which is probably mistake number one, actually, technically. Okay, to recap, mistake number one, you're using hi-fi headphones to produce. Mistake number two, those headphones are wireless, therefore Bluetooth, therefore super compressed. And mistake number three, those Bluetooth hi-fi headphones have active noise canceling on them. All the recipe for disaster when it comes to mixing. You're the most critical critic I found here on Twitch. You go in depth and help a lot, and I go in depth on everything, including the technology you use to work your music, because that's going to be your worst enemy. I'm telling you right now. Well, I turn off noise canceling. Okay, mistake number you get it though, right? So hi-fi headphones, first problem, they don't really sound balanced. So you're not sure whether or not you can trust the sound of your headphones, because you don't know necessarily if there's too much bass or there's too much treble. Usually there's too much of both and not enough mids. Hi-fi, what does it mean? That's my point. If you don't know the difference between hi-fi and mixing headphones, listen, I'm an expert in this and you can trust me. You need to buy headphones that are more transparent. Hi-fi means high fidelity. High fidelity means the sound has been changed for your listening pleasure. Usually, what they do is they boost the bass and they boost the treble. And they scoop the mids, which means they cut away the mids. So basically, I have an EQ in front of me right now. I could show you what it looks like. When they're done with your headphones, your mix looks like this. This is what your headphones are probably feeding you. Bass heavy and not that treble heavy, probably like that. But it probably looks something along these lines when you're listening to it. I'm gonna put it back now because we don't want that for my drum master. I like bass heavy headphones, but I get what you mean. Okay, this is what I'm saying. For your listening needs, bass heavy headphones, that's fine. You listen back on it to listen to the music that you already mixed. For mixing, no, bad idea. What you're gonna do, Benny, is you're mixing on Android phones and tablets and you don't have a place to plug it in. You're gonna get a USB-C to 3.5 millimeter adapter, and that is non-negotiable. Like, you absolutely have to do that. And then you can go out and get yourself some like Sony MDR 5307s. You can get yourself some what are they? Bayer Dynamic, or no, sorry, DT 770s. Who's the brand that makes that? Is it Bayer? It is Bayer Dynamic. DT 770s. Look at this shit, okay? $200. That's Canadian. So it's going to be probably, if you're in the States, probably like 150. 150 Canadian. US. Okay? You're not going to spend more than $200 if you go online and you look up mixing headphones best. You're from Germany? Well, then it's going to be 100 euros. 125 to 130 euros, give or take. So if you're going to spend more, you don't have to spend over 100 euros if you don't want to, Benny. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But you have to get mixing headphones. So you go on Thomann. It's not a lot for that good quality. The DT770s are perfect for entry-level headphones. They're perfect. They're exactly what you need to hear a nice flat audio, and they're not that expensive. So if you have 150 euros, buy the Bayer Dynamic DT770s. Go on Thomann website. I know Thomann in Germany works really well, and you buy those. And then you're talking some business. Then you're talking some money. Because, yeah, then you're good. Because the listening hi-fi headphones, high-fidelity headphones, they are flavored. You don't want flavored. You want the opposite of flavored. You want transparent. You want it so that you hear exactly what the synth is doing. No more bass or treble, no less. That's what you want. So that's your mistake number one when producing, is like you want raw. You want as close to the clean signal of whatever you're playing as possible. That's why my speakers that I'm using are Canadian brand, and they are extremely flat. And that's why when I listen to your music and everyone else's music, I can give such valid feedback because I hear everything through these. I'm hearing everything flat through these. So I hear all the little mistakes in the mixes, and I can tell you right away what's wrong. Well, big mistake I made. No worries though. But this is the thing. This is why I'm telling you, considering you made this on a phone and you were using wireless noise canceling, maybe not noise canceling, but active headphones that have their own hi-fi system, considering all of that, this is still pretty good. This is like not the worst I've heard today. And like, that's why you need that, because you deserve it. Because if you can do this with those headphones and a cell phone, then you deserve better gear. You deserve better gear in general. And you think you have better beats too? Well, I'm excited to hear those. But we're going to finish this one here. Good change there, because coming back to the same elements right before it that you had in the first drop was a little stale, and I wanted some novelty in it in the first place, but we don't need it anymore. We've moved on to another section, and it's different completely. But you hear this volume difference? These are lower. So these synths are actually lower, and these ones are taking up less volume. This is why mixing is important, because you got to get everything at basically either a similar volume or intentionally different. If you don't know that they're different while you're mixing them, we've got a problem. Nice break there, by the way. That was really nice. That was really like a good little pause. It sucks the energy away, and then it comes back in. That was a nice break, honestly. I really like that. But again, the mixing, it comes back, and it's just missing some energy. It's just, it's like, oh, we're missing just that little extra amount of juice and volume and tone. It's just like, we're missing it. We want it. We're craving it. But, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's okay. You're getting there, though. You're getting there. When you get some good set of headphones, you'll know that you're making the mistake because you'll hear it. And you'll be like, oh, that's what Mike was talking about. It's different. It's different. Yeah, I boosted my 808s too much, I think. Yeah. Kieran Delaney, which, by the way, Kieran, for your patience, thank you. You are patient as a motherfucker. Dude, you are so knowledgeable with music theory. It's honestly insane. Have you done any songwriting or production for any labels, artists? I would like to. I'm not the reason that I'm on Twitch doing this and not working with those labels and artists in particular is because I don't think necessarily if without a name in the industry, no one really wants to work with you. And I haven't really made a name for myself. I tried to do that with a couple of bands and stuff, but it is something that I'm working on as a name in production and songwriting. I'm trying to work towards that. And I don't necessarily know how to accomplish that without writing my own music up front. And I've tried that and it didn't really yield any more results for my name. So I figured that if I'm going to do it, I might as well just do it to people who are open to that feedback, which is you guys, by the way. And just like let the reputation carry itself kind of thing. Because I know that I have pertinent advice to give, and I know that people benefit from this bottom line, even if they take only one thing that I've said away from that stream, then they've benefited from it at some point. But I just don't really have the in the industry. And so I'm just creating my own in the small community of industries that is you guys. That's really what it comes down to. When I want to work with artists, I just fucking work with them. It's not an industry that's going to tell me that I can't. I'm just going to get on a stream and tell you motherfuckers what I think about your music. That's just what's going to happen. It ain't going to be a label that's going to tell me we don't want to work with you. That's going to make me fucking not want to work with you. Guys. Fuck. Wasted 4 years of music production. Now I know more stuff. That's not wasted, by the way, Benny. That is used, learned, trained for 4 years of music production. Nothing is wasted in life. Nothing is wasted. Everything is a learning opportunity if you take away from it something that you have learned. So those 4 years are well-earned knowledge of music theory. Do not discredit your own hard work. That's something that annoys me. It's like, no, dude, you were fucking working for those 4 years. Everyone I've spoken to says most of it is luck. Rankine Records. I just saw that. It was there was an E before the records. Rankine Records. Well, thank you very much for saying that. That's nice. That's nice of you. But luck is where success meets opportunity. You know what I mean? So, or preparation meets opportunity. Same thing, really. So I'm just basically creating myself opportunities and staying as prepared as I can just by knowing shit as much as I can. I want to work with you. I would literally pay you as a consultant to give me feedback on my tracks. I would literally take your money. I would literally do it. Let me know off stream. But no, that is actually on a professional basis. That is what I am looking to do, is to provide private feedback to individual artists. That's sort of what I'm doing on a public basis here, but that is like the goal, is to work with artists one-on-one. And I've already started with a couple of artists. I can't talk about it yet. There's going to be some stuff. I've already started with a few artists that I've met on Twitch to mix and to provide some songwriting feedback on these mixes. But we'll talk about it more, Kieran. And if you join our Discord, you can talk to me directly. I don't know if you already have necessarily, but we'll open up the floor for you, dude. Rankine Records, I do see that you have, and I'll just apply the artist tag to you and Lil Korgs. Alice Avenue also, who unfortunately had to dip. Zale. How is Zale not a fucking producer yet? What the fuck? Zale was one of our first early stream supporters, both with gifted subs and with submissions. Zale has been a supporter of the stream since very, very early on. So yeah, Kieran, I'd absolutely be willing to work with you. Absolutely, absolutely. Just hop on our Discord and we'll talk about it. Just keep pushing out content and you'll have a break eventually. More content equals higher odds. We're hoping for it. You know what I really got to get on here, Rankine, is I got to get on editing down these streams of 8 hours into like 1 hour and throwing that on YouTube. Not just throwing the VODs on YouTube, but throwing edited videos up on YouTube. But that shit's fucking long. That takes a long time. I need to make money at the same time. I need to find a day job, because otherwise I'm going to fucking crush under the price of rent. And I have no time to edit 8-hour videos down to an hour or 30 minutes. It's crazy. How do people do this? I don't understand. What kind of speakers do you have? Well, in that case, what kind of speakers I have Yorkville YSM6s. They are a Canadian brand made here in, actually nearer to Toronto than Montreal, but still, made locally in Canada, and have a great sound and a very, very flat sound. So I'm very happy about that. But very deep bass, which I'm happy about as well. It's like it goes low, but it doesn't go too low. It's very nice. You have quality channel here. No doubt you'll get a break one day. Fucking let's hope for it, Rankine. Let's fucking hope for it. I love that shit. What's your Instagram? I'm not huge on Discord, but I can shoot you a DM on Insta. I'll whisper to you. We'll talk on Twitch either way, Kieran. I'll hit you up one way or the other. We'll get in contact. First time I got that deep feedback, mostly I get like, yeah, nice beat, nice structure, next beat. Well, that's not feedback. That's not feedback. Sorry, a lot of you guys are waiting a long time for your feedback, but that's not feedback. Sorry. I produce / engineer with my partner here, by the way. No vocals for me. That's okay. That's all right. No problem. All right, Benny, let's finish up your track. How about we do that? How about we focus on one thing at a time? We got off on a tangent. I like talking to you guys. You guys actually are really enjoyable to talk to, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, let's fucking listen. Ball. Those notes are louder. I'm laughing at it, but like, you know, it's we know it has to be fixed. So I'm just like, we're having some fun now. So at this point, by the way, I would have liked something new that I haven't heard before in the song, musically speaking. I would have liked something maybe melodically like. Like something like that, maybe an arpeggio of some kind that allows for the track to feel like it's moving in a different direction. But yeah, I laughed out hard when that bass hit on headphones. It didn't sound like that on speaker. Yeah, man, that's why you got to get reliable headphones and always mix on those, or reliable speaker and always mix on those, or a combination of the two. Either way, you need a reliable sound system that doesn't flavor your sound. You get it. I've already said it. But yeah, so anyways, here, Benny, I think that a musical element of novel qualities will be of interest here. We're going to want to put something here that either we haven't heard or that has appeared in a different section of the song that also fits here. Either way, your production is now arriving at a point where it's called the plateau. It's basically plateauing at the end of your song, whereas at the end of your song, it still needs to be building in energy. So you can't just be copy-pasting sections that we've already heard. You need to be adding elements onto that. Like you can copy-paste the sections, but then like either change them or add layers onto it. So octaves, harmonies, melodies, arpeggios, different beats. All of those are ideas of things that you can add on late in the song to make your ending, to make your last part of your song much more impactful. I think that you can do that. So personally, yeah. Well, it's like a beat structure for rapping, but only as an instrumental. Exactly. That's what it kind of feels like, actually. It kind of feels like a rapping instrumental, one that is made to have lyrics over it, but you're sort of just not adding any lead elements into it. Like there are lead elements throughout. Don't get me wrong. Oh no, you know what, dude? Your track doesn't have any lead elements. That's what's missing. Your synths that are coming in and your 808s that are punching through and your synths, those low bass synths that are punching through, those have distracted me effectively from the fact that your song does not have any lead elements. It has pads, it has a beat, it has a bass, but it has no melody. It has no it has that thing that's going like oops. I am no keyboardist, so I'm really mad at this. But yeah, you don't really have a lead melody, really. That is acting as a lead melody and not just a layer. And that's a thing. Ad song. Ad song is done. End of ad song. Either way, we're almost done with your track, honestly. It's true, dude. Your entire track doesn't really have much lead going on. It's just all rhythm and supporting. You're all bard and no barb. That's a D&D joke. You're all bard and no barbarian. you're a support class, but you have no lead or you have no attacking classes. Like, you're all cleric and no cleric. No, clerics are super duper OP, so they can actually attack like crazy. But you are like really supporting something that is not there. Yes, I do watch Stranger Things. I fucking love Stranger Things. I actually did the D&D campaign that they did in Stranger Things. I DM'd the campaign that they were playing in season 1. The Hunt for the Thessal Hydra. That's a thing. So yeah. Rip, well, original. I just made the connection that Barb is another D&D reference in that show. Yep, Barb, the Barbarian. Yep, exactly, correct. Anyways, so yeah, Benny, I have a problem here. It's that there's nothing that is taking the spotlight. Like, think of this as a band on a stage, okay? This is a good way to put it. I'm gonna like cut out from this part here, but this is a good example of it, okay? Think of this as a band on the stage. So you have your drums, your big drums that are in the back. You have your drummer, okay? You have your 808s that are the bassist. You have the bass, and the bassist is using both a keyboard bass as well as a regular bass. You have your you have like a little keyboardist in the background who's playing like that and also playing your pads. But then there's a spotlight in the center of the stage, and it's empty. It's empty. There's no one in it, and that stage is missing a key element, and that is someone to fill that spotlight. This is more like an experimental, looks like it. So, experimental or not, I think to a certain extent, anything can be experimental, but still be missing something to, like, sort of not steal the show, but to be the focus of our attention. So if you're, in your case, you want the 808s to be the focus of our attention, that's fine. It's not my personal favorite choice for what the center of attention should be. But I think to a certain extent, it's fine if you want that to be the case. I just don't. There's problems with that, and we can get into that if that's the case. But nothing for now is in the spotlight. I forgot the spotlight. I didn't pay the bills. Kind of, yeah, exactly. The lights are off, and the lights are off, but everybody's home. And this is what it sounds like. It's like there's music going on, but there's no real story being told in a lead capacity. There is a bit of a story in the background, but it's kind of like we don't have a story if there's only background. If you buy a book, an experimental book, maybe, but if you buy a book and you open it up and the entire book is just describing the scenery and what you see in the background, but there's no characters, there's no plot, there's no challenge, there's no adversity, why would we read that book? It's the point here that I'm trying to make, is you're basically telling a story, but you're not telling the story, you're telling everything that would happen in the background of the story. So be experimental or not, but either way, tell me a story. And usually it's through your lead elements that you're going to tell that story. So just be aware of that. You don't have to go that way. But if you have a lead element that's just there to support, and your background is what's telling the story, well, that's a choice as well. That's fine as well. But because of that, you don't have a lead element. The background isn't telling the story. It's just background. And if you had a lead element that was sustaining the support class, the support role, and then your background was doing something, that would be fine, but we would hear it, and we don't. So anyways, I think that's all I have to say about your track here, Benny. Thank you, first of all, for being patient, for waiting your turn and like actually sticking through on stream with us. Thank you for submitting, for letting us listen to your track and just like allowing us to comment on it. And above all, thank you for trusting us with your track, my dude. It's always nice to see new faces or new names, I should say, in this stream. So I'm happy about that, man. I'm happy that we're seeing some new rotation. Of people, and I appreciate it as well. All right, so Lil Korgs, it is your turn. You submitted your beat before. Let me try and see if I can find it in the chat, but I think it disappeared. No, I found it. I got it. Okay, let's go back down. Oh my God, my computer. I do different genres next time. I'll submit other stuff. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to see your range. Let's see what your range is as a producer. Let's hear that. I'm looking forward to hearing that. All right. Next up. Hey, how's the queue looking, guys? Oh, shit. We only have 3 left. It's Lil... You know what, guys? I just so that... I'm just going to close the queue so that there's no new submissions. Because it's 11:30 here. And I can only imagine that it's even later for you guys. So, like, I'm not going to take any more submissions. What did you say here, Benny, about your beat? I think I need to stick to 1/808 on that beat. One or two, definitely. Focus on 1 or 2 and make it really stick. And less 808 so it could be rappable, possibly. It's 5:35 a.m. Jesus Christ, dog. Go to bed. Stay if you wish. I haven't even finished my pizza. I've been focused with your shit. WBG, ECG, WBG. I don't know what that means. Okay. Folks. Yeah, give me that pizza. It's actually really good pizza. East Coast gang. I see what you mean. This is actually really good. I went to see one of my buddies I haven't seen in a long time. I've not seen them in a long time, and they have since become a district manager of a Domino's. And so this guy made me this pizza custom because he knows what I like to eat, and he made it at Domino's, but he made it like basically for me. So that's always nice. What state are you in? I'm in the DMV. Michigan. Looks homemade. It isn't. It's Domino's made, but yeah. The Pasta 54. I fucking love pasta. Welcome, my dude. You're coming in at a point where we are closed. The queue is closed like literally minutes ago. You can even still scroll up and see when I closed it. But my bad, guys. I'm so sorry. I've been on for 8 hours and 42 minutes. We'll be back next week. But like, yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I've been streaming for a while. But we got 3 people. Yeah. What's that? What are you guys saying? Wow, I was just in the East Landing last month. Imagine you need to edit for 1 hour. Imagine that. One song. You need like days to finish. Yeah, I know. Imagine that. Lansing like sang nasty. I don't know what the fuck that is. The Pasta 54. We have 3 people right now that are waiting for us to listen to their tracks. And they've been waiting for hours. How do you think they would feel if I just skip them and go straight to you? How would you feel if you were waiting here for like 3 hours, 4 hours, more, and I skipped you? and I went to someone else who just joined after the queue's already closed. Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate your follow. You've been in here for 2 hours and 15 minutes. Well, there you go. I appreciate your follow, Blood the Pasta, which is why it's going to be cool, because you'll get the notification next time I go on live, and you could submit nice and early and guarantee yourself a spot. So I appreciate your understanding, the Pasta. I appreciate that. That's really nice of you, because a lot of people would have probably reacted worse, and I appreciate your understanding. So thank you very much for that, dude. We're gonna just move on here. We're going to come on. You should host this other streamer after you go down, G. He's doing what you're doing. Well, I don't know if you have enough channel points, but if you do, we can raid another channel with 10,000 channel points. We can raid a channel. Just saying, it's one of the privileges. But yeah, we can do that. I got 360. I'll save up. Okay. That's not as much as you need, for sure. Check the music and go to sleep. But when will be the next time? Usually it's Thursdays, but this Thursday I won't be here. I'll be picking up my girlfriend at the airport. She's been gone for 2 weeks, and I'll be spending time with her this week. So next Tuesday, that's in 1 week. You guys think you can last 1 week? I think you guys can. Before we do say goodbye for that week, though, we're going to finish the tracks we do have. So, Prod K27, otherwise known as Lil Korgs, let's listen to the track Shura Dukan. Did I do okay with the pronunciation? Shura Dukan? Either way, here we go. Fade out. Oh no. Okay. Dude, if I'm being honest, we don't really have a song here so much as we have a loop. It's not by taking away a hi-hat and a clicky synth that you make a song, necessarily. We have one loop. And it says here instrumental for raps, and so I took that into consideration, and I was like, again, there's no lead element in this, and I think I need one. But like, I kind of agree with Benny on this one. It sounds more like a background beat in a YouTube video while other things are happening. It's kind of a loop. At some point or another, you could have stripped away your synth, that main pad. You could have stripped that away to create some more space. You could have, while that happened, stripped away also your hi-hats and just had your kick and your snare and added in strategically elements, either one after the other or not. You could have done that, but it didn't happen. Like, here's the thing. It is good for vloggers while they talk about stuff, like a lo-fi beat. It is kind of like that. Like if I were to do this, guys, if I were to go... When you're making a beat, you want to focus on the lead elements that allow you to create the best possible music. You know, like it's kind of like background while I'm talking. It's great in the background. It's actually something that is like just ignorable enough so that I could keep talking over it. And also it sounds exactly like what you would hear in a promotional video or like an instructional video of, when designing your kicks, be sure to add 80 hertz as a boost. On most kicks, it'll work out. That's both my problem with it and what I notice most about it. It's like, it is certainly niche promo music. That is great because that sells, that incorporates specifically, actually, Lil Korgs, that is a corporate beat. That's the kind of thing that you can sell in like training videos, and you could sell it to be for corporate videos for like conferences or stuff like that. Waiting music as well. It works in that capacity. But for rap could be more variation and versatility. Yes, that's my point, is that for music specifically, for musical applications, either way, you're going to want more variation. You're going to want to take away your synth. You're going to want to give it back. You're going to want to take away your bass at some point. You're going to want to give it back. But that is, yeah, that is essentially what my problem here is that none of that exists. And I'm waiting for it to happen. Like you take away the hi-hat and you take away that boop, 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 synth, that's fine. But musically speaking, this is incomplete. Like this is missing a lot. But Kieran Delaney, sing for corporate videos or even hold music for corporate companies? Absolutely. Hands down would work. That's exactly the kind of stuff that they like. I work a lot of corporate events for sound and for video. I work a lot. That's like basically where most of my income has come from in the past 5 years. And this is exactly the kind of shit that they like to listen to. So keep it in mind. It's just simple enough. It's like you're in an elevator and this comes on. Yes, but it's a little more active and a little more energetic than elevator music, which is good. I was shooting for an LSD vibe in a club. That's cool, but again, LSD vibe in a club or not, the song needs to have motion. If it's going to be a song, it needs to start, energy-wise, it needs to start either high or low, and then end up high or low, depending. Like, it depends how you're going for it. It's really, there's no real rules for it. All I know is that you have to start somewhere and end up somewhere much bigger than that. That's all I know. Honestly, I low-key see that. Maybe I don't do acid, which is why it's like confusing to me, although I'd like to try at some point. But I'm down. So I guess what I'm saying, really what it comes down to, maybe I don't do acid, but I'm down. Is in an ad break, but I'm here. Please don't skip me. I won't do it. Ads, I didn't catch it after it needs the low. Okay. Hell yeah, dude. I like the guitar version. You know what? you could add guitar in as a layer. That would be a good idea, because as I was playing it, I'm like, that actually kind of fits. Add in an acoustic guitar. I don't know if you can play guitar or not, but get someone who does to play the guitar and add that as a layer on your track, because it would work. It's just generic enough so that it sounds like that. This sounds like an intro or an outro that never finishes to its climax. I agree with you, Benny. I agree with you. How many instruments you can play? Like 5 or more? Let's see. Drums, guitar, bass, I sing, and I kind of play keyboards. Not really. I know very few pieces. I don't really play keyboard. I know keyboards. That's pretty much more than what I do. 4. I play 4 instruments. And I can try to play keyboard. Yeah, so either way. Yep. That's what it is. That's what it is, dude. It sounds basically just like a loop. So it's not a complete piece of music either way. But yeah, exactly. All right, well, next person, please. I'm excited to show you what I have tomorrow. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be we're gonna go to the next one either way. But tomorrow I won't be here. Unfortunately, we'll be here next week. But the next time we're streaming, Lil Korgs, I am super down to listen to your music either way. Be sure to pop on by until then. This could be a sample for a beat contest so people can flip that. That's a good thing. Betty, you're like just coming up with these. You're just coming up with these examples of what this song is making you think of. That's great. Your imagination runs very fast. It's very nice. So 5, great. No, like more 4 1/4, honestly. If I'm being honest, the keyboard's very, very bad. I play 4 1/4 instruments. Let's numerate it properly. Either way, Lil Korgs, thank you very much for your submission. Thanks for letting us listen to it online. Did I get it? Nope. Thanks for allowing us to give you feedback on it. It needs work, for sure, or it needs to be sold as a corporate beat, and you can make a lot of money that way. So either change everything or don't change anything. Depends on how much money you want to make. Is the voice an instrument? Yeah, that's the 4. That's included in the 4. But either way, Lil Korgs, thank you for letting us listen to your track, and thank you for trusting us with your track. We are going to power through. Wait, how can I make money? I need an outlet to plug into. Yeah, so I still haven't finished that pizza. No, I have not. You're going to want to get in with companies, Lil Korgs. You're going to want to get in with companies who are making like promotional videos. You can sell them your music. You can sell them the rights to your music, basically, which allows them to do it with it, whatever promotional stuff that they will. But like I've done that for a song that was literally just a riff on my computer. It was like I literally wrote something as stupid as this. Something like that. That shit got me $500. I produced it into like a full beat. I could literally show you actually. I don't know if I have it on my computer right now, but let me see. No, it was a year ago. It was a year ago. Either way. No, I don't think it's here. But like it was the stupidest riff, okay? And I was like, it was funky, and I really liked it, and so I turned it into like this super funky shit. And then a TV or a car company was like, yeah, we need some music for our stuff. Like, what were you thinking? Were you thinking something like whimsical, something funky? And I was like, well, I have this riff, and they're like, we love it. Make it into a fucking thing, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds for all the different ad lengths. You make a different version for each of that, and then you make $500 or more. That was cheap for me. $500, that's cheap. But thanks for that. I want to make corporate beats too now. It's easy, dude. It's easy. You just got to basically go to companies and ask if they're making promotional videos. And if so, sell your shit. Okay. So that said, we're going to move on here, guys. We're going to move on to Kiernan Delaney's track here because it's been a while that they've been waiting as well. So let's keep moving here, folks. And Kiernan and Kiernan's asking a question here. So I bought the exclusive beat and had my engineer mix the track, still waiting on revisions before I master. Looking for any feedback you have from the beat to songwriting to the mix to the overall recording / emotion behind the track. Okay. You're very open to a lot of feedback. Let's see if we have any. Benny Games, how much should you ask for? That depends entirely on the length of the song and how complex they want it. If it's just a piano beat, you could charge as low as $100. If it's just a piano. But again, it just depends. Everything depends. All right. Kiernan Delaney. I used to have a teacher named Michael Delaney in my recording arts school, actually. So yeah. Imagine you're a plumber. How bad do you want to do the job and how big is the leak? Lil Korgs, ladies and gentlemen. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Unsure Mix V1, Tierson West, or Kiernan Delaney, whoever it may be. Let's listen to this track and hear what we think of it, folks. We're listening for anything we think of, mix-wise, production-wise. Tierson West is my artist name. It's a good one. It is white, but it is a good one. Okay, let's listen to it. Here we go.
Yeah, it's back to the basement, back to the basics. Getting bad, baby, going back to the days. Haven't felt some type of way in so long. Reminisce to way back when, did me so wrong. Yeah, overflowing, I still need another. Said forever, guess you meant the summer. You, me, mattress, and some numbers. Yeah, wish I got to love ya. Said she catching feels in the limelight. She'll know that it's real when the time's right. Didn't like the feel with the lights on. Running back like she got Nikes on. Didn't feel real when I got home. Chalk it all up to a little Stockholm. Reopen the wound, but it got so yeah. I'm a little uncharged. Felt some type of way, now she feeling uncharged. What kind of fool do you take me for? Days coming to an end, love turns to war. Down bare repenting. She tryna sign on my it's a blessing. Made the same mistakes, but I ain't learned my lesson. Therapeutic, baby, I'm straight vanity. I'm a little unsure. Now she's a little unsure. Face my confession, mix emotions, keep me second guessing. Heart on my sleeve, still ain't learned my lesson. So hard when they leave, guess they ain't get the message. Gonna run it back down when it done me, but you want it bad now. One and only, but you want it back down. If it weren't me, would've never backed down, yeah. Words get dismissed and all I ever wanted, guess you weren't really listening. Late summer nights, we were tongue-tied glistening. Without you, it's a feeling that I'm missing, yeah. Says she catching feels in the limelight. She'll know that it's real when the time's right. Didn't like the feel with the lights on. Running back like she got Nikes on. Didn't feel real when I got home. Chalk it all up to a little Stockholm. Reopen the wound, but it got so yeah. I'm a little uncharged. Felt some type of way, now she feeling uncharged. What kind of fool do you take me for? Days coming to an end, love turns to war. Down bare repenting. She tryna sign on my it's a blessing. Made the same mistakes, but I ain't learned my lesson. Therapeutic, baby, I'm straight vanity. I'm a little unsure. Now she's a little unsure. Face my confession, mix emotions, keep me second guessing. Heart on my sleeve, still ain't learned my lesson. So hard when they leave, guess they ain't get the message.
Damn. Oh shit, that was 3 minutes. Well, sorry guys, I lost track. I was in the song, I was listening to it. It's on the way for mixing, so I got zoned completely in and completely forgot my own stream rules. So I guess you're welcome, Kiernan, because we listened to the whole last track. We will go back through it only up to 2 minutes, but we have the idea now. Okay, so I agree with Rankin. You have a great voice. The sound of it, the timbre, as it's called, the texture of your voice is nice. The pitch, obviously it's been pitch corrected, so it's hard to tell like the pitch performance. It doesn't matter. But the timing performance, I will also agree with Rankine Records. Is it Rankine or Rankin Records? Rankine. Whichever. You. I agree with you. That your voice is kind of dictating the tempo sometimes, and that's no bueno. You should be relying on either a metronome or a backbeat of some kind so that you stick to the tempo of the track. We definitely want that. We want your voice to respect the tempo of the song. Because as much as it is the lead element, it's annoying when a lead singer goes off beat. Just like it's annoying when rhythm tracks go off beat, but that's just my personal opinion. And I'm glad your engineer said the same thing, which is a third engineer now has recommended. Like a third engineer has now recommended. So now Rankine, myself and your engineer. So it's time for sure, moving forward, for sure. You got a great voice. I agree with that, actually. Rankine. Okay, cool. Understood. We'll use a metronome going forward. Just learn that. Haha. So hard to explain it. No, but that's okay. It's also like Rankine. Yeah, because it's like, yeah, okay, cool. I got you. We can fix it in post-production so it's not the end of the world, but it's not fun. Exactly. That is precisely it. Like your engineer will like you less if he or she, if they have to do work. More work than is necessary. Like someone just sent me tracks and they sounded so tight that I didn't have any work to do, so the mix, I could just focus on the mix itself. Vocal editing and pitch correction is extra work for engineers, and we are like, could you maybe sing on pitch? Anyways, let's go through this guy. Not a huge fan of that at the beginning, but I don't hate it. It's kind of weird, actually. It's kind of growing on me. I mean, every time I listen to it, I actually kind of get more attached to it. It's kind of weird. But yeah. I don't really think anything was added by this section personally. If I'm being honest with you, Kearney, arrangement-wise. I think this section here that whole section from where I started playing to right up until there is really doing nothing for you. I would cut it the shit out, honestly, because it's like it doesn't really add tension going up to your first verse. Tosin Abasi-esque melody. I'm in love with that style. This one here. Yeah, up until that point, I agree, Tosin Abasi, man, fucking Animals as Leaders. Oh my god, what a fucking project. I understand and agree, to be honest. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree. Because I don't really think, like, honestly... Like, just put in a fucking riser and be done with it. You know what I mean? Put in a riser right there and be done with it. That would be my opinion. So let's just...
Yeah, it's back to the basement, back to the basics. King bed, baby, going back to the days. Haven't felt some type of way in so long. Reminisce to way back when to be so wrong. Yeah, overflowing, I still need another. Said forever, guess you meant the summer. You, me, mattress, and some numbers. Yeah, wish I got to love ya. Said she catching feels in the limelight. She'll know that it's real when the time's right. Didn't like the feel with the lights on. Running back like she got Nikes on.
Yeah, so your tempo is a little bit shaky. I'm not going to keep referring to this, but let me point out something about your vocals first. Oh, shit. I just saw that there's a submission here. Oh, man, Alex the Terrible, my dude. The queue is closed for the night. I've been streaming for 9 hours. I've been streaming for 9 hours, giving feedback on people's tracks. This must be legitimately the 20th track that I'm listening to today. So I'm like all done. I got one more in me after this, which is Rainkine Records, and I'm done. But Alex, if you do want to follow us, we're coming back live next week. You can get the notification as soon as it comes out if you're followed. There it is. It's as easy as that. So yeah, man, next week, be sure to come back next Tuesday. Usually it's Tuesdays and Thursdays, but exceptionally this Thursday, girlfriend, airport, etc., etc. So it'll be next Tuesday. Thank you so much for the follow and your understanding. I appreciate that very much. Alex, feel free to stick on by as we do our last 2 reviews to see if my reviews are worth it for you. If you want my kind of advice, because I'll be listening to the music and maybe I'm not giving the right kind of advice for you and your songs. Maybe that's right. Maybe that's true. I don't think it is, but maybe it's true. All right, let's listen back to your vocals here, Tierson or what fucking Kiernan. What a lovely name. What a melodic name. Let's go back here.
Basement, back to the basics. King bed, baby, going back to the days. Haven't felt some type of way.
I feel like your vocals are mixed. First of all, throughout the song, your vocals are not loud enough. I'm just saying, it needs to be louder. You are the lead element of this song. You need to take a spotlight in this song. So you need to certainly shine a little more than that. First of all. Second of all, multi-band compressor on vocals, that's a great way to accomplish that. There's also a way of going about it. So multi-band compressor on the vocals. Let me talk about, this is exactly what I was about to say, Alex. You kind of read my mind, is that not only are the vocals loud enough, my engineer said he was leaving room for the master. What should I tell my engineer for the next revision? Tell him to learn how to master. Oh, that was so mean. I'm so sorry. That was so mean. That's not true. I didn't mean it. It was a joke. No, that's just not how mastering works. When you want something to stand out of your mix, you turn it up. So that's the thing. Are you guys getting ads? Ad break. Ad song. I'm starting to enjoy playing the ad song, honestly. I'm gonna sit through it. But it's Modern Warfare 3. That's funny. Worst timing. I'm gonna sit through it. Kieran the lady, hire me instead. I mastered my track that's coming up next. No hate to your engineer though. Appreciate it, but I'm too loyal. Got to stick with my boy. I respect that. I respect that very much, Kieran. Alex, that's obviously it's appreciated that you stick through the ads. But if you subscribe, there ain't no ads. I turn that shit off. So it's a way of like skipping the ads in a way. Okay. So getting back to this, Alex the Terrible, you mentioned a multi-band on the vocals. That leads me directly to my next point about the vocals. Not only that they are not loud enough. So what should you tell your mixing engineer for the vocals? You should tell him two things. First of all, they're not mixed forward enough. And second, they're a little indie for my taste. That's personally. I think your vocals, like Alex the Terrible was suggesting, having a multi-band compressor on your vocals can help. But overall, what I think it needs is a little bit more compression overall. Not just multi-band, not just limiting, but I think you just need more compression on your vocals because there's not enough, I think. I think your vocals breathe a little too much, and I think that they need to be leveled out. That's one. Second, I think your consonants need to pop more. So when you're rapping and when you're singing, your consonants pop, actually sound like they are coming through. Saturation, throw Fab Filter Saturn on it. Yeah, and if you don't want to throw plugins at it, necessarily specific plugins like saturation or anything like that, which is obviously an easy way to accomplish that, for sure. You could very well mildly compress, EQ your vocals, heavily compress. You're going to want a DS somewhere in there. You're going to want to like throw a de-esser somewhere in there. And you're going to want to put a limiter on the end of your vocals. Whether it be a multi-band compressor or a limiter is up to you. But usually I have a lot of success. Look at my vocal chain, okay? And this is for condenser vocals. So let's say for my chorus vocals. This is my vocal chain. Ignore the reverbs. But I have a de-esser up front so that you're coming into your effects. You are having this sibilance taken care of. Then I've got a very light compressor, like a low threshold and a low ratio. So it is compressing pretty easy. And then I've got my EQ, which should be more like this technically because that is a little too bright. Then I've got another compressor, which is compressing a little more aggressively, so at 5.8, but at a little less, so it's just basically taking care of those peaks. It's basically allowing your track to really take a shape at this point. You're picking up personality. And then I've got a limiter that is just slamming the vocals into it. So that's what it's doing, is basically it's taking the shape that you have created for your vocals and it is putting it through this final compression that makes it super poppy and present right in front of your face. So that's what you should tell your engineer to do. You should tell your engineer to watch this video, basically, is what you should tell him to do. Also, my boy likes reverbs. Not really that much. I have an ambient reverb. I have a long room reverb. And then I have the two delays, but the delays are off here. They're not sending any. I just have some ambient room and some long room, and that's pretty much it. Rainkind, great advice. Limiter at the end is so versatile. I do it almost every chain. Yeah, dude. Especially for vocals. It's really worth it, honestly. Limiter at the end. Waves L3 LL is cheap and hella clean if you're in the market for a good vocal limiter. I'm not really in the market for it because mine are serving me super well. Plus, Waves, man. Anything that you need a subscription for, anything that you need an internet connection to use, such as Waves, Universal Audio, and all that stuff, I don't trust it anymore, guys. I don't trust it at all anymore. The day my internet goes out and I want to produce, and I am so heavily reliant on those plugins, I'm either going to have to use my cell phone's internet just to produce music. Nah, not really. Not really down. Not super duper down. Ridiculous, plus they clawed back the lifetime updates. Ah, those motherfuckers. This is what I don't see. This is what I'm thinking about here, right? Rainkind is like, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with anything that isn't yours. And that's my problem. The real question is, how old is that pizza? Not that old. I microwaved it only like 4 hours ago, essentially. I microwaved it 4 hours ago, so I'll be microwaving it again after I'm done this stream. I had 2 pieces of lasagna and a piece of pizza. I had lasagna. That was a great dinner. I was happy to eat on stream and keep doing my reviews. Meteor Music still here, laughing at that question for sure. How old are your drums? So, funny thing about that, Benny Games. I swear to God, Kieran, we will get back to you. I swear to God. My drums were bought used in the 70s. This is a vintage Pearl kit. And I have disgraced it. I have embarrassed it by putting mesh heads on it and not using it for all its splendor and all of its glory, because I'm in an apartment and I can't fucking play drums at full volume. So I installed mesh heads on it, and I can hit them as hard as I want, and I won't wake up the neighbors even at fucking 12:15 a.m. And on top of that, I have set it up with some triggers and some microphones, so that basically what you hear when I play it sounds fucking juicy. So yeah. Whoops. I don't want to minimize that. I want to minimize that. That's big sad, dude. Yeah, well, we do what we need to do, right? We do what we need to. And honestly, my sound is probably more controlled than if I was playing an actual kit with microphones on it, because then you need to get really good microphones. You need to get a really good sounding room. You need to get a really good preamps. You need to get really good... It's fucking never ending, dude. Digital drums are just so much easier to write, record, and play on. Honestly, it's for my situation where I don't have a lot of room and a lot of gear, it's actually better than acoustic drums. And I'm sad saying that because I prefer playing acoustic drums. It sounds and feels better to my ears, but to record, forget it, dude. Not possible. Okay, so we're coming back here, Tierson West and Kieran Delaney. We're coming back now. I do have pasta in the fridge, by the way. Just saying, Benny. I started out with Easy Drummer, and the sound library soaked up my storage on my PC. Yeah, well, I'm using stock drums on. I'm using stock Logic drums, and I'll show you. Like one day, I'll show you my drum chain. It's fucking complex, but it sounds good. Okay, so once again, your vocals need to be a little bit more dense and a little bit more heavily compressed, as well as maybe a little bit of high-end EQ, just saying.
Way so reminisce to way back when to be so wrong.
Maybe some high mids, specifically. Specifically high mids, not necessarily high-end. They're pretty smooth and creamy, your vocals, but I would like them to be just a little bit more high-end-ish, but very, very slightly, just a little edge in the nasally. But yeah. But you can sell them for $50K because you touched them someday. And I'll never sell these, just for the record. Okay, let's keep on moving.
Yeah. You mean Madras, it's a mama. Yeah. Wish I got the love, yeah. Says she catching feels in the limelight. She'll know that it's real when the time's right.
You need some doubles as well. I don't know if I heard doubles in the rest of the track, but you need some fucking doubles. You need some stuff that like reinforces the takes that you're recording already. You need some doubles, bro.
Like the field with the lights on, running back like
that is good. The brights on, it's good, but you need doubles when you sing too.
She got Nikes on, didn't feel real when I got home. Chalk it all up to a little Stockholm. Reopen the womb, but it got so yeah. I'm a little uncharged, some type of way, now she feeling uncharged. What kind of fool do you take me for? Days coming to an end, love turns to war.
Okay, I'm hearing more doubles in this, but again, the doubles are subtle. Subtle doubles. Say that 5 times fast. Subtle doubles, subtle. Nope. Failed. Subtle doubles, subtle. Nope. Can't do it. So, your doubles are subtle, and subtle doubles do us some troubles. And when our troubles are from subtle doubles, we must make the doubles louder. Pretty clear, right?
It's a blessing. Made the same mistakes, but I ain't learned my lesson. Therapeutic, baby, I'm straight vanity.
Also, that beat that ends that weirdly, I'm a little unsure. I'm a little unsure. Okay, hold on. Let me just count measures here. I just want to make sure that I'm not fucking it up.
Stockholm, reopen the womb, but it got so yeah. I'm a little unsure. Felt some type of way, now she feeling unsure. What kind of fool do you take me for? Days coming to an end, love turns to war. Yeah. Down bare repentant, she ain't tryna sign on my. It's a blessing. Made the same mistakes, but I ain't learned my lesson. Therapeutic, baby, I'm straight vanity. I'm a little unsure.
Yeah, it is weird because it ends halfway through the 7th or the 8th bar, pardon me. It ends halfway, the drums end halfway through the 8th bar, and you go straight to this sample here. So yeah, I don't like that because it sounds like the loop is repeating prematurely. So you should finish, what do you got here?
Little unsure, felt some type of way, now she feeling unsure. What kind of fool do you take me for? Days coming to.
Something like that.
And then love turns to war, Yeah.
No, sorry. So like basically at the end of your 7th bar, what we're hearing is it's going back to your tonic, to your C sharp, and it's like it sounds kind of weird. It sounds kind of like the bar is restarting prematurely. I said it, but I wanted to exemplify it. What's the most expensive gear you got in your room? Probably my Mac. I don't know. Probably my guitars. All of them together. Probably. Noted, I have a lot of doubles in there. We'll tell my engineer to raise the volume. Okay, cool. Like dissonance? Not exactly like dissonance. It's more like... it's resolution too early, actually, which is what it is. The thing is that a bar, the whole point of a bar when you're or not a bar, but a chord progression like the one you have. When we arrive back at this chord after this note, it resolves a melody. Basically, what you're doing here is you're home. You're out on a quest. The quest gets dark. Then it gets hopeful. You're back home. So basically, what we want to do is we want to complete that story in that small story arc, which is your chord progression. We want to complete that so that it doesn't resolve too quickly, because that's like once upon a time, the end. It's sort of like that. Once upon a time, there was someone out there going through some shit, then he found some hope. Once upon a time, there was someone out there going through some shit, then it was over. You know what I mean? That's really what I'm hearing from the early resolution. Once upon a time, there was someone out there going through some shit, then it was over. Oh, that's too bad. All right. Understood. Yeah, the producer messed up on that one. I washed my hands of that error. Well, it's easy to make that mistake because you're basically copy pasting another sample that existed elsewhere over this part here. So, and I can see from the waveforms that it is identical. It's like the same sample.
Now she's a little. Now she's a little unsure.
So all he has to do is basically finish this loop and start this loop a little later is really what it comes down to.
Face my confession, mix emotions, keep me second.
I will say this for your producer though, or rather this was already a bought beat, so the person who produced this rather. I will say this about it. Starting your second verse without drums after your first verse had drums is a wise move because you're creating contrast between the sections themselves. So that's a good move.
Gassing, hard in my sleeve, still ain't learned my lesson.
Now you have a ton of doubles. Now all of a sudden the song has a ton of vocal doubles.
Face my confession, mix emotions, keep me second guessing. Hard in my sleeve, still ain't learned my lesson. So hard when they leave, guess they ain't get the message. Gonna run it.
Now there's too many vocals. It goes from no vocal doubles in this section, and there's all the vocal doubles in this section constantly on. So now we have to go the other way on the pendulum. We have to put less vocal doubles because it's all on. So at a certain point, balance. We got to find balance in your production, I think is really what it comes down to. Beyerdynamic best headphone for music production, right? Not necessarily most best bang for your buck among the top 5. I think the DT770s among the top 5 best bang for your buck. Best headphone for music production on a budget. So just saying.
Back down when it done me, but you want it bad now. One and only, but you want it back down. If it weren't me, would've never backed down. Yeah. Words get dismissed and all I ever wanted, guess you weren't really listening. Late summer nights, we were tongue-tied glistening. Without you, it's a feeling I'm missing. Yeah. So she can.
And we're back to no doubles. What's with this on all the time and then off all the time? Oh, man. We need balance, dude. We need balance. Like, I'm okay with a section being without any doubles. Like, for instance, this section,
Emotions keep me second.
that section that's dead, that had that section that had only doubles on it, that section would have been great if there was no doubles on it because there's nothing else going on, so it doesn't need reinforcement. And then when you come back in with the beat, that's when you put your doubles on like a bar before. That's like a whole technique here is you put on the doubles and then you boom, you jump into your beat. It's just, yeah. Anyways, it's too bad. What about Sennheiser? Yeah, there's some good Sennheiser headphones, but they're not my favorite. They're better for microphones than they are for headphones, Sennheiser, in my opinion. Unless you pay a lot of money, Sennheiser's better microphones than they are headphones. Would anyone know where I can hire a vocalist for a track? I am a vocalist for tracks. But if you need high female vocals, I could talk to my people. It depends what you're looking for. Alex, you can hit me up off stream if you want. Head up on my Discord if you wish. I'm gonna check the pasta, pasta 54. But yeah, if you hit me up, I know a few people. I know a few singers. Male vocals can work. Well, let me know. Hit me up on Discord, man. Bro, you're a genius. I need you on retainer, no cap. I'm currently taking contracts, so absolutely.
Gassing, hard in my sleeve, still ain't learned my lesson.
Ad break again? What the fuck, guys? Nope. And we back. It's Memphis funk rap horrorcore if you're interested. That sounds fun. I'm not sure what to expect from that, so I'm probably gonna have to just hear the track. So we'll talk off stream. But yeah, man. I mean, possibly if you're looking. Just depends what your budget is at the end of the day. But yeah, we can talk off stream either way. No worries. You sent a whisper? Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. So let's keep on going here. I asked Mike, but how about you? Oh, vocalist. When did you start singing? Like, how long you been a vocalist? 8. I was doing choirs when I was like 8 or 9. I started. I think it was mostly like school choirs. All of high school, I was in the school choir. That's for sure. And then after that, I started my own projects. So I started singing like more rock and pop vocals. So long time, basically. But yeah. Also, yeah, it's good to know, Kieran, that you've been a singer for 5 years. It's good. Keep working on it, man. Keep pushing.
When they leave, guess they ain't get the message. Gonna run it back down. When it done me, but you want it bad now. One and only, but you want it back down. If it weren't
I like your little fills. I'll say that about your engineer. He has definitely added in those ad-libs quite well. They sound good. They sound good with your main vocals. Your main vocals just need to be turned up now.
me, would've never backed down, yeah, yeah. Words get dismissed and all I ever wanted, guess you weren't really listening. Late summer nights, we were tongue-tied glistening. Without you, it's a feeling I'm missing, yeah, yeah. Says she catching feels in the limelight. She'll know that it's real when the time's right. Didn't like the feel with the lights on. Bright sun, running back like she got Nikes on. Didn't feel real when I got home. Chalk it all up to a little Stockholm. Reopen the wound, but it got so, yeah, yeah. I'm a little unsure. Felt some type of way, now she feeling unsure. What kind of fool do you take me for? Days coming to an end, love turns to war. Turns to war.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go through the entire track here, Kieran, because, I mean, we've gone way over the 2 minutes just from the listen, and now we've gone over it in the listen back. So what I'll say is your vocals certainly need a little bit more love and attention for your thing, for your track, for your particular sound that you're going for. You're going to need, again, probably to recompress your vocals. You're probably going to need to turn them up either way, no matter if you compress them or not. And you're going to, what did I say before? Oh yeah, the doubles. The doubles are going to need to be strategically placed at various points. Those are going to be things that you're going to need to do in order to really enhance your vocals as the star of the show. Because the instrumental is good. It's very busy, but it's good. But you are the star here, Tierson West. Unless the focus of the track here is the instrumental, which I doubt, it seems a little backwards. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Either way, Kieran Delaney, I, first of all, appreciate you taking the time to stop on by and then have patience for your turn to come up and wait this entire time for the turn to arrive. And then when it does happen, I appreciate you allowing us to listen to this music, allowing us for us to talk about it and to give you our feedback on it, being receptive to that feedback, which is a whole other category. Because I could say all I fucking want about your song, but if you're not receptive to it, it doesn't fucking matter. So being receptive to it, I really appreciate. But above all, Kieran, thank you for trusting us with your track. I'm starting to like that as a little catchphrase. But yeah, man, always a pleasure. Thank you so much, Mike. 2 last questions. 1, do you think, based off this song, that you can imagine this song /me on the radio /industry standard? 2, can you whisper me your IG so I can DM you? So for the number 2, yes, absolutely. For the number 1, This is the thing, Kieran. I am hesitant to say yes, not because I don't think it's possible. Yes, I think it's possible, but I don't know the industry standards. I don't really listen to radio enough to tell you whether or not this could be a hit. Like, I listen to Clowncore on YouTube. So do I think this could be a pop hit? Yeah. Compared to Clowncore, I think this could be a pop hit. So you know what I mean? Yes, it's possible. Absolutely, it's possible. But I'm not a good reference because I don't listen to the radio. So I want you to keep that in mind with my advice. I listen to pop music, absolutely, all the fucking time. But I don't necessarily listen to radio pop music. I listen to pop music that I like, am referenced and am given and am handed music to me. So just keep that in mind. So yeah. You're asking me, Benny, how old am I? How old do you think I am? You saying you're in my late 20s? You saying I'm in my late 20s? How old do you think I am exactly? Take a guess as to the age, and I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. I'll tell you my age. I don't give a fuck, really. But yeah. Also, Alex will talk about it. I'll whisper to you and to Kieran after the stream so that we can get a conversation going one way or the other. All right? We'll talk about it either way. Yo, Maxo, it's been a little while, man. It's been a minute. Thank you very much for popping on by. Thanks for joining our Discord. Our queue is well closed tonight, though, so we're not going to be taking any more submissions. But yeah, could be an amateur song feature on the radio. As is, yeah. When it's professionally produced, mixed, and mastered, it could be a pop hit, man. It could be a smash hit. We don't know what's going to be good, right? Like a new Rookies. Possibly. Got you. All love. Thank you again so much. No worries, my dude. I don't have permission for the Discord. I'm gonna get you permission for the Discord here, Maxo. But I'm gonna tell you one thing, dude. We're not taking any more tracks. We're done for the night. Really, really sorry, but like I've been streaming for 9 hours and 40 minutes. I feel like there's been ample time for people to come in and get their track reviewed. But I just gave you permission on the Discord, so welcome to the community. You guys are getting ads. Are we still doing reviews? Yeah, I'm still doing reviews, but I'm on the last one now. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you, my dude. Never mind. Okay. Sorry, dog. Yeah, you definitely should pop in next time. Absolutely. Lil Corgs, I don't see you on the list here. I'm not seeing you on the list of requests, so, you sure you got the right Discord? I'm not seeing your name. Alex the Terrible guests 45 for my age. Really? Thanks, I guess. Benny Games asked 35 or guessed 35. That's what you were guys saying. I thought you guys were getting ads and you were counting down the minutes or how many seconds were left. So how old are you now? I am 30. I'm going to be 32 in February, guys. So yeah, you were close. 35 was a close guess. I'll be 30. I'm 31 currently. I'll be 32 in February. And yes, Rankin Records. Rainkind Records. Rainkind Records. It is your turn. So yes, you can drop the SoundCloud link straight into the chat. Oh yeah, you were right in between, dude. It's late 20s, 28, 29 to 35. It's like that 28 to 36 range. Absolutely. You got it. You're in the range. You're in the range. All right, Rainkind, let's hear it. There it is. Our last of the evening, folks. It has been a pleasure. This has been, I think, my longest stream. My longest consecutive stream, to be certain. I'm pretty sure. So we're making history here, folks. Midlife crisis. That's funny. But that's actually kind of accurate. If I don't die by 60, honestly, I'd be surprised. The way I'm treating my body, I'd be surprised. I didn't produce or do vocals, but I did all the engineering. Hopefully, release ready, master, at this point. So mainly looking for feedback on the mix. Okay, noted. I won't spend any time reviewing the arrangement as much as possible. So you have Rainkine, you have mixed and mastered this track. I got it. Fucking flies. Okay, folks. It is our last of the evening. We have been on for a long ass time. And I don't regret a single goddamn second of it. So here we go with the last track of the day. Rainkine Records and the artist ALX and the track Dodd. Or is that the opposite? It's the artist Dodd and the track is ALX. Either way, here we go. Rainkine Records track. Thank you guys so much. You are the best.
Riding shotgun, feet up on the dash. Caught a glance of you right before the crash. In my head now I'm thinking of the past. Always wishing I'd have asked if it's real, yeah. And if you feel it, say do you need it? And I wasn't bleeding, but something's going on, and I think we got it wrong. It feels fine in the moment, don't it? Look to the skies as the sun eroded. In my mind, you're my only focus. It's do or die, yeah, I think you notice. Girl, you're passionate, feeding on my soul. I was gaslit and didn't know the roads. It was tragic, that's just how it goes. I was hoping you would know if it's real, yeah. And if you feel it, say do you need it? And I wasn't bleeding, but something's going on, and I think we got it wrong. It feels fine in the moment, don't it? Look to the skies as the sun eroded. In my mind, you're my only focus. It's do or die, yeah, I think you notice. It feels fine in the moment, don't it? Look to the skies as the sun eroded. In my mind, you're my only focus. It's do or die, yeah, I think you notice.
Okay. So, good track, first of all. I got to agree with Benny Games on this one. It sounds like a chill summer song, like At the Beach, Sunset Drive in Cali Hills. Kind of imagine this in GTA Radio. Agreed. I imagine this in Fortnite Radio. I'll be honest with you. If I was driving in the golf cart in Fortnite and I was able to switch my station to this, I would switch it to this because the rest of the tracks are fucking obnoxious. Is what I have to say about that. So, let's go through this. Mix-wise, master-wise at least, I thought Rocket League originally. It's a little too chill for Rocket League, I think. That's my problem with that. I agree with you, like, in the sense of, like, it's pretty chill to play Rocket League. But it's like, exactly, it's more FIFA vibes. FIFA 25. Let's go. Let's fucking go. push for Rainkind Records to get on FIFA 25, dudes. Let's go. Okay, I'm going to go through this, but I think my overall impressions are, first of all, it's a good mix. It's a good mix. It's got a lot of elements of things that I find are a little flatter than I'd like a little too much distortion on some elements. I think I would like them to be a little more dynamic and punchy than compressed and distorted. Mainly the kick and the snare. At least I don't mind it being compressed and distorted in some sections, but in later ones I would like it to like unenvelope. I would like it to almost like the distortion and compression to almost be removed from it, almost as if you're like taking out a candy from a wrapper kind of thing. It's like the candy in a wrapper looks good enough, but then when you take it out and it's like, oh, you know, just want to eat it right up. Let's go through it specifically though, because I do have moments. I also have another idea here, but this is it's more of a concern than an idea. I have a monitor here for the level that my max audio is like putting out. My my shit is calibrated pretty well, and I'm reading that your track is averaging a peak audio of like -5. That's a lot. That's a big difference for a master track. And like I'm going to the last chorus just to hear the loud sounds. It hit -4 once, and that's it. It's at -5, so it's not loud enough, unfortunately. I'm really sorry, dude. I know you're looking to get this is the heartbreaking thing. I know you're looking to get advice that is like easy tweaks so that you can quickly touch it up before ready for master, ready for release. But that's the first thing I noticed is like I had to turn up my potentiometer. And if you would have told me that it was a mix, I'd be like, okay, good, you're giving yourself a lot of headroom. But this is like mix level, like audio. -5, that's a safe level to mix at for getting it ready for mastering. It's a little quiet. It's a little quiet, I'm afraid. Let's go through it. I'd like for the vocals to be a little more ethereal here and a little bit less present as the live trick. I mixed to -11 loops on meter, may have had the last limiter off when I bounced it. Oh no, that's not great. Also, you want to be careful with -11 LUFS though, eh? Because -11 for some platforms, they'll penalize you. -14 is I think the safest spot. But again, I don't really know all of the rules for all of the different platforms. I keep forgetting what they are, but I think that -14 LUFS is the safe spot where all platforms will normalize and raise to their 0. So I think you may want to be careful with the -11 LUFS, because I think I know some platforms allow -11 with no penalty, but I think others penalize, like YouTube. I think penalizes fucking YouTube. Anyways, so yeah, about the mix. First thing I noticed is that I would like for this vocal here to be a little more ethereal, a little more up in the air, a little bit less direct, and a little bit less like leady. Just to move it back in the mix a little bit with a little more reverb and have it really resonate more with the harmony so that we know what's what, I think. But yeah, just make it sit back in the mix a little bit. That would be my first thing.
Riding shotgun, feet up on the dash. Caught a glance of you right before the crash. In my head now I'm thinking of the past. Always wishing I'd have asked if it's real, yeah. And if we got it wrong.
I would have automated your reverb delay, your reverb delay, Jesus Christ. I would have automated your delay bus to be at 0 for the drums so that we don't hear anymore. So like basically take it down to minus infinity rather. Take it down there. See how we still hear the resonance of the delay. I would have when we hear that nothing, I would have had nothing, so that when the drums come in, we're starting fresh from a clean slate. So yeah. There's another thing here. Never mind. There's something else that I noticed. I could be wrong. I think that there's delay all throughout your vocals here. There is. It's clouding it up. Okay, so for this pre-chorus, hold on. Let me just go back for a second.
Riding shotgun, feet up on the dash. Caught a glance of you right before the crash. In my head now.
So are you automating your delays to only be on the last words? Or are we only hearing it because it's so soft? And we only hear it when there's silence in the vocals? Or are you just leaving delay on? Because it's important, because it, like, on some parts I was, okay. Because, like, for parts like this... It's less important if we leave it on or not, because it's big and it's open anyways, so it doesn't matter. But on parts like the verses, it's important to automate it, because we don't want it on all the time. It clouds up subconsciously our mix. It crowds it with too much vocals. So yeah, I would say like the "Can you feel" isn't sitting right there. I hear now that you pointed it out. It's just, it's not sitting right. And like, it's not as important because it's a pre-chorus and it's big and it's open anyways. So it's not as major of a crime as in the verse specifically. But even then, it's a lot. And if you feel like you're not really getting the benefits of that delay there. You're not really getting the benefits of it except for it clouding up the vocal phrases. Get rid of it. Automate it. So you and I hear that there's another type of delay here. It's a quicker delay. Moment on net. It's a 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and it's an 8th delay, but it is like quick. Bold for a chorus. Usually you go bigger, not quicker, but bold. I don't hate it. It sounds more like reverb than delay, so it works. Okay, another thing, soul here, you're automating it upwards, and I hear that. That's good. But I'm losing the S on the delay, and I know that no one else in the world is going to hear this, and no one else is going to know the fucking difference, but I do. It's like missing the S. It wants to say the S. Oh, my soul. Oh. It's funny. No one else would have noticed that. No one else. But I caught it. So you're going to want to automate it just slightly ahead, time-wise, on the timeline. Just like an eighth of a beat. Literally.
I was gaslit, didn't know the roads. It was
That one's fine.
tragic, that's how it goes. I was hoping you would know if it's real, yeah.
Really nice introduction of a harmony here. That's a really good idea because we need a change from the last time. Otherwise, it's going to be too repetitive. So really nice.
And if you feel it, say, do you need it? And I wasn't bleeding. Something's going.
Are your vocals panned? Because they sound like they're in the center, and I would have panned them to leave space for that lead vocals. Some of them are panned and some of them are in the center. I would have said to like mix, I don't know if you have doubles of each of those harmonies, but I would have personally spread them out in order of pitch. So the highest in the center and the lower you go, the wider you go. It's the opposite of what you would think, but it actually has a better effect for harmonies when you go lower, wider. You actually end up hearing more of everything. The chorus is panned. Everything else is slightly widened in ozone. I would widen up a little bit more. Honestly, I wouldn't even use ozone. I would use wider. Because I don't think you need to fill the in-between space. That's what ozone does really well. The ozone thing, it really widens it, filling the ozone imager. I love that thing. Oh, and you love wider too. Okay, this is one of those key moments where instead of filling space, we actually want to separate and we want to divide and conquer. So specifically for your harmonies, you're going to want them wider than you're going to want them thicker. And that's my advice to you on that. So yeah, go test that out for sure. I love that you love wider though. It's such a great app. Isn't it such a great plugin? It works so well. It's so simple, so elegant. Fucking Infected Mushroom and their goddamn apps. And their goddamn plugins. It's crazy.
I think we got it.
Okay, I was about to say I didn't like... Yes, I never have phasing issues. I know, it's really well done, right? Isn't it great? I Am Pusher is another one. Ooh, I don't know that one. Oh, it's a free plugin? Hold up. I'm going to open it up on my computer. I'm going to look it up. If it's free, it's me. I'm fucking down. I don't think it's free. I think I saw a price associated with it. Yeah, it's $29. Mastering plugin, you can boost bass overtones automatically based on the key of the song. That's cool for bass specifically, actually. On a bass guitar, that shit will save you a lot of time in the mix. Oh, there is delay in the stream was talking about wider. Oh, wider's free. Wider is absolutely free. Wider is a free plugin. Absolutely. It's stupid that it's free because Infected Mushroom could make so much money off of that even selling it for $5, but it's fucking free. So go get it because it's worth it. No phasing issues and really good splitting capabilities. So yeah. Oh, there's delay. Oh no, yeah. Okay. No, but Pusher's $30. Pusher's certainly $30. All right, let's go. Let's keep it moving. Okay, I was gonna say something about the delay here. The delay here. My voice is starting to give out.
We got it wrong.
I was gonna say I don't like the delay of the "we got it wrong." Like I don't like that delay where it, got it wrong. But then your other vocal saves you, Rainkind. The other vocal where it goes, we got it wrong, like that is a nice addition to the song, specifically because your delays would have been bad without it. So it comes in and it like cleans up the end of your delays nicely with like the filtered one. Exactly. The filtered one, it's really a nice addition.
I think we got it wrong.
Think we got this wrong. And that in and of itself has its own delay. But again, be careful with that delay. I don't think you should have any delay on that particular vocal because again, we come to nothing and then we come to drums. So you're going to want to probably cut that out as well. Especially because you come back to the say. So yeah, that delay specifically. Silence. And then it'll go to say. So yeah, I like the addition of that vocal though, and even with its delay, but it just should, the feedback should die sooner. The amount of feedback. Just like this stream. No, just kidding. Also, guys, I'd like to point out that we've been officially on the stream for over 10 hours, which is the longest I've been on the stream yet. So So my only note really is one thing I've already said, which is like if there was a way to automate so that the kick and snare came a little bit cleaner from distortion and had a little more dynamic punch and a little more dynamic emphasis later on in the song, if there was a way to automate that or to like just create a new track and throw your regions onto that with less distortion or like a different kind of distortion that doesn't like that you know what the effect that I'm talking about that you're hearing on this distortion, on this kick and the snare. The snare, it sounds like there is like guitar distortion on it. A little less of that kind of distortion and a little more of that thumpy low end and high end distortion so that the mids are a little less present and the low and highs are the things that are a little more present. That kind of distortion, if there was a way to do that for your last drop, or your last chorus in this case, would be my last note for your song. But other than that, I was just vibing. I was just having a good time. That song is really a good song. The Lord Blaze, hello, welcome. I appreciate you stopping by. Give us a follow as we are just about to finish up this very long stream. So give us a follow and tune in next time if you wanted to submit a track. Thank you very much. So yeah, we will be getting to you if you have a submission and a song to review next stream. Because for this one, I must say to the Rainkind Records, I must say you have a great track here between your fingertips. I'm glad that you got to mix this one and master it because you have skills with that in particular. I can hear your choices delay-wise. I can hear your choices compression-wise. You know what to do to suit the zone of the song. And now what you need to do is you just need to take a step back and like look at it objectively. So like looking at stats and figures such as like overall dB, how much is coming out. And that's when you export your file, obviously. Because if this is for a client, you want to make sure that all of your ducks are in a row. So just checking facts and figures, looking at a spectrometer, seeing if there are frequencies that are like a little unfilled. I'm feeling like your sub frequencies might be lacking. So I'm not sure what you're using speaker and headphone wise, but the reason that at the end of your song, I put myself to the back of the room was because I felt like I heard the bass. So that's good. That's good. but I needed to feel it at the back of my room where my bass is far more prevalent and my sub frequencies are far more prevalent. Physically longer waves, right? They'll reach the back of my room before they reach me. And so I was feeling that, especially for the last chorus, where everything needs to feel as full and as big as possible, you could do with a little more sub for that. So I would probably recommend that you look. Ross XO, thank you so much for the follow. We are closing up the stream for the day, but yes, Rainkind Records. Either way, I'm liking what you did with this. So I thank you so much for letting us listen to this, because it's a good track. It's good vibes. Summer chill driving to the moon vibes or something. But yeah, of course, my dude. Thank you. You never get feedback this detailed on Twitch. Well, welcome back to Twitch, bitch. That said, I would like to extend a very particular thank you. First of all, we're going to do that because we're going to say to you, Rainkind Records, once again, thank you for letting us listen to it. Thank you for allowing us to give you our feedback on the stream. Thanks for being open to that feedback as well. Again, that's a big thing between being open to asking for it and being open to actually trying that shit out. There's a line between those two things, and you're not afraid to cross that line, and I'm appreciative of that. So, overall, I guess what I'm saying is, thank you for trusting us with your track. As everyone who has submitted today, and this is what I wanted to say, is a special thank you to everyone who hath submitted on this, the longest Studio Mic stream yet. I appreciate you all. I appreciate everyone who really, basically stood out and waited their goddamn turn and fucking listened to other people's music and commented on it so that we can all come with feedback to the table. That is amazing. I could do this all day, as I have, but really what's the difference is when people actually contribute to the stream and hear things and say, I would have tried this. You may consider using a metronome. You may consider changing the pitch. Those contributions that you guys contribute to the stream are invaluable because it's the community helping itself out. And yeah, okay, fine, I do it, and I'm okay doing it. But it means so much more, or it means on such a different level when you guys actually take it upon yourselves to do it properly. So for that, guys, I gotta say, I'm super appreciative of that. I'm super appreciative that you guys have not just the gumption to say something, but the willing to help each other. That is fucking impressive to me. More impressive still is the amount of submissions that we got, the amount of people that were actually with us today. I got a lot of follows as well, 28 follows, guys. That's enormous. That's growth for me that I appreciate. We're gonna work on the subs eventually, but it starts with follows, guys. So I appreciate that so much. I appreciate everyone who subbed, including Rainkind Records, including a bunch of y'all who decided that you wanted to join the ranks of the subscribed members. Once again, subbing gets you a longer track length to be listened to on the stream. Fucking Meteor music with the sub as well, man. That is wonderful. And yeah, we're gonna be making the rules on skipping a little bit clearer in the next coming week, so that no one gets any more confusion on that shit. But until then, guys, I really appreciate you so fucking much. I appreciate everything you guys have done, both in terms of submission and comments and just being a part of this community. Everyone who joined Discord, I have a lot of appreciation to show, so I'll show it by coming back and bringing my A game every goddamn week. Hopefully multiple times a week if I can. Seems possible. So what I will say for now is this week, like I said, we will be doing it only once, as next time, as this Thursday I'll be busy. But we will see all of y'all motherfuckers. Oh, guys, I don't know. It doesn't feel like I've been here for 10 hours, honestly. It feels like I've just been chilling with a few peeps, listening to music for a couple of hours. it's really like I can't get over how cool this is. So thanks for letting this be possible, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, guys. We'll see you next time.
There'll be no more time to gaze up at the night's crystalline sky. The powerful wings of the falcon will not be enough to fly. The air that we breathe will be stripped of its life and sold at a price. The day is at hand and the powers that be will not think twice. 'Cause this is the final solution, and this is the power of fusion. This is a new resolution to start again. An evil approach is eager to devour our every hope. Ever so willing, a flick of the switch, a slip of the rope. Clutching onto a fantasy, praying that we will survive. Patiently waiting for the perfect moment to burn us alive. 'Cause this is the final solution, and this is the power of fusion. This is a new resolution to start again. And this is the last revolution, and this is a swift retribution. This will break all the illusion. This is the end. Brace for the impact, hold on to your life, prepare for the fall. The beast has a hunger for everything or nothing at all. Open your heart to a new point of view, a